Hello everyone and welcome back to Crime Stories for Sleep. Before we begin, I want to let you know that during the first 15 minutes, there will only be a few ads. And after that, the listening will be completely uninterrupted. I chose to do this to give you a better experience. Even though it has greatly reduced the channel's earnings, I'd still like to ask for a little support. Subscribe, leave a like, and if you do, let me know in the comments where in the world you are listening from. These may seem like small gestures, but they are essential to help the channel grow and allow me to keep bringing you these stories every night. Now, lower the volume just a bit, get comfortable, turn off the lights, and let us dive together into tonight's first story. Story 1. A single, treacherous pulse beat once, hard, in the hollow of my throat. It was a tiny, internal earthquake, a fault line shifting deep beneath the calm surface I presented to the world. The air in the private jet was chilled and tasted of recycled wealth and latent ozone, but the shiver that traced my spine had nothing to do with the temperature. It was the old feeling, the hunter's tremor, the certain knowledge that the thing you are hunting is also, in some fundamental way, hunting you. I looked across the polished mahogany table at the man I was supposed to destroy. Uninterrupted. He was smiling, a small, cold thing that never reached his eyes, which were the color of a winter sea. He was discussing the vintage of the Bordeaux we were drinking, his voice a low, cultured purr, but all I could hear was the silent, screaming tension of the game about to begin. Evan had been clear, his voice crackling with digital detachment over a secure line that smelled of static and distant rain. The room in London had been all muted grays and the scent of old paper. He is not a man, David. He is a system, a circulatory system for the world's poison. He launders ambition and funds despair. Your objective is not to arrest him. It is to collapse him. Financially, psychologically, you will break his bank, and in doing so, you will break the backs of the monsters he keeps. Evan had slid a file across the desk. It was thin. Dion was a ghost, a rumor given a suit and a name. He has a weakness, a profound one. He believes he's the smartest man in any room. He believes he cannot lose. You will use that. You will be his mirror, and you will show him a crack. The mirror was the felt-covered table of the Siren's Call, a floating citadel of sin anchored just outside international waters. The air was a thick perfume of cigar smoke, expensive perfume, and the sweet, coppery tang of human risk. The stakes were not just money. They were futures, reputations, souls. I had been building to this for weeks. A carefully constructed persona of a recklessly wealthy tech nihilist, burning through a fortune for the thrill of the flame. And Dion had taken the bait. He sat opposite me now, his stillness a stark contrast to the nervous energy of the other players who had already fallen away. It was just us, the mountain of chips between us, and the silent, watchful presence of Esperanza. She was his shadow, his good luck charm, his something else entirely. She never spoke at the table. She simply existed, a vision in emerald silk that clung to her like water. Her eyes, a dark and impossible green, would occasionally meet mine. And in that fleeting connection was a universe of unspoken things, a flicker of curiosity, a hint of warning, a shared secret that hadn't yet been spoken into being. She was the most dangerous person in the room because she was the only variable I couldn't calculate. Her loyalty was a question mark that hung in the smoky air between us. The game was a variant of no-limit Texas Hold'em, but stripped of its folksy pretensions. This was psychological warfare played with painted chips. Dion's play was methodical, precise, a scalpel. Mine was fluid, intuitive, a tide. We traded blows for hours. A massive pot would swing his way, and he would allow himself that thin, cold smile. I would take it back with a bluff so audacious it would make a lesser man's hands shake. His never did. His fingers, adorned with a single heavy onyx ring, rested on the table like pale, patient spiders. During a break, I stood on the deck, the salt wind trying to claw the smoke from my lungs. The black water stretched to infinity, a void. I felt a presence before I heard her. Esperanza. She stood beside me, not looking at me, her profile etched against the running lights of the ship. "He knows you are not what you seem," she said, her voice barely a whisper, yet it cut through the wind like a blade. "Then he's a smarter man than I thought," I replied, staring into the darkness. "He is not a man. He is a concept, and concepts are very difficult to kill." She turned those green eyes on me, and I felt the pulse in my throat again, harder this time. "Be careful, David. The water is much deeper than you think, and there are things that live in the deep that have no name." She left as silently as she had arrived, leaving behind the ghost of her scent, jasmine, and something darker, like burnt amber. Her words were not a threat. They were a key, offered for a lock I hadn't yet found. The line between ally and adversary blurred, smudged by the sea mist and her unsettling proximity. Back at the table, the final hand unfolded with the inevitability of a falling knife. The cards were dealt. The community cards lay on the felt. A possible straight, a possible flush, a minefield of possibilities. Dion had been betting aggressively, a predator sensing blood. I had been playing possum, letting him think he had me cornered. The pot was astronomical, a sum that could fund a small war or save a dying nation. It was everything. He moved all in. A gasp went around the table, though the only people left were the ghosts of the departed and the stone-faced dealers. All his chips, his empire, his arrogance, pushed into the center. He looked at me, and for the first time, I saw a genuine emotion in his eyes. Triumph. He had a full house, kings over tens. I knew it. I had read it in the microscopic tightening of the skin around his eyes, in the way he held his breath. I called. The reveal was a silent, brutal thing. My cards turned over. A straight flush, queen high. It was a statistical improbability, a lightning strike. For a long suspended moment, there was no sound but the hum of the ship and the distant cry of a gull. Dion's face did not collapse. It did not twist in rage. It simply emptied. The cold intelligence in his eyes guttered out, replaced by a flat, dead nothingness. He had been defined by his invincibility, and I had just proven it a lie. He stood, his movements stiff, and without a word, he walked away from the table. He was a ruined man. The system had been shut down. The victory should have tasted like champagne and clean air. It tasted like ashes. In the sterile quiet of my stateroom, as I packed the single bag that constituted my life, the door opened. It was Esperanza. She held a small, lacquered box. "He sends a gift," she said, "a token of his esteem." I didn't touch it. He has no esteem left. He has other things. She placed the box on the bed. Her eyes were wide, luminous, and filled with a terrible pity. "You played your part perfectly, David, but you were never the only player at the table." She turned and left. I stood there for a long time, looking at the box. Finally, I lifted the lid. Inside, nestled on a bed of black velvet, was a single item. It was Evan's pen, the heavy silver Mont Blanc he always used, the one he'd been toying with in London when he gave me the mission. There was a dark, dried smudge on the clip that looked like blood. The world tilted. The solid floor beneath my feet became a treacherous sheet of ice. The mission, the victory, my entire reality. It was all a set piece in a larger, darker play. Evan, my superior, my anchor, the man who had sent me into the labyrinth, He was the string that led back out, and the string was cut. The memories of the past weeks reassembled themselves in my mind, not as a linear narrative, but as a series of blurred, dreamlike impressions. A conversation with Evan in a rain-slicked alley that felt too scripted. A piece of intelligence that came a little too easily. The way Esperanza's warnings had been just specific enough to guide me, but just vague enough to deny complicity. The line between what had really happened and what had been orchestrated dissolved into a fog of half-truths and manipulated perceptions. Had I been the hunter, or the weapon being wielded by a hand I couldn't see? Had Dion been the target, or was I? I never went back to London. I vanished into the anonymous bloodstream of the world, a ghost haunting the spaces between cities. The money from the game, my supposed prize, sat in encrypted accounts, untouched. It felt contaminated. I was a man living in the negative space of a betrayal so complete, I could not even grasp its full shape. Months later, in a cheap hotel room in a city whose name I've forgotten, the rain sheeting down the window, I found myself holding Evan's pen. I had kept it, this cursed totem. I twisted it in the dim light, and for the first time, I noticed a tiny, almost invisible seam near the base. I worked at it with a fingernail, and the end of the pen unscrewed. Inside, hidden hollow barrel, was not an ink cartridge, but a tightly rolled coil of microfilm. I unspooled it against the grimy window pane. It was not text, not a message. It was a single, grainy photograph. It showed Dion and Evan, not in a covert meeting, but laughing, glasses raised in a toast, in a sun-drenched garden years ago. They were not adversaries. They were partners. And standing between them, one hand resting lightly on each man's arm, her smile a masterpiece of ambiguous affection, was Esperanza. The betrayal was not a single act. It was an ecosystem. I had not been sent to ruin Dion. I had been sent to be the catalyst in a transaction I did not understand, a sacrificial pawn in a game whose board I had never even seen. I had collapsed one pillar, only to strengthen another. I was the mark, all along. I left the hotel and walked for hours in the rain, the photograph a burning secret in my pocket. The city was a blur of neon and shadow, a place of endless, intersecting deceptions. I found myself on a bridge overlooking a black, churning river. The water looked like the sea around the siren's call, a deep, nameless dark. I took the silver pen from my pocket. It was cold and heavy, a perfect, poisonous weight. I held it over the rushing water, my fingers trembling not from the cold, but from the sheer crushing weight of the unanswered. Who was Esperanza? Who had she truly been working for? What was the real purpose of the game? The questions were a vortex pulling me down. I did not drop the pen. I closed my fingers around it, the metal biting into my palm. It was the only truth I had left, this beautiful, treacherous lie. I turned from the river and walked back into the labyrinth of the city, the ghost of a pulse still beating in my throat, a silent, steady rhythm counting down to a resolution that would never ever come. The rain began to soak through my coat, a cold, clinging shroud, but I barely felt it. The photograph in my pocket felt heavier than the pen, a denser core of truth and poison. They had been partners, Evan and Dion, and Esperanza had been their connective tissue, their beautiful, deadly binding agent. The game on the siren's call had not been about winning or losing a fortune. It had been a performance, a piece of theater staged for an audience of one. Me. My entire career, my sense of purpose, was a lie constructed by the man I had trusted most. Evan had not just betrayed me, he had rewritten me. He had taken my skills, my convictions, and my hunger for justice, and had weaponized them against a shadow of his own making. But to what end? What transaction required the public, humiliating destruction of one partner by the hand of the other, a falling out among thieves, a need for Dion to disappear while Evan remained in the light? Or was it something else? Something that required a patsy, a scapegoat to draw all the attention while the real business was conducted elsewhere. I found a public library, its air thick with the smell of old books and damp wool. In a corner carrel, shielded by a large volume on maritime law, I used a prepaid data card to access the dark web nodes I hadn't dared touch since my disappearance. The world believed David was gone. It was time to see what had happened in my absence. The news was a quiet, seismic shock. Evan was dead. A heart attack, the official report said, suffered in his London club 2 weeks after my victory over Dion. A tragic, sudden end for a pillar of the intelligence community. There was a small, tasteful funeral. No mention of me. No manhunt. I was a ghost he had conveniently taken to his grave. But the financial world told a different story. Dion, the publicly ruined man, had vanished. His corporate empire was a hollowed-out shell, its assets liquidated in a fire sale. But the flow of money, when I traced the digital ghosts, was peculiar. It didn't just vanish. It flowed into a new, sleek corporate entity, a phantom ship that had risen from the ashes of the old. The name of this new entity was Elysian Holdings. Its listed director was a cipher, a lawyer in Luxembourg. But buried in the incorporation documents as a minor signatory was a name that made my blood run cold. Esperanza Valdez. She hadn't been a pawn. She was the successor. The game on the Siren's Call had been a transfer of power. Evan had used me to break Dion's public face, allowing his assets to be quietly funneled into a new structure with Esperanza at its helm. Evan's death, so conveniently timed, ensured he would never be implicated. And my role? I was the catalyst and the camouflage. My very existence as the rogue agent who had taken down Dion would draw any subsequent investigation toward me. A phantom chasing a ghost, while the new system, Elysian Holdings, began its work purified and untouchable. I was not just a mark. I was the lightning rod. The realization was a cold, clean cut. The confusion and the self-pity burned away, leaving behind a core of glacial clarity. They had used me, all of them. They had treated my life, my convictions, as a disposable tool. And they thought I was gone, erased, a problem solved. I left the library, the photograph and the pen secure in an inner pocket. The rain had softened to a mist, and the city lights were smeared halos in the gloom. I walked with a new purpose, my footsteps silent on the wet pavement. They had created a ghost to serve their purposes. A ghost has no past, no allegiances, no fear. A ghost can move unseen. A ghost can be patient. Elysian Holdings would have a headquarters. It would have a rhythm, a pattern. Esperanza would be at its center, a queen on a new board. She had looked at me with pity, but it was the pity of a chess master for a piece about to be swept from the board. She had underestimated the piece. I found a small, anonymous room overlooking the river. The same churning water I had almost thrown the pen into. I didn't need to throw it away anymore. It was no longer a symbol of my betrayal. It was my first piece of evidence, my starting point. I laid it on the bare table next to the creased photograph. The game was not over. It had simply entered a new, more permanent phase. The hunter had been the hunted. The weapon had been the target. Now, I was something else entirely. I was the flaw in their perfect system, the variable they had failed to eliminate. I was the silence after the pulse, the patient gathering storm. And I would wait. I would learn. And I would find a way to collapse them all. The room held the chill of the river and the faint, metallic taste of the city's exhaust. For days, I did not leave. I became a student of my own ruin, piecing together the architecture of the lie. Elysian Holdings was a specter, its digital footprint light as ash. It dealt in abstracted capital, in debt futures and water rights, a hungry ghost feeding on the world's desperation. Tracing its tendrils led nowhere, just a hall of mirrors reflecting other corporate phantoms. Esperanza Valdez was equally elusive. The woman from the ship, a creature of emerald silk and unsettling stillness, had been replaced in the public record by a sharply dressed executive. Her past a perfectly constructed blank. There were photos from charity galas and industry summits, but her eyes in those pictures were different. Flat, corporate, devoid of the dark, knowing light I remembered. It was a masterful performance. She had shed her skin. I knew I could not attack the center. It was too fortified, too aware. But at every system, no matter how well designed, has its periphery, its waste products. I began looking not for Elysian itself, but for its fallout. I sifted through financial post-mortems, bankruptcy filings in developing nations, the obituaries of small-time politicians in unstable regions. I was looking for a thread, a loose end in the perfect tapestry. I found it in a place called San Lorenzo, a dusty pinprick on the map of a South American country whose name was synonymous with debt. A state-owned utility on the verge of a modernization deal with a European consortium had been suddenly and mysteriously bankrupted. The deal collapsed. The consortium, a shell within a shell, was untraceable. But the money, what little there was, had bled into the accounts of a local strongman, a man named Colonel Mateo Flores. And the financial instrument used to strangle the utility was a complex derivative, a signature I was beginning to recognize. It was Elysian's work. This was their scale. Not just billion-dollar yachts, but the suffocation of a town's hope for clean water. It was small. It was messy. It was the kind of thing the architects would never notice. A single corrupted cell in a body they believed immortal. It was my way in. Weeks later, under a blistering sun that smelled of dust and diesel, I watched the town of San Lorenzo from the shaded porch of a cantina. The air was thick with the sound of strayed dogs and despair. Colonel Flores was a bloated man in a crisp uniform, holding court in the town square, surrounded by armed, bored-looking boys. He was the local god of misery, and he was petty. That was his weakness. It took a month. I became someone else. A Canadian water rights consultant with faded genes and a convincing drawl. I drank with his lieutenants, listened to their complaints, learned their greed. I did not mention Elysian. I did not mention Esperanza. I offered a simpler, more immediate temptation. I presented Flores with a fictional rival, a phantom mining interest from the north that was, according to my forged documents, prepared to pay a king's ransom for the dormant utility rights. It was a lie built to exploit his paranoia and his avarice. He took the bait. In a back room smelling of sweat and stale cigar smoke, he agreed to a meeting with the fictional rivals. A meeting that would require him to bring proof of his sole control over the utilities corpse. The original contracts, the banking records, the trail of bribes. He wanted to show his power. The meeting was set for a remote airstrip under a blanket of stars. Flores arrived in a convoy, chest puffed out, a briefcase handcuffed to his wrist. His men fanned out, their rifles silhouetted against the headlights. I watched from the darkness of a rusted hangar, my heart a cold, steady drum. This was not the siren's call. There was no polished mahogany, no vintage Bordeaux. This was the raw, ugly machinery their beautiful system was built upon. The rival executives, two stern-faced men I had hired from a neighboring city with a stack of cash and a simple story, stepped forward. The exchange was made. Flores, eager to count his new fortune, unlocked the briefcase and displayed its contents. His men lowered their guns, already spending their cut. That was when the real players arrived. Not my hired men. Not Flores's thugs. 3 black SUVs with no license plates rolled silently onto the tarmac, their doors opening in unison. The men who emerged moved with a fluid professional grace that was utterly alien to this place. They were Elysian's cleanup crew. They were here because a loose end was about to be tied up. Colonel Flores had outlived his usefulness. The firefight was short, brutal, and utterly one-sided. Flores and his men were cut down before they could even raise their weapons. The briefcase was retrieved by a man in a black tactical vest. As he turned to leave, the hangar's single weak light caught his face. It was one of Diane's old bodyguards from the siren's call. The same cold eyes, the same professional stillness. The connection was direct, undeniable. I stayed in the shadows until the SUVs had vanished back into the night, leaving only the dead and the humming silence. I walked out onto the tarmac, the coppery smell of blood filling the air. I knelt beside Flores's body. The briefcase was gone, but in his death grip he clutched a single crumpled sheet of paper, a transfer order, a bank routing number, and scrawled in the margin, in his frantic handwriting, was a name. Not Elysian, but the bank. A private Swiss institution called Meridian Trust. It was not the center, but it was a gate, a way inside. I stood, the paper held tight in my hand, the distant lights of San Lorenzo twinkling like fallen stars. The game had changed. I was no longer just a ghost seeking revenge. I was an infection, and I had just found my way into the bloodstream. The flight to Zurich was a study in stillness. I sat in the back of the plane, my face a mask of polite neutrality, while inside, the gears turned with a cold, relentless precision. Meridian Trust. It was a name that whispered of old money and older secrets. A fortress built not of stone, but of discretion. It was the kind of place that would serve as a perfect vault for Elysian's operations. A clean, respectable front for the blood-soaked money from places like San Lorenzo. I disembarked not as David, the vanished agent, and not as the Canadian consultant. I was a man named Klaus Richter, a representative of a Liechtenstein-based holding company with a legitimate, if obscure, interest in Argentine mineral deposits. The identity was one of several I had cultivated in the ghostly interim, a persona with just enough financial heft to warrant a polite conversation. The suit was expensive, the watch understated. I looked like I belonged. The headquarters of Meridian Trust was a severe, rectangular building of pale granite, standing aloof from the modern glass structures around it. Inside, the air was cool and smelled of lemon polish and quiet anxiety. I was met by a junior manager, a man named Herr Schmidt, whose handshake was as dry as a legal document. We were seated in a minimalist office with a view of the Limmat River. "How may Meridian Trust be of service, Herr Richter?" he asked, his English precise. I laid out my fictional business, speaking in a slow, deliberate monotone about capital transfers and escrow holdings. I watched his eyes. They were attentive, but distant. I was small fish. That was the point. As I spoke, I subtly shifted the angle of my pen. A cheap, generic ballpoint. On the polished table. The clip was not a clip, but a low-powered wide-angle lens. With every gesture, I captured the details of the room, the layout of the hallway through the open door, the faces of passing employees. After 20 minutes of dry discussion, I feigned frustration. "The regulatory hurdles from the Argentine side are significant," I said, leaning back. "My principals are impatient men. They speak of moving our business to a more agile institution, one that understands the need for efficiency." I let the word hang, a euphemism he would understand. Herr Schmidt's smile was thin. "I assure you, Herr Richter, our efficiency is unparalleled, but our compliance standards are non-negotiable." "Of course," I said, waving a dismissive hand. "But surely, for the right clients, there are pathways." I paused, as if a new thought had just occurred to me. I heard a rumor from a colleague in Caracas. He mentioned an entity you manage, Elysian Holdings. He said their service was exceptionally streamlined. The change in the room was imperceptible to any sense but the one honed by a life of reading lies. The air did not grow cold. Herr Schmidt did not flinch, but a veil descended behind his eyes. The professional affability remained, but it was now backed by a wall of pure titanium. "I'm afraid I cannot discuss other clients, Herr Richter," he said, his voice perfectly even. "That information is, of course, strictly confidential." It was the reaction I had hoped for. The denial was a confirmation. Elysian was here, and it was protected at the highest level. A junior manager wouldn't have that information, but his instinctive, fortified deflection told me everything. I had found the gate, and it was guarded. I concluded our meeting with empty pleasantries and left the bank, the crisp Swiss air feeling like a balm after the sterile atmosphere inside. I walked for several blocks, my senses on high alert, checking reflections in shop windows, pausing to tie my shoe. I saw no one. They were good, but they weren't omniscient. Not yet. In my hotel room, I reviewed the footage from the pen. It was grainy, but clear enough. I isolated frames, building a map of the secure area beyond Herr Schmidt's office. I saw a heavier door, requiring both a keycard and a biometric scan. I saw a woman in a severe black dress carrying a tray with 2 coffee cups past that door. A visitor, an important one. I enhanced the image of the woman. Her profile was sharp, her hair pulled back in a tight bun, and on her wrist, caught in a single lucky frame, was a watch. Not just any watch, a Patek Philippe with a distinctive blue enamel face. I had seen that watch before. It had been on Evan's wrist the day he gave me the mission in London. He had joked it was a gift from a grateful nation. A cold fury, clean and sharp, settled in my gut. They weren't just using the bank. They were in the bank. The watch was a trophy, a totem passed down in their twisted lineage. It was on the wrist of someone who now walked freely through Meridian's most secure areas. Esperanza's lieutenant, or perhaps her replacement for Evan. The game was no longer about tracing shadows. It was about entering the fortress. I looked at the frozen image of the woman with the watch, her face a mask of efficient anonymity. She was a link, a vulnerable point in their chain of command. She was the next thread I would pull. And this time, I would not be a ghost in the machine. I would be the virus that crashed it. My focus narrowed to the woman with the watch. I needed a name, a routine, a weakness. The pen's footage was a starting point, but it was not enough. I spent the next 3 days as a ghost in Zurich's financial district, a figure in a raincoat lingering at tram stops, sipping coffee in cafes, with a clear view of Meridian Trust's employee entrance. I noted the rhythms, the security shifts, the smokers huddled in a designated glass box away from the building's pristine facade. She appeared on the second day, just after 6 p.m. She was exactly as the footage had shown, severe and purposeful. But in motion, she was more. There was a contained energy in her stride, an impatience that suggested she was late for something more important than anything in this city. She did not smoke. She did not stop. She walked directly to a waiting black sedan, its windows tinted to absolute opacity. The car was a problem. It was a mobile vault. Following it in traffic was a gamble I couldn't afford. Instead, I focused on the license plate. memorizing the number as it pulled into the evening flow. It was a commercial registry, a rental. Oh, that was interesting. It suggested a temporary presence or a desire for deniability. She was not a permanent fixture here. She was visiting. I returned to my room and worked through the night. The rental company was a high-end firm specializing in corporate clients. Their security was robust, but their reservation system had a flaw. A confirmation portal that required only a booking code and a surname. I had the plate. I cross-referenced the vehicle type with the rental company's fleet and began the slow, tedious process of brute-forcing possible booking codes linked to common corporate names. On the fourth attempt, I got a hit. The booking was under the name Vogel. The pickup location was the Zurich airport 3 days prior. The drop-off was scheduled for the following morning. My pulse quickened. She was leaving. The next morning, I was at the airport, positioned near the rental return area, disguised as a weary traveler. I saw the sedan glide into the return lane. She stepped out, handed the keys to an attendant, and strode into the terminal without a backward glance. She carried only a single, sleek, carry-on bag. She was traveling light, and she was confident. I followed at a distance, my own bag slung over my shoulder. A ticket to a random destination burning a hole in my pocket. She did not go to the check-in counters. She walked directly to the security line for private flights. This confirmed it. She was not just important. She was insulated. She bypassed the chaos of the main terminal, entering a world of curated silence and immediate access. I could go no further. I watched her pass through the security checkpoint and disappear down a corridor that led to the tarmac and the waiting private jets. I was at the edge of the map, but I had a name. Vogel Dachende Sium. It was German for bird. An alias, undoubtedly, but it was a start. And I had a date, a time, and a location. The system had a log of her departure. Standing there amidst the river of anonymous travelers, I understood my next move. I could not follow the bird in flight, but I could find its nest. Meridian Trust was the perch. Elysian was the flock, and I now knew they flew on a specific, traceable schedule. I turned away from the private flight entrance and walked back into the crowd. I would not chase her. I would wait for her to return. And when she did, I would be ready. The virus needed only a single point of entry, and I had just found one. Her name was Vogel, and she had a watch that did not belong to her. That was enough. The silence of my hotel room was a stark contrast to the hum of the airport. Vogel Dorotoy. The name was a cipher, but it was more than I had possessed an hour before. I accessed a dark corner of the web, a forum for disgruntled aviation logistics coordinators, a place where boredom and resentment often trumped corporate loyalty. Posing as a security consultant performing a routine audit, I offered a vague flight tail number and a generous consultancy fee for any information on private charters departing Zurich that morning. The answer came faster than I expected. A board handler, likely underpaid and overworked, provided a flight plan filed for a jet registered to a shell company called Aether Logistics. Its destination was not a major financial hub, but a private airfield in upstate New York, near a town called Cold Spring. The coordinates were precise. It was a place to land, not a destination. A place for a meeting someone didn't want on any official record. I booked a commercial flight to New York, my mind racing. Cold Spring was nestled in the Hudson Valley, a landscape of old money and older secrets. It was the perfect backdrop for Elysian's kind of business. While I traveled, I dug deeper into Aether Logistics. It was a ghost, a single-page website, and a P.O. box in the Cayman Islands, Deutsch. But its financial trail, what little there was, bled into the same network of accounts I had seen in San Lorenzo. The connection was tenuous, a single strand of silk, but it was there. Landing in New York felt like stepping onto a different planet. The noise, the scale, the sheer indifference of the city was a weapon in itself. I rented a car and drove north, following the Hudson River as it widened, the cliffs on the opposite shore standing like silent sentinels. I found a motel on the outskirts of Cold Spring, a place that took cash and asked no questions. The room smelled of mildew and pine cleaner. For 2 days, I watched the private airfield. It was small, almost rustic, with a single long runway and a handful of hangars. It saw little traffic. Then, on the 3rd day, the jet arrived. It was sleek and white, descending with a whisper that was swallowed by the surrounding hills. I watched through binoculars from a wooded ridge a mile away. The door opened, and Vogel descended the steps. She was met by a black SUV, identical to the ones in San Lorenzo. My breath caught. This was it. The Nexus. I didn't try to follow the SUV. The roads were too empty, the risk of exposure too high. Instead, I focused on the land. Using topographic maps and old property records, I began to piece together the likely destinations for someone arriving at this specific airfield. There were old estates, compounds walled off from the world. One name came up repeatedly, a sprawling property owned by a reclusive foundation called the Orpheus Group. Its board of directors was a list of non-entities, but its funding sources were a maze that led, after several dizzying turns, back to a trust administered by none other than Meridian Bank. The sun was setting, casting long shadows through the trees. I had a target. The Orpheus Group estate. It was less than 5 miles from the airfield, a fortress hidden in plain sight. I waited for full dark, the moon a sliver in a clear, cold sky. I left the car on a fire road and moved through the woods on foot, my movements slow and deliberate. The night was alive with the sounds of crickets and the distant hoot of an owl. I found the perimeter wall first. It was 8 feet high, topped with razor wire, but it was old stone. Time and weather had created handholds. I scaled it silently, dropping onto a soft carpet of pine needles on the other side. The grounds were vast, manicured in the way only immense, silent wealth can achieve. I moved from tree to tree, a shadow among shadows, my senses stretched to their limit. Then I saw the house. It was a modern monstrosity of glass and steel, cantilevered over a cliff, glowing like a fallen star against the dark river below. Through the enormous windows, I could see figures moving in a large, open-plan living area. I crept closer, using the landscaped shrubs as cover until I was at the edge of a wide stone patio. I saw Vogel. She was standing near a fireplace, a glass of wine in her hand. And facing her, her back to the window, was a woman in an emerald green dress. The posture, the way she held her head, was unmistakable. Esperanza Valdez. My body went cold, then hot. The ghost was flesh. I couldn't hear them, but I could read the tension in their bodies. This wasn't a social call. Vogel was gesturing, her movements sharp, insistent. She was delivering a report, or a warning. Esperanza stood perfectly still, a statue of calm authority. Then, Vogel reached into her jacket pocket and produced a small, flat object. Even from this distance, I recognized it. It was the data slate from the siren's call, the one Dion had used, the one I had thought lost to the sea. Esperanza took it, her fingers closing around it with a possessiveness that was visceral. She turned slightly, and the firelight caught her face. She was smiling, a small, cruel curve of her lips. She had it. The key to whatever lock that slate represented was now in her hands. The last piece of Evan's legacy had been delivered. The succession was complete. I had seen enough. I had confirmation. I had a location. And I had seen the prize. I began to retreat, melting back into the darkness. The image of that slate burning in my mind. They were consolidating their power right here. They felt safe, insulated by their wealth and their walls. But they had made a mistake. They had brought their secret to a place I could reach. The storm I had been gathering was finally finding its shore. The walk back to the car was a journey through a tunnel of cold fury. Every snapped twig under my boot was a reminder of their opulent silence. Every rustle in the leaves, an echo of Vogel's triumphant delivery. They had the slate. They had the network. They thought the game was over. The board reset with them in control. They had forgotten the first rule of our profession. No clean slate exists. The ghosts of every operation, every betrayal, linger in the code. Back in the motel room, the damp walls felt like a confessional. I opened my laptop, the glow of the screen my only light. The Orpheus Group estate was a digital fortress, its security systems state-of-the-art. Motion sensors, thermal cameras, pressure plates. A direct assault was suicide. But every system has a heartbeat, a rhythm you can learn if you listen closely enough. I found it in the utility records. A property that size consumed vast amounts of power and water. The patterns were predictable, tied to the comings and goings of its inhabitants. There was a weekly maintenance check on the external security grid, a brief window where non-essential subsystems were cycled for diagnostics. A window measured in minutes. I could create a distraction, trigger a false alarm at the perimeter that would force a system reset. But that would put them on high alert. I needed something quieter, something that would not register as a threat until it was too late. I thought of the slate. It was their prize, their new key. They would want to use it to access whatever doors it unlocked. They would need to connect it to their network. That was the vulnerability. Not the walls, not the guards, but the flow of information itself. I began to build a weapon, not of bullets, but of code. A silent, patient worm designed to piggyback on the slade's data stream. It would lie dormant until it detected the unique encryption signature of the siren's call slate. Then it would inject itself into the heart of their system. It wouldn't steal their data. It would poison it. It would turn their own intelligence against them, creating shadows where there were none, erasing real transactions, sowing paranoia and distrust. It was a subtle knife, designed to make them bleed from the inside. 2 days later, I was back in the woods, this time with a small shielded transmitter buried in the roots of an old oak tree, just within range of the estate's wireless nodes. The signal was weak, a whisper in a hurricane, but it was persistent. It would broadcast my digital pathogen on a loop, a low-power signal waiting for its host. I set the trigger and retreated. The virus was in the air. Now, I had to wait for them to breathe it in. The waiting was the hardest part. I spent the days watching the estate from new vantage points, tracing the routes of the security patrols, noting the delivery schedules. I saw Vogel leave, her departure as efficient as her arrival. Esperanza remained, the queen in her glass castle. Then, on the third night, I saw the change. A flurry of activity at the main house. Lights blazed in rooms that had been dark. Figures moved with a new, frantic energy. A car arrived at speed, and a man in a rumpled suit hurried inside. They had connected the slate. My worm had found its way home. The infection had begun. I allowed myself a thin, cold smile in the darkness. They were no longer just hiding from me. They were now fighting a phantom in their own machine. The carefully rebuilt edifice of Elysian was developing cracks only they could see. My revenge was no longer a single bullet aimed at Esperanza's head. It was the slow, certain collapse of everything she had built. I settled back against a tree trunk, the bark rough against my back. The hunt was entering a new phase. I was no longer the predator stalking its prey. I was the disease, and the body was beginning to rot. The following morning the estate was quiet, but it was the quiet of a held breath. The usual patrols were absent. No delivery vans arrived. The silence felt brittle, ready to shatter. I monitored their encrypted comms, a channel I'd cracked months ago and kept in my back pocket for a moment like this. The traffic was sparse, terse, and laced with a new, sharp tension. Orders were given to reroute financial audits. A scheduled meeting with the senator's aide was abruptly canceled. They were reacting, battening down hatches against a storm they couldn't see. My worm was working. It was a beautiful, insidious thing. It would have taken the initial data from the slate, likely a list of assets, contacts, or operational protocols, and begun a slow, meticulous corruption. A bank account number in Geneva would be altered by a single digit. A safe house address in Tangier would be quietly relocated to a rival's property. The digital foundation of their empire was being replaced with sand. I knew this phase was critical. They would be diagnosing the problem, trying to find the source of the corruption. Their best people would be on it. I had to stay ahead, to use the chaos as my cover. I needed to get inside. Not to the house itself, that was still a suicide run, but to the secondary structure I had identified on the satellite imagery, a guest house nestled nearer to the tree line, connected to the main property by a covered walkway. It was less fortified, a potential soft spot. That night, under the cover of a sudden pounding rain, I made my move. The weather would dampen sound and obscure the thermal cameras. I used the old stone wall again, the wet stone offering better purchase. I moved through the drenched grounds, a specter in the downpour, my black clothing absorbing the darkness. The guest house was dark. A quick bypass of a simple alarm on a rear door, and I was in. The air inside was still and smelled of lemon polish and disuse. It was furnished with a cold, modern elegance, a showpiece, not a home. I swept the rooms quickly, finding nothing but pristine linens and empty closets. But in the small study, a sleek laptop sat on a desk. It was a long shot, but people get lazy in places they feel safe. I plugged in a bootable drive, bypassing the password, and began a rapid data scrape. Most of it was innocuous. Household inventories, landscape plans. But then I found it. A file, hastily downloaded and left in a temporary folder. It was a personnel roster, a list of names and photos. It was the New Elysian, the organization rebuilt after San Lorenzo. My eyes scanned the faces. Then I stopped. My blood turned to ice. Staring back at me from the screen was a face I knew as well as my own. It was the face of the man who had pulled me out of a ditch in Kosovo, who had shared a bottle of whiskey in a safe house in Cairo, who I had trusted with my life a dozen times over. David D. His code name was listed as Sentinel. His status was active. His assignment was listed simply as asset reclamation. He wasn't just an Elysian. He was one of its core members. The betrayal was so profound, so absolute. It felt like a physical blow. Evan's death, my exile, the entire bloody path. Had David known? Had he helped plan it? The room tilted. I gripped the edge of the desk, my knuckles white. The virus in their system was nothing compared to the one now raging in my mind. The hunt had just become infinitely more personal, and the enemy was a ghost from my own past. I closed the laptop, my hand trembling not from fear, but from a white-hot rage that demanded a target. David. Sentinel. The names echoed, a brutal mantra that rewrote my entire history. Every shared mission, every quiet laugh in a dark corner of a bar, every time I'd watched his back, it was all a lie. A long, elaborate performance. He had been in the room when we planned the Siren's Call extraction. He knew every move we were going to make before we made it. The rain lashed against the windows of the guest house, a frantic drumming that matched the pulse in my temples. I Had to get out. Now, the discovery of this laptop, even with my careful cleanup, would eventually be noticed. They would know someone had been inside their sanctum. The noose was tightening, but it was tightening around them too. I slipped back into the storm, the cold water a shock that barely registered. My mind was a chessboard, the pieces shifting. David's presence changed everything. He knew my methods, my patterns, my strengths. He would anticipate my moves. I had to become unpredictable, to act in a way the old me, the me he knew, never would. Instead of retreating to the motel, I drove to a public library in the next town over. I used a terminal there, layering proxies, to access a dead-drop server I hadn't touched in years. It was a channel for burn notices, for messages from the grave. I composed a short, simple message, encrypted with a key only David and I had ever possessed. It contained no text, only a set of coordinates and a time, 24 hours from now. The coordinates were for a remote overlook on the opposite side of the Hudson, a place with a clear line of sight to the Orpheus estate, a place for a conversation or a confrontation. It was a risk of monumental proportions. He could bring a full tactical team. He could simply not show. But I was counting on his ego, on the part of him that would need to look me in the eye and explain, or more likely, finish what he started in San Lorenzo. He would see it as a chance to tie up the last loose end himself. The next day was an exercise in stillness. I sat in a diner. I walked through a supermarket. I did all the things a normal person would do, all while feeling like a bomb about to detonate. The appointed time came as the sun began to set, painting the sky in hues of orange and purple. I was in position early, nestled in the rocks with a high-powered rifle, the estate a distant, glittering toy across the wide expanse of the river. He came alone. A single figure emerged from the trees on the other side, standing at the edge of the cliff. Even through the scope, I could recognize his posture, the set of his shoulders. He raised his hands, empty, and then pointed to his ear. A moment later, my burner phone vibrated. An unknown number. I answered. His voice was exactly as I remembered, a calm, steady baritone that had once been a source of comfort. Now it was a weapon. I knew you'd figure it out eventually. You were always the best of us. Don't. I said, the word tight and sharp. Just tell me why. He was silent for a long moment. I could see him looking out over the water, toward me. It wasn't personal. It was evolution. Elysian isn't the monster you think it is. We're not chaos. We're order. We're the necessary check on a world spiraling into anarchy. Evan couldn't see that. He was a romantic, clinging to an outdated ideal of nations and flags. So you murdered him. We retired an obstacle, just like I'm going to retire you, old friend. His tone never changed. It was still reasonable, almost sorrowful. You should have stayed dead. The life you're living now, it's not a life. It's a ghost story. You're wrong, I said, my finger resting lightly on the trigger. The crosshairs were centered on his chest. Ghosts can't be killed. Nah. I took the shot. The crack of the rifle echoed across the river. But I had aimed not for him, but for the rock at his feet. Chips of stone exploded. He flinched, stumbling back, his composure finally broken. It was a message. I could have killed him. I chose not to. I let him see that. Then I stood up, a clear silhouette against the darkening sky, and lowered the rifle. I wanted him to see me. I wanted him to know that the ghost was real, and that it was coming for everything he had built. I turned and walked away, leaving him standing there, a solitary figure on the cliff, knowing that the war between us was now, finally, and irrevocably, declared. Story 2. The first tremor was a tiny, silent earthquake in the muscle of her thumb, a faint flutter beneath the skin as she held the book. Liz set the heavy volume down on the wooden desk. the thud absorbed by the deep quiet of the library. She flexed her hand, watching the pale skin stretch over her knuckles. It was nothing, just fatigue. The long hours of solitary research in the hushed, tomb-like atmosphere of the special collections room. But the feeling lingered, a nervous current humming just under her surface, a warning from her own body that she was on the verge of something, standing at a precipice she had not yet learned to see. The book was a memoir, privately published, its green cloth cover faded to the color of moss on a forgotten headstone. The title, "The Silent Pages," was embossed in gold letters that had dulled with time. She had found it by accident, her fingers trailing along a bottom shelf in a corner no one ever visited, a place where the air smelled of slow decay and settled dust. She opened it again. The paper was thick, brittle, whispering secrets with every turn. The author's name was printed simply on the frontispiece, Christina Leclerc. Liz began to read, and the world of the library, with its fluorescent hum and the distant sound of a cart being wheeled across linoleum, dissolved. She was no longer in a small New England town. She was in Paris in the spring of 1942, and the air was thick with the smell of fear and damp stone. Christina felt the cold first, always the cold. It seeped up from the stone floors of the library through the thin soles of her shoes and coiled around her bones. It was a different cold than a natural winter. This one carried the scent of black leather and coal smoke, and something metallic, like the edge of a bayonet. She stood at her post by the main desk, her hands neatly folded, watching the officers. They moved through the stacks with a proprietary air, their boots clicking a precise, alien rhythm against the parquet. They were not readers. They were auditors. Their eyes scanned the shelves not for stories or knowledge, but for sedition. Her refuge was the back room, a place officially designated for cataloging and repair. Here, the air was warm with the smell of paper, glue, and old leather. Here, with Marcel and Sophie, the silence was a conspiracy. Marcel, old enough to be her father, with spectacles perched on the end of his nose, would look up from his workbench, his eyes meeting hers over a pile of damaged spines. No words were needed. Sophie, young and fierce with a bird-like quickness, would brush past her, a hidden note pressed from her palm into Christina's. The note, always folded the same way, a tight, sharp square. Christina would feel its crisp edges against her skin as she slipped it into the pocket of her dress. The weight of it was negligible, yet it felt as heavy as a stone. Later, in the privacy of the tiny lavatory, she would unfold it. The handwriting was always different, a safety precaution, a title, an author, a Dewey Decimal number that did not exist in the official catalog. It was a request, an order, a quiet act of defiance. Her task was to retrieve the book from its hiding place, a false panel at the back of a shelf of outdated encyclopedias. She would slide the book, its cover often disguised with a bland, innocuous title, into her leather satchel. The walk home was the most dangerous part. Every corner, every shadowed doorway, every pair of eyes felt like a threat. Her heart would hammer a frantic rhythm against her ribs, a drum beat of terror that she was sure was audible in the quiet streets. She felt the eyes on her, the phantom gaze of the occupiers, a pressure against the back of her neck. She learned to keep her face a placid mask, her steps measured and unhurried, even as the nervous tremor started up in her hand, the one that clutched the strap of her satchel. Liz looked up from the page, her breath held. The description was so vivid she could feel the cobblestones of the Paris street beneath her own feet, smell the ghost of coal smoke. She rubbed her thumb, the same thumb that had trembled minutes before. It was steady now. She read on. The books were not just for information. They were lifelines. They were passed to a professor who had lost his post, a writer whose words were now illegal, a family hiding in a cramped apartment. Their world shrunk to a few rooms. The books were a reminder that another world existed, one of ideas and beauty and freedom, a world that had not been entirely extinguished. Christina saw the look in their eyes when she handed over the volume, a flicker of light in the profound darkness. It was a look that made the risk, the constant, gnawing fear, feel worthwhile. One evening, an officer came to the back room. He was younger than the others, his uniform seeming too large for his slender frame. His name was Lieutenant Vogel. He did not bark or demand. He spoke in a soft, cultured voice. He asked about their preservation techniques, about the acid content of the paper they used for repairs. He ran a gloved finger along the spine of a volume of Montaigne. His eyes, a pale, watery blue, lingered on Christina. He smiled. It was the most terrifying thing she had ever seen. He began to visit regularly. He would ask questions that were not quite questions. He would make observations that were not quite accusations. He created a space of exquisite tension around himself. The air grew cold when he was near. The familiar, comforting smells of the back room were overpowered by the scent of his cologne, something sharp and floral, like a flower found on a grave. He watched Christina's hands as she worked. He noted the slight tremor in her fingers as she applied glue to a binding. Liz felt a chill that had nothing to do with the library's air conditioning. She found herself reading faster, her heart picking up its pace. The predictable pattern of Christina's life, the rhythm of fear and small acts of courage, had been broken. The threat was no longer a faceless, booted force. It had a name. It had a soft voice and intelligent, watching eyes. One day, Vogel was there when a note was passed. Sophie, flustered, had brushed against Christina, but the transfer was clumsy. The tiny square of paper fluttered to the floor between them. For a suspended second, it lay there, a white accusation on the dark wood. Christina's blood turned to ice, but Vogel, who had been examining a map, simply turned and with the tip of his polished boot, nudged the paper aside as if it were a piece of lint. He said nothing. He did not even look at them. The monotony of the threat was worse than a sudden explosion of violence. The footsteps echoing once more through the stacks, the same polite, sinister inquiries, the same smile. The suspicion grew quietly, like a fungus in the dark. Weeks later, Marcel was not at his bench. His absence was a void, a silence louder than any bomb. Sophie's face was a bloodless mask. She whispered the news to Christina in the stacks, her lips barely moving. Gestapo. Taken in the night. The false panel had been discovered. The system was compromised. Christina did not go home that night. She walked. The streets of Paris were a labyrinth of shadows, every sound amplified, every flicker of movement a potential arrest. The tremor in her hand was a constant vibration now. She found herself by the Seine, watching the dark, sluggish water flow under the bridges. She thought of the books, all those words, all those voices. They had felt like weapons, but now they felt like ashes. She had the final book of the evening in her satchel, a collection of resistance poetry. It felt like a death warrant. She knew what she had to do. She could not go to the usual drop point. She could not go home. She had one address, memorized, a last resort given to her by Marcel, in a moment of grim foresight. She moved through the city like a ghost, her footsteps echoing once more. But this time they were the steps of a fugitive in her own life. Liz had to stop reading. Her throat was tight. She looked around the special collections room, at the serene, ordered shelves, and felt a wave of disorientation. The past felt more immediate, more real than the present. She stood up, her legs stiff, and walked to the window. The town outside was quiet, leafy, and safe. It was a world away from occupied Paris. And yet, Christina's fear was a live wire, sparking across the decades, touching her. She thought of her own family's silence, the way her grandmother would change the subject when asked about the old country. The way her father would clam up, his face closing like a door at any mention of the war. It was a weight she had always felt, but never understood. A legacy of things unsaid, of memories too painful to be spoken. Christina's story was beginning to feel like a key to a lock she had always carried inside her. She returned to the book, her hunger for the story now a physical need. Christina found the address, a small, shabby building in a forgotten corner of the city. She knocked, a pattern Marcel had taught her. The door opened a crack. An eye, dark and fearful, looked out. Then the door opened wider, and she was pulled inside. The apartment was dark, smelling of boiled cabbage and damp. A man and a woman, their faces etched with a permanent anxiety, looked at her. She wordlessly handed over the book of poetry. The man took it, his hands trembling as badly as hers. It was not a triumphant moment. It was a transaction of pure desperation. She knew she could not stay. She could not go back. She was a loose thread, and Vogel would be pulling on it. She spent the night in the cold, huddled in the doorway of a church, the tremor in her hand, a constant companion. In the morning, with a clarity born of utter exhaustion, she went to the library. It was the only place she had left. Vogel was waiting for her at her desk. He was sitting in her chair. He smiled that terrible, gentle smile. "Mademoiselle Leclerc," he said, "you look tired. You have had a long night, perhaps." The interrogation unfolded not in a Gestapo cellar, but in the quiet of the back room. It was a ritual of polite menace. He did not shout. He did not threaten. He asked the same questions, over and over in different ways. He laid out the evidence with the precision of a scholar. The missing books, the false panel, Marcel's arrest, her own movements. He spoke of the power of words, of their danger. He complimented her courage, her dedication. It was an obsessive, unending circle of logic that tightened slowly, inexorably, around her. He was not trying to get a confession. He already had one. He was dissecting her spirit. Liz read the account of the interrogation with a feeling of suffocation. The ending was not a dramatic shootout or a last-minute escape. Christina was arrested. She was sent to a camp. The memoir ended abruptly after that, with only a few spare pages describing the journey in a cattle car. The smell of unwashed bodies and despair, the feeling of the book, her last book, being torn from her hands. The final sentence was, "The pages are silent now, but the words are still screaming inside me." Liz closed the book. She felt hollowed out, devastated. The story was over, but it wasn't. The tremor was back in her hand. Christina's story was a ghost, and it was haunting her. She looked at the frontispiece again. Christina Leclerc, ... The name meant nothing to her. And yet, it meant everything. She went home, the green memoir tucked under her arm. The house was quiet. Her father was in his study. She stood in the doorway, watching him. He was looking at an old photo album, his shoulders slumped. She had never seen him look so tired. "Dad," she said. Her voice was a whisper. He looked up, startled, and quickly closed the album. "Liz, I didn't hear you come in." She walked into the room and placed the green book on his desk. He stared at it as if it were a venomous snake. "Where did you get that?" he asked, his voice tight. "The library. It was in special collections." She took a breath. Who was Christina Leclerc? The silence in the room was profound. It was the silence of decades, of secrets buried deep. Her father's face crumpled. He looked old, suddenly, and broken. He opened the album he had been looking at. He pointed to a photograph of a severe-looking woman with dark hair and familiar eyes. "Your great-aunt," he said. "My mother's sister." He took a deep, shuddering breath. "She never came back. After the war, my mother, she never spoke of her. It was too painful. She changed our name when they came to America. She wanted to forget. She wanted us to be safe. Liz picked up the green book. It was not just a story. It was her story. Her family's story. The weight of memory, the cultural legacy she had felt but never seen, was now solid in her hands. The tremor in her thumb was not a random spasm. It was an inheritance. It was the echo of Christina's fear, her courage, her silent, screaming words passed down through the bloodline. She understood now why the story had called to her from the shelf. It was a ghost that needed to be laid to rest, not by forgetting, but by remembering. The predictable pattern of her family's investigation into its own past was over. The interrogation of silence was complete. The case was not closed, but it was no longer a mystery. It was a truth, and it was hers to carry now. She held the book to her chest, feeling the hard cover against her heart. Outside, the safe, quiet town went about its business, oblivious to the wars that are never truly over. The battles that are fought in the silent pages of books and the quiet corners of the heart. The story was ended, but for Liz, it was just beginning. The words had finally stopped screaming. Now, they were speaking only to her. He did not ask her what was in the book. He seemed to already know. He just looked at it, his fingers resting on the closed album. Two different testaments to the same unbearable past. Liz wanted to ask 100 questions, but they all died in her throat. The answers were in the slump of his shoulders, in the way he could not meet her eyes for long. "I have to know more," she said, her voice firmer now. "I have to know everything." Her father nodded slowly, a gesture of profound defeat. "Your grandmother left a box," he said. "She told me to destroy it. I couldn't. It's in the attic." The attic was a place of forgotten things, smelling of dust and cedar. The box was a simple cardboard container, tucked behind an old rolled-up carpet. It was heavier than it looked. She carried it down to her room and placed it on her bed. Inside, there was no more narrative, no neat story like the one in the green book. There was only evidence, a small, tarnished silver locket containing a picture of a young woman who was unmistakably Christina. A few letters, written in a language she did not understand. The script faded and spidery, and a small, cloth-bound notebook, its pages blank. She almost put the notebook aside, thinking it empty. But as she fanned the pages, she saw the faint, ghostly impressions left on them. A pencil had been used on a previous page, now torn out, and its pressure had left scars on the sheets beneath. She held it at an angle to the lamplight, her shadow falling across the page. Slowly, carefully, words began to appear like spirits summoned from the paper. It was a list. Titles, authors, dates. It was Christina's record. The secret catalog of the books she had saved, the words she had smuggled. And at the bottom of the last page, a different pressure. A message etched in desperation for someone, for anyone, to find. It was not a scream, but a whisper. A name. Vogeldattertun. Liz sat on the edge of her bed, the notebook in her hands. The tremor was back, a faint, persistent buzz in her thumb, a live connection to the woman in the locket. The story was not just in the past. The officer, with the soft voice and the terrible smile, had a name. He had survived too. The war had ended, but he had walked away, and her great-aunt had not. The injustice of it was a cold, hard stone in her stomach. She looked at the blank page in the notebook. It was not an end. It was a new page. Her page. Her father's silence, her grandmother's grief, her own unexplained anxiety. It all flowed from this single poison source. Christina's story was not a relic to be filed away in a library. It was a debt that had come due. She picked up a pencil. She did not know what she would write, what she could possibly do. But she pressed the tip to the first blank page, feeling the ghost of Christina's own hand guiding hers. The story was not over. It was her turn to speak for the silent. The investigation was now her own. The first mark she made was not a word, but a line, a dark score across the pale paper. It was a commitment. She spent the rest of the night online, her search queries feeling both futile and dangerous. Vogel, Lieutenant, Gestapo, Paris. She wrote his name down. She wanted someone to know. He sighed, a long, slow exhalation of resignation. My mother, your grandmother, she received a letter. After the war, from the Red Cross, it confirmed Christina's death in the camp. That was all. She never wanted any more than that. She said knowing the details would only give the monsters a face, and she did not want to give them that power in her mind. Liz thought of the soft voice, the cultured smile, the polished boot nudging the note. The monster already had a face. It was the face of polite, obsessive evil, and it was a face she now felt compelled to find, even if only in a photograph, to pin the ghost down. She resumed her search with a new fervor, scouring online databases of captured German personnel photos. She looked for university alumni records from before the war, thinking he might have been a student of the humanities, a scholar turned jailer. She found nothing. Carl Vogel remained a name on a list, a set of facts without a face. It was a dead end. She sat in her room, the green memoir, the notebook, and the single printout spread before her like evidence in an unsolvable case. The tremor in her hand was quiet. She felt drained, the adrenaline of the hunt replaced by a hollow ache. Her father was right. This was a path that led only to a cliff edge overlooking an empty sea. She picked up the locket, clicking it open. The young woman with the serious eyes stared out, frozen in time. Liz traced the face with her finger. I'm sorry, she whispered. I tried. It was then, in the quiet of her defeat, that she noticed the back of the locket. It was engraved with tiny, intricate letters, so small she had missed them before. It wasn't a name. It was a phrase in French. Pour se, contre l'oubli. For see, against forgetting. It was not Christina's message. It was a message for her, from her grandmother. A quiet, desperate plea passed down, hidden in plain sight. Her grandmother had not wanted to give the monster a face, but she had also could not bear for her sister to be truly forgotten. She had preserved the evidence, she had hidden the locket, and she had etched this tiny, powerful command onto it. Liz closed the locket, holding it tightly in her palm. The investigation was not about finding Vogel anymore. It was about fulfilling the command, against forgetting. She looked at the blank page in the cloth-bound notebook. She picked up her pencil again. This time, she began to write. She started with the facts she knew. Christina Leclerc, dot pass. Librarian, resistant. Betrayed by Carl Vogel. She wrote not for a court of law, but for memory itself. She was bearing witness. The story would not end in the attic or in a forgotten file. It would continue here in her own hand, a new voice added to the chorus against the silence. The work was not over. It had simply changed form. She wrote until her hand cramped, filling the page with the stark, dry facts. But facts were not enough. She needed the texture, the smell, the sound of it. She needed to see the places where it happened. The decision formed with a quiet certainty. She would go to Paris. Telling her father was the hardest part. He listened, his expression unreadable, as she explained about the locket, the inscription, her need to walk those streets. He didn't try to stop her. He just went to his desk, wrote a check, and handed it to her. For the plane ticket, he said, your grandmother would have wanted this. I was just too afraid to do it myself. A month later, Liz stood on the Pont Neuf, the same bridge Christina had crossed on her last night of freedom. The city was beautiful, bustling, and utterly transformed. Yet, as she walked towards the Latin Quarter, she felt the past pressing in. The library was still there, a grand, imposing building. She didn't go inside. She just stood across the street, watching students come and go, and tried to imagine a young woman with a satchel full of forbidden poetry and a tremor in her hand. She found the address of the safe house from the memoir. The shabby building was gone, replaced by a sleek, modern apartment block. She found the church where Christina had huddled in the doorway. It was clean and bright, tourists filing in and out. There were no ghosts here, only the relentless forward march of time. A feeling of futility began to creep over her. She was chasing shadows. On her last day, more from a sense of duty than hope, she visited the Memorial de la Shoah. She moved through the exhibits, the photographs of stolen lives, the walls of names. It was overwhelming. A vast ocean of individual sorrow. She felt small and insignificant. In a quiet corner, there was a terminal where visitors could search for specific names. She typed in Christina Leclerc. The record appeared. Name died. Date of birth. Date of deportation. Camp Batoy. Confirmation was a cold, formal blow. She was about to turn away when she noticed a link at the bottom of the entry. Associated digital artifacts. She clicked it. There was a single document. A scan of a typed list. A roster of prisoners on a transport. Next to Christina's name, in the margin, was a small handwritten notation. It was in German. She squinted at the cursive script, her breath catching in her throat. It read, Sonderbehandlung für Bibliothekarin. Special treatment for the librarian. The words were bureaucratic, clinical, and utterly chilling. They could only mean one thing. Vogel had not forgotten her. He had singled her out even here, at the edge of the abyss. This was not the end of her search. It was a turn down a darker, more terrible path. The monster was no longer a ghost. He was a man who had taken the time to ensure a final, personal cruelty. Liz printed the document, her hand steady now, her purpose hardened into something cold and sharp. She would find him, not for justice, which was impossible, but for truth. She would find out what he did, and she would make sure the world knew his name, not as a ghost, but as a man. The quiet investigation was over. The hunt had begun. Back in her hotel room, the printed document felt like a live wire on the desk. Sonderbehandlung. The term was a euphemism, but in this context, it was a death sentence, personally delivered. Vogel had reached across time and space to deliver one last, vicious blow. Liz realized her search could no longer be passive, a matter of archives and old lists. She needed to understand the man, his methods, his mind. She spent her last night in Paris at the terminal, her flight forgotten. She searched for Karl Vogel not as a war criminal, but as a person. She looked for birth records, for any trace of his life before the war. The name was still too common, a needle in a haystack of digital ghosts. Frustrated, she returned to the roster, to the handwritten note. There was a quality to the script, a particular flourish on the capitals. It was distinctive. On a whim, she searched for German handwriting analysis of the period, for examples of script taught in specific schools or used in certain professions. It was a long shot, a historian's desperate gamble. Hours later, bleary-eyed, she found a forum dedicated to the deciphering of old German documents. She uploaded a cropped image of the notation, asking if anyone recognized the stylistic quirks. She didn't expect a quick reply, but within an hour, a user named Archivarius responded. This is current schrift, but with a particular elegance. The flourish on the S is atypical. I've seen similar style in documents from individuals with a legal background, specifically those who studied at Heidelberg before the war. It was a kind of affectation among a certain set. Heidelberg. Law. Dot. It was a thread, thin but strong. Liz felt a jolt of adrenaline. She booked a new flight, not home, but to Berlin. The Central Federal Archives held personnel records, the brittle paper trail of the Reich. It was a long shot, but it was all she had. In Berlin, the process was slow, mediated by clerks and forms. She requested access to records for Karl Vogel, born circa 1910-1920, with a possible connection to Heidelberg University and a rank of Oberleutnant. She waited for 2 days in a sterile reading room. Finally, a folder was brought to her. It was thin. Inside was his personnel file. A photograph was clipped to the first page. She stared at it, her blood running cold. He was younger than she had imagined, with a sharp, intelligent face and light eyes that held no expression. He was handsome in a severe way. This was the face of the soft voice, the polite menace. This was the man who had dissected her great-aunt's spirit. She read the typed pages. Born 1914. Heidelberg University, Faculty of Law. Joined the Sicherheitsdienst, the SD, the intelligence arm of the SS. His efficiency reports were glowing. Intellectually gifted, one superior wrote. Particularly adept at the interrogation and breakdown of ideological opponents. He was a specialist, a craftsman of confession. The file ended in 1945. There was a final note, presumed deceased in the Battle of Berlin. It was a common fate, a convenient disappearance for thousands. But the note on the transport roster was dated after the Battle of Berlin. He had survived. The file was a lie, or at least an assumption. Liz left the archive, the photograph of Vogel burning a hole in her mind. He had not died a soldier's death in the ruins of Berlin. He had lived long enough to personally annotate Christina's final journey. He had escaped. The hunt was no longer a historical exercise. It was a pursuit. She would follow the trail of this intelligent, cruel man as far as it would go, into the heart of the post-war darkness. And she would not stop until she found where his long, quiet life had ended. The story demanded it. The trail went cold for 6 months. The presumed death in Berlin was a brick wall, a narrative convenience that had swallowed countless lives, both guilty and innocent. Liz returned home, the photograph of Vogel pinned to the bulletin board above her desk. She took a job at a local historical society. Her passion for the past now sharpened into a single, focused blade. She spent her evenings scouring digitized immigration records, South American passenger lists, and declassified CIA files on ratlines. She looked for any Karl Vogel, any K. Vogel, any variation that fit his age and profile. Her father watched her quiet obsession with growing concern. "Liz," he said one evening, finding her surrounded by printouts, "you have to live your own life. You've done more than anyone could ask." She just shook her head, pointing to the young, serious face on her wall. "He lived his life, Dad. He lived it after he did what he did. I just need to know how long." The break came from an unexpected direction. Archivarius, the user from the German handwriting forum, sent her a private message. He had been researching a different, unrelated figure from the SD, and had found a cache of personal letters seized by American forces in 1945. One of them, signed by a KV, mentioned a cousin who owned a small printing press in Buenos Aires. The handwriting was a perfect match for the note on the transport roster. Buenos Aires. The name was a cliché, but it was also a fact. A destination for those with stained pasts and a desperate need for new beginnings. Liz felt a strange calm settle over her. This was it. She knew it. Using her research skills, she tracked the printing press. It had existed under the cousin's name until the late 1950s. She then began the painstaking process of searching Argentine immigration and census records. She found him. Karl Vogel, listed as a technician, arriving in 1948. He had married an Argentine woman in 1952. He had died in 1987. The obituary in a local German-language newspaper was brief. It mentioned he was a widower, a quiet man, a member of a local chess club. It said he was predeceased by his only son, Klaus, in 1978. Liz booked a flight to Buenos Aires. She didn't know what she expected to find. A grave to spit on, a house to stand before, some final, tangible proof of a life built on the ashes of millions. She found his apartment building in a quiet, unassuming neighborhood. She found his grave in a well-kept cemetery, a simple, weathered headstone beside his wife and son. All. There were no flowers. She stood there for a long time, the humid air thick in her lungs. The monster was not here. He was just bones in the ground. The rage she had carried, the cold, sharp purpose, had nowhere to go. It simply dissipated, leaving her feeling hollow and terribly tired. On a whim, she visited the address of the old chess club mentioned in the obituary. It was now a small, trendy cafe. She went inside, ordered a coffee, and sat at a small table, the ghost of Vogel sitting across from her, a phantom opponent in a game she could never win. An elderly man at the next table noticed her looking at the old photographs on the wall. "You are interested in the history?" he asked in accented English. She nodded. "I was looking for someone, a man named Carl Vogel. He played chess here." The old man's face lit with recognition. "Ah, Vogel, yes. A very quiet man, very smart. He taught my son chess for a time. A tragedy about his boy." He leaned closer, his voice dropping. "Klaus was a journalist, a brave one. He was asking too many questions about the old generals who came here after the war. They called it a car accident. Vogel was never the same after that. He just faded away." Liz froze, her coffee cup halfway to her lips. The world tilted. Vogel, the torturer, had raised a son who fought for the truth. That son had been killed, likely by the very kind of men his father had escaped with. The irony was so profound, so brutal. It felt like a physical blow. There was no justice in this story, only a tangled, unbearable web of cause and effect, of sins visited upon the children. She finished her coffee and walked out into the Buenos Aires sun. She took the photograph of the young Carl Vogel from her bag and tore it into small pieces, letting them fall into a trash can on the street. She had her answer. He had not gotten away with anything. He had lived a life of quiet desperation, haunted by his own past and punished by a future he could never have imagined. It was not the ending she had wanted, but it was the truth. And as she walked back to her hotel, she finally understood her grandmother's command. It was not about vengeance. It was about carrying the story, the whole, terrible, complicated story, so that the forgetting would never be complete. Her work was done. The flight home was long and quiet. The hum of the jet engines was a dull echo of the frantic thoughts that had driven her for over a year. She looked out the window at the endless blue below and saw not an ocean, but a gulf of time, separating her world from the one of polished boots and handwritten death sentences. She had gone looking for a monster and found a man, a father, a ghost in a cafe. The clarity of her hatred was gone, replaced by a heavy, nuanced sorrow. Her father met her at the airport. He searched her face, looking for the feverish intensity that had consumed her for months. He saw only a deep, weary calm. He didn't ask any questions. He just took her bag and drove her home. A week later, Liz went up to the attic. The trunk was still there, the air still thick with dust and memory. She took out the green memoir, the locket, and her own cloth-bound notebook, now filled with her writing. She brought them down to her room and placed them on her desk, arranging them not as evidence for a trial, but as pieces of a story. She opened a new document on her computer. She began to type. She wrote about Christina, the librarian with the tremor in her hand. She wrote about the soft-voiced officer who appreciated poetry and administered torture. She wrote about the long silence after the war, the hidden locket, and the plea etched on its back. She wrote about her search, the dead ends, the cold archives, and the final shocking discovery in a sun-drenched cemetery and a Buenos Aires cafe. She wrote about Klaus Vogel, the son who sought truth and died for it, becoming his father's unwitting judge and executioner. She did not write it as an accusation or a manifesto. She wrote it as a testament, a weaving together of all of the broken threads. She submitted it to a small journal dedicated to historical biography. It was published 3 months later under the title Against Forgetting. The response was quiet, but profound. A few historians wrote to her, thanking her for the nuanced portrait. A woman whose own grandmother had been in the same camp as Christina sent a letter, saying that reading the story had given her a new understanding of the complex, lingering poison of that time. One afternoon, her father came into her room. He was holding the journal. His eyes were red-rimmed. "I read it," he said, his voice thick. "All of it." He sat on the edge of her bed, the journal resting on his knees. "I spent my whole life being afraid of this, of opening this box. I thought it was full of monsters. You showed me it was full of people. That's so much worse and so much more important." Liz nodded, her throat tight. She picked up the locket and clicked it open. The young woman with the serious eyes stared out. Liz no longer felt the desperate need to apologize. She felt a connection, a thread pulled taut across the decades. The work was not about hunting or hating. It was about seeing, fully and completely, and then carrying that vision forward. The story was now a part of her, and she would be its keeper. The following spring, on a day when the cherry blossoms were just beginning to scatter, a padded envelope arrived in the mail. The return address was in Germany. Inside, carefully wrapped in tissue paper, was a small, leather-bound book. A note was tucked inside the front cover. It was from Archivarius. He explained that after reading her article, he had been inspired to delve deeper into his own family's papers. This book, he wrote, had belonged to his grandfather, who had been a low-level clerk in the SD's administrative apparatus. It was not an official log, but a personal diary, filled with mundane details and coded anxieties. He thought she might find a particular entry interesting. Her hands trembled slightly as she turned the brittle pages. The entry was dated just weeks after Christina's deportation. The clerk wrote of the oppressive atmosphere in the office, of a specific tension surrounding Oberleutnant Vogel. He mentioned a rumor, whispered behind closed doors, that Vogel had personally intervened to have a female prisoner, a French librarian, separated from the main group upon arrival at the camp. The stated reason was for further interrogation. But the clerk had his doubts. He noted that Vogel had been unusually volatile for days beforehand, and that after the order was processed, he had retreated into a cold, impenetrable silence. The clerk speculated in his neat, frightened script that it was not about information. It was about something else, something personal. A final, cruel assertion of power, a punishment for a defiance he could not forget. Liz closed the book. She looked at the locket on her desk. This was the last piece. Vogel had not just signed a form. He had made a phone call. He had pulled a string in the bureaucratic machine to ensure that Christina's end was not anonymous. He had ensured he was the last thing she saw. The confirmation was horrifying, but it was also complete. The story was now a whole, terrible circle. She took the book, her own published article, and the locket, and she placed them all back inside her grandmother's trunk. She did not do it to hide them away, but to signify that this chapter was now bound, its narrative spine solid and unbreakable. The trunk was no longer a source of dread, but a reliquary. She knew she would open it again, to show her own children one day, to tell them the story not as a ghost story, but as a history of people, flawed and complex and capable of both great courage and bottomless cruelty. The silence had been broken, and in its place was not a single shout, but a sustained, clear note that would now be carried forward, a family heirloom more precious than any jewel. She went back to her work at the Historical Society, but her focus had shifted. She began a new project, cataloging the small, quiet histories of the town, the stories that were not of monsters or heroes, but of ordinary people navigating impossible times. She found a deep satisfaction in the work, in the gentle act of preservation. One afternoon, she was sorting through a box of letters from a local family who had lived through the Great Depression. The script was looping and difficult to read, but she persevered, her patience now a well-honed tool. As she deciphered a passage about a lost job and a shared meal with neighbors, she realized the cold, sharp thing inside her had truly melted away. It had been replaced by a profound and enduring empathy, a connection to the vast, struggling human tapestry. She was no longer just a hunter. She was a historian, a keeper of stories, and in that, she had found a peace that vengeance could never have provided. The past was not a beast to be slain, but a landscape to be understood, and in understanding it, she had finally learned how to live with it, and how to live beyond it. The new project grounded her in a way she had not anticipated. The grand, horrific narrative of Carl Vogel and Christina had been a mountain she needed to climb. But these local stories were the soil beneath her feet. She documented the lives of farmers who had weathered dust storms, of shopkeepers who had extended credit to their starving neighbors, of families who had lost sons to wars on foreign soil. Each file she created, each letter she transcribed, felt like a small act of resistance against the vast, indifferent tide of forgetting. One evening she was walking home through the park, the last of the sunset staining the sky. She passed the old stone library, its windows glowing warmly. On a bench out front, an elderly man was feeding pigeons, his movements slow and deliberate. He looked up as she passed, and his eyes, pale and intelligent, seemed to see right through her. For a heart-stopping second, she saw Carl Vogel in the sharp line of his jaw, in the cool assessment of his gaze. The ghost had followed her home, but the moment passed. The man smiled, a gentle, crinkling expression, and tossed another handful of crumbs. Liz nodded in return and walked on, her pulse slowing. The ghost was not in the man, but in her own memory, a permanent resident now. She understood that she would carry these echoes for the rest of her life, not as a burden, but as a part of her own history. They were the counterpoint to the quiet stories of her town, the dark harmony that gave the lighter melodies their meaning. She reached her apartment, poured a glass of water, and stood by the window, watching the lights of the town flicker on one by one. Each one was a story, and she was here to listen. She spent the next morning at the Historical Society, carefully placing a collection of donated World War II ration books into acid-free sleeves. The work was methodical and calming. Her colleague, Sarah, poked her head into the workroom. "There's a gentleman here to see you," she said, her voice tinged with a curious formality. "He asked for you specifically. Says it's about an article you wrote." Liz felt a familiar cold prickle at the back of her neck. She walked out to the public reading room. A tall, elderly man stood by the front desk, leaning heavily on a polished wooden cane. He was impeccably dressed in a dark suit, his white hair combed back from a high forehead. His posture was rigid, military. He turned as she approached, and his eyes, a piercing faded blue, fixed on her. They were the eyes from the photograph, aged by decades, but unmistakably sharp and assessing. "Fräulein Becker," he said, his voice a dry, accented rasp. It was not the soft voice from Christina's memory, but it held the same precise, controlled quality. "My name is Klaus Vogel. I believe you knew my father." The world seemed to slow, the hum of the fluorescent light suddenly deafening. Klaus Vogel, Dr. Nell, the son, the journalist, the one who had died in a car accident in 1978. She could only stare, her mind reeling, unable to form a single word. The obituary, the old man in the cafe, it was all a lie, a layer of protection. He had not been killed. He had disappeared, just like his father. He seemed to read her shock. A faint, grim smile touched his lips. "The reports of my death were greatly exaggerated," he said, echoing Mark Twain with a chilling casualness. "It was necessary. May we speak somewhere private? I have something for you." Numbly, Liz led him to a small, private research room, her heart hammering against her ribs. He lowered himself into a chair with a slow, pained grace, laying his cane across the table. He placed a small, worn leather notebook on the surface between them. "I read your article," he began, his hands resting on the cane. "It's very thorough. You found things even I did not know. My father never spoke of the war. He was a ghost in our house, a man who played chess and flinched at loud noises." He paused, his gaze drifting to the window. "I became a journalist to understand the silence he came from. I hunted the old monsters, the ones who lived in plain sight. I became a threat. The accident was arranged. I was warned just in time. I had been living in Canada for 40 years. Liz finally found her voice, a hoarse whisper. "Why are you here?" "Because you deserve the rest of the story," he said, tapping the leather notebook. "This was my father's. He started it the year after I was born. It is not a confession. It is an explanation of a kind. He wrote about the fear, the constant calculation, the price of a life built on a lie. He loved my mother. He loved me. And he lived every day in terror that we would discover who he had been, and that his love for us..." He slid the notebook across the table. "He mentions your great aunt. Only once. He calls her the librarian. He wrote that her defiance was the one clean thing he ever witnessed. He could not break it, and he could not forget it. His intervention at the camp was not an act of cruelty. It was an act of cowardice. He could not bear the thought of her being processed into the anonymous mass. He had to see that his failure was real." Klaus Vogel stood up, his movements stiff. "I am not here to ask for your forgiveness. There is none to be had. I am here because you, like me, are a keeper of the truth. My father's truth is in that book. It changes nothing. But it completes the picture. But it completes the picture." He turned and walked out of the room, his cane tapping a slow, retreating rhythm on the linoleum floor. Liz sat alone for a long time, her hand resting on the cold, worn leather. She did not open it immediately. She knew that inside was not a monster, nor a man, but the voice of the ghost that had haunted two families across a century. And she knew, with a certainty that settled deep into her bones, that her work was not, and would never be, truly done. The notebook felt heavy, a dense core of unread history in the quiet room. Liz did not move. The sound of Klaus Vogel's cane had faded, but his presence remained, a chilling aftershock that rearranged everything she thought she knew. The son had not been a victim. He was a survivor, another man forced into the shadows by the long, cold reach of the past. The story had not ended in Buenos Aires. It had simply grown another, more complex branch. After a long while, she picked up the notebook. The leather was soft and supple with age. She carried it back to her desk, placing it beside her keyboard. She did not open it. She was not ready. The finality she had felt, the peace she had carved out for herself, felt fragile now. A thin veneer over a bottomless well. That night, the notebook sat on her nightstand. She dreamed of archives, endless corridors of filing cabinets that stretched into darkness. She woke with a start, the moonlight silvering the room. The outline of the notebook was stark against the wood. It was a demand. It was a gift. The next morning, she made tea and sat at her kitchen table. With a deep, steadying breath, she opened the cover. The handwriting was precise, Germanic. The ink faded to a rusty brown. It was not a diary of dates and events, but a bleak, internal landscape. Page after page detailed the suffocating vigilance of his new life, the panic at a stranger's glance, the terror in his wife's innocent questions about his family. "I am an actor on a stage with no exit," he wrote. "Every word is a line I have rehearsed. Every smile is a mask." She read of his love for his son, a love so fierce. It was a kind of agony. "When Klaus looks at me with his clear eyes, I see the man I should have been. I see the man I killed to get here." He wrote of chess, of the cold, logical beauty of the game, the only place where his mind could find any rest from the chaos of his own history. And then, near the end, she found it. The entry was brief, stripped of all emotion, as if the act of writing it had drained him completely. "Saw the librarian today in the transport list. A mistake. A bureaucratic error that should not have reached my desk. Her name was a punch to the gut. That face, the one that has haunted me, is now a piece of paper. They will process her. She will become a number. I cannot allow it. I must see it through. I called the commandant. I invoked an old debt. She will be separated for a special interrogation. My interrogation. It is the final move in our game. She defied me to the last, and now I will watch the light leave her eyes. This is not power. This is the final pathetic proof of my own defeat. She will die, and I will remain a ghost playing chess in a cafe, forever in check." Liz closed the book. There were no tears. There was only a vast, desolate understanding. The Archivarius's document had given her the fact. Vogel's own words gave her the truth. His act was one of profound, self-loathing weakness. He had not been a monster in that moment, but a broken man ensuring his own damnation. She took the notebook, walked to the trunk in the attic, and placed it inside. It was the last piece. The circle was not just complete. It was a closed loop of pain, stretching from Christina's cell to Vogel's cafe, to this quiet attic in a town an ocean away. She latched the trunk. The story was whole. It was a terrible, perfect, and awful thing, and it was hers to carry. She went downstairs and began to make dinner. The ordinary actions a deliberate anchor in the present. The past had spoken its last word to her. It was now her task to live in the world it had helped create. Story 3. The first thing she felt was the tremor in her left hand, a faint, involuntary vibration against the cool wood of the desk. It was a ghost in her machine, a relic of a night 20 years gone, and it only ever surfaced when the past was about to become present. Beth curled her fingers into a fist, pressing it against her thigh, but the phantom pulse continued, a tiny, frantic heartbeat against her leg. She was in her quiet apartment, the evening sun bleeding orange across the floorboards, and there was no immediate danger, only the email open on her screen. The subject line was simple, stark, regarding the Hollows case. The message was from a man named Leo, speaking on behalf of a group he called the Compass Point Society. They were researchers, he wrote, historians of the unresolved. They believed the truth of what happened to her family in that old farmhouse outside a town called Jericho Falls had been buried, not lost. They believed they could help her find it. And they believed, most of all, that her brother, Deshawn, who had been convicted on circumstantial evidence and his own sullen silence, was innocent. Reading those words, the tremor in her hand became a cold shiver that climbed the ladder of her spine. Deshawn. His name was a stone dropped into the still water of her carefully constructed life, and the ripples reached back through 2 decades. She remembered the policewoman, her voice soft as worn cotton, telling a 7-year-old Beth that she was a very brave girl. She remembered the smell of the station, of stale coffee and industrial cleaner, and the way the fluorescent lights hummed a flat, dead note. They had found her in the root cellar, hidden behind burlap sacks of potatoes, her small body curled into a ball. She had not made a sound. Upstairs, the world had ended. Her father, Robert, was in the kitchen, a single brutal wound to his head. Her mother, Mallory, was in the master bedroom, a portrait of violence that the newspapers, in their grim poetry, would later describe as overkill. And Desson, 16 years old, was found wandering down the dirt road a mile from the house, his hands and clothes stained with a rust brown that was not mud. The Compass Point Society met in a converted warehouse on the industrial edge of the city. The space was vast, the air smelling of old brick and new coffee. Exposed pipes snaked across the high ceiling, and one wall was a mosaic of case files, a tapestry of tragedy connected by a web of red string and pushpins. Leo was a man in his 40s with the eager, slightly feverish eyes of a true believer. He introduced her to the others. Clara, a former archivist with fingers permanently stained with newsprint, and Silas, a brooding man who rarely spoke, but whose gaze seemed to catalog every twitch of her face. "We are not here for closure, Beth," Leo said, his voice a low, confidential murmur. "Closure is a myth sold to the grieving. We are here for the pattern. The truth is a shape, and in your family's story, the shape is wrong. The conviction was too neat. The brother, the troubled teenager, the bloody hands. It placated a frightened town and overworked police force. But it doesn't fit the contours of the evidence. It doesn't account for the second set of footprints in the mud outside the kitchen door, the ones that were never tested. It doesn't explain the missing locket your mother always wore." Beth felt the room tilt slightly. The locket. She had forgotten about the locket. A small silver heart that Mallory had never taken off. She saw it now, glinting in the hollow of her mother's throat as she leaned down to kiss her goodnight. It was gone when they found her. The police had assumed the chain broke during the struggle, that it was lost in the chaos. They had searched, but the house was a charnel house. A missing trinket was the least of their concerns. Driven by a compunction she did not fully understand, Beth agreed to let them guide her. The first step was to see Desson. The state penitentiary was a monument to despair, a block of gray stone that seemed to absorb the light. The visiting room was a cacophony of muffled voices and the scrape of chairs on linoleum. When Desson was led in, shackled and wearing the drab uniform of the incarcerated, the air left her lungs. The angry, beautiful boy was gone, replaced by a man whose face was a roadmap of hard years. His eyes, the same shade of hazel as her own, held no warmth, only a deep, weary reserve. "Hello, Beth," he said, his voice roughened by cigarettes and silence. They sat, a chip table between them. "I'm looking into it again," she said. "The case." A faint, bitter smile touched his lips. "Why? You always believed I did it." "I was a child. I was scared. You saw me, Beth. You saw me that night. And what did I see, Desson? Tell me, what did I really see?" He looked down at his cuffed hands, then back at her, his gaze intense. "You saw what they wanted you to see. You saw what you had to see to survive. Memory is a funny thing. It doesn't record, it composes." He would say no more, retreating behind a wall of impenetrable calm. The meeting left her unsettled, the tremor in her hand returning with a vengeance as she walked out into the too bright sun. His words echoed in her mind. You saw what you had to see to survive. The Compass Point group, armed with fresh eyes and digital tools, began to pull at the threads. Clara found a witness statement from a neighbor, an old farmer named Harlan Moss, that had been largely dismissed. He claimed to have seen a strange truck, A dark pickup with a mismatched fender, parked near the end of the Hollow's long driveway earlier that evening. Silas, using satellite imagery and old land surveys, became obsessed with the property itself, with the lay of the land, the placement of the barn, the overgrown path that led to a derelict well. Their investigation was a slow, meticulous process, less a sprint and more an archaeological dig. Beth found herself spending hours in the warehouse, the static scenes of the case files becoming more real to her than her own apartment. Leo would point to a photograph of the kitchen, to the pattern of blood spatter on the wall. "See how it fans? This suggests the assailant was here, and your father was here. But the angle is wrong for the story they told. It suggests a third point of violence, a presence in the room that was never accounted for. The narrative they were building was one of subtle details and shifting perspectives. It was the texture of the worn floorboard in the hallway, grooved by generations of feet, and the way a single dusty sunbeam cut across the master bedroom, illuminating a scene of horror. It was the sound a screen door made, a weak, slapping sound against the frame, a sound she could still hear in her dreams. It was the smell of cut grass and coming rain that had been in the air that night, a clean, innocent smell that was forever corrupted. They convinced her to go back to Jericho Falls. The town had not so much died as it had decayed, like a tooth slowly rotting from the inside. The main street was a parade of boarded-up windows and faded ghost signs. The people were the same, their faces closed and suspicious. She felt their eyes on her as she drove through. A collective, silent judgment. The Hollow's property was at the end of a winding, unpaved road, the land reclaiming it inch by inch. The house was a skeleton, its white paint blistered and peeling, windows broken like dead eyes. Standing there, the weight of the place pressed down on her. The air was thick with the smell of damp rot and wild onion. She walked slowly, her feet crunching on gravel, each sense hyper-aware. She avoided the house itself, circling it instead, her gaze tracing the lines of the sagging porch, the rusted pump in the yard, the dark mouth of the barn. This was the descriptive, static center of her universe, this patch of neglected land. The mystery was not just in the people, but in the place itself. The way the late afternoon light threw the long, distorted shadow of the weather vane across the overgrown lawn. The way a floorboard on the porch groaned under her weight, with a sound like a tired sigh. The distant, lonely cry of a crow. The scene itself was the central character, and it held its secrets close. She found herself drawn to the old well, the one Silas had marked on his map. The stone lid was heavy, but with a great heave, she managed to shift it a few inches. The smell that rose from the darkness was cold and ancient. Using her phone as a flashlight, she peered down. The beam didn't reach the bottom, but it glinted off something metallic, something small and round, caught on a ledge a few feet down. Her breath hitched. With a trembling arm, she reached into the cool, damp darkness, her fingers brushing against cold stone, until they closed around a small, hard object. It was a locket, tarnished and caked with dirt, but unmistakable. The little silver heart her mother never took off. She did not go back to the city. She took a room at the only motel in town, the Sleepy Hollow, a name that felt like a cruel joke. The room smelled of mildew and cigarette smoke, and the floral wallpaper was peeling at the seams. She laid the locket on the scratchy bedspread, her mind racing. If the locket was in the well, it meant something. It meant it had been removed, either during or after the crime, and discarded. It meant Desan, covered in blood and fleeing on foot, was an unlikely candidate to have done so. It pointed away from him. That night, the past invaded. The dream was more vivid than ever. She was 7 again, in her pink pajamas. She was not in the root cellar yet. She was at the top of the stairs, peering through the banister rails. She saw the flickering blue light of the television in the living room. She heard raised voices from her parents' bedroom, her mother's, sharp and frightened, her father's, a low rumble, then a crash. And then she saw him. Deshawn. He was coming out of the kitchen, his face a mask of something she couldn't name, his hands dark and wet. He saw her. Their eyes met, and he didn't look angry. He looked terrified. He shook his head. Just once, a sharp, desperate motion. And then he pointed. Down, Dacia, towards the cellar. She woke with a gasp, the motel room swimming in the pre-dawn gray. The memory was a physical blow. He hadn't been advancing on her. He had been warning her. You saw what you had to see to survive. Her child's mind, shattered by trauma, had interpreted his bloody appearance and frantic gesture as a threat. It had rewritten the memory to fit a simpler, more terrifying narrative. Her brother, the monster. She went to see Harlan Moss, the old farmer who had seen the truck. He lived in a clapboard house that looked as weathered as he was. He was wary at first, but softened when she mentioned her mother. Your mama was a good woman, he said, spitting a stream of tobacco juice into a tin can. Too good for that husband of hers, that's for damn sure. What do you mean? Beth asked. Robert Hollows was a bitter man, he said. The farm was failing. He had debts. Bad debts. To people you don't want to owe money to. There were rumors. He was desperate. I saw that truck, sure enough. Dark green Ford. Passenger side fender was primer gray. Seen it a few times, meeting with your daddy out by the barn. The night it happened, it was there. Then it was gone. Then I saw your brother running like the devil himself was on his heels. I always figured, I figured maybe Robert tried to welch on a deal. And it went bad. And that boy saw it. A new shape began to form, a pattern more complex and disturbing than she had ever imagined. It wasn't a random act of violence or a son's sudden rage. It was a transaction gone wrong. Her father, mixed up with dangerous people. Her mother, caught in the middle. And Deshawn, what was his role? A witness? Something more? She confronted Leo with the theory. He was not surprised. We found financial records, Beth. Your father had withdrawn large sums in the months before. We think he was being blackmailed. We just don't know why. The final piece fell into place with a phone call from Silas. His voice was tight with excitement. I've been looking at the land surveys, Beth. The property. Your grandfather sold off a parcel in the 50s, but the mineral rights were retained. They never reverted. This whole area was surveyed for natural gas decades ago. Nothing was found. But a new report from a company called Aethon Energy, conducted 6 months before the murders. It showed a significant shale deposit right under your family's land. Your father owned the mineral rights. He was sitting on a fortune and didn't know it, until someone told him. The blackmail. It wasn't about a secret from the past. It was about the future. Someone knew the land was valuable and was pressuring her father to sell it for a pittance. And when he resisted, or when things went wrong, she knew, with a cold, certain dread, who that someone was. It was the only that made sense. The person who had first told her about the Compass Point Society. The person who had access to all the records, who had guided their investigation from the start, who had always been so eager to prove Deshawn's innocence, to point the finger at a faceless, anonymous killer, the person who stood to gain everything. She drove back to the city, to the warehouse, her heart a frantic drum against her ribs. It was late. The streets were slick with a recent rain, reflecting the neon signs in blurred streaks of color. The warehouse was dark, but a sliver of light showed under the main door. She pushed it open. Leo was alone, standing before the wall of the Hollows case. He was adding a new photograph, a recent one. A picture of her, taken outside the motel in Jericho Falls. He didn't turn around. "I wondered when you'd figure it out, Beth," he said, his voice still that same hypnotic murmur. "You're smarter than your father." He was so stubborn. All he had to do was sign the papers. My associates were very persuasive, but he just wouldn't listen. "Your mother," she tried to stop them. It was a mess. An unfortunate mess. She could barely form the words. "You." "Oh, it was just business," he said, finally turning. He held a small, elegant pistol, almost lost in his hand. "My family's company, Aethon. My father sent me to clean up the mess to secure the rights. I found your brother there, standing over your father. He'd heard the whole thing, come in from the barn. He tried to fight them. He was a brave kid. I saw an opportunity. A patsy. I made sure he was covered in blood. Told him his little sister was hiding. That if he didn't run and take the blame, we'd find her. He ran. For you." The truth was a vertigo, more sickening than any lie. Deshawn had not killed their family. He had tried to save it. He had spent 20 years in prison to protect her. And she, the sole survivor, had lived a life haunted by a debt she never knew she owed, curated by the very man who had orchestrated the nightmare. "You led me right to the locket," he said, taking a step forward. "You've been so helpful, Beth, tying up all the loose ends." The obsessed survivor, finally cracking, confronting her brother in a fit of rage over the past. A tragic murder-suicide at the state penitentiary. It's a story people will believe. They love a story. He raised the gun. The world slowed. The hum of the computers, the smell of ozone and old paper, the sight of her own photograph pinned to the wall like a specimen. She saw the faint tremor in her hand, the one that had warned her, and for the first time she did not try to still it. It was a part of her, a thread connecting her to that night, to the truth. But the truth, she realized, was not a destination. It was a labyrinth. And as Leah's finger tightened on the trigger, as the first deafening roar filled the room, she understood that the investigation would never be over. The crime would never be truly solved, its full and terrible shape forever receding into the darkness. An infinite, unsolvable equation written in blood and memory. The roar was not from the gun. It was a primal sound, ripped from her own throat as she threw herself sideways. The bullet tore into the wall of case files behind her, sending a puff of paper dust into the air. She scrambled behind a heavy metal desk, her heart trying to beat its way out of her chest. Leo's footsteps were calm, measured on the concrete floor. "You can't run, Beth. This is the end of the story. It's the only ending that makes sense." Her mind, usually so ordered, was a kaleidoscope of shattered images. Deshawn's terrified eyes, the glint of the locket in the dark, the smell of the root cellar, and Leo's voice, always Leo's voice, guiding her, shaping her grief into a weapon for his own use. He had used her to confirm his own clean narrative, to ensure no one else would ever look at the Hollows case again. She had been his final unwitting accomplice. She peered around the edge of the desk. He was standing near the main door, blocking her only exit. The pistol was steady in his hand. The warehouse was a cavern of shadows, the single lamp on his desk casting long, dancing monsters on the brick walls. Her eyes darted, searching for anything. A tool, a weapon, a way out. There was nothing. Just the ghosts of other people's tragedies pinned to the wall. Then she saw it. The old fire alarm, a red box with a glass face near the side exit, half hidden by a tall filing cabinet. It was a risk. It might not even work, but it was the only card she had to play. She took a deep breath, filling her lungs with the stale, truth-scented air. She thought of Deshawn running down a dark road to save her. She would not die in this tomb of lies. "Now, Beth," Leo said, his voice closer. Don't make this messy. She moved. It was not a graceful, planned motion. It was a frantic, scrambling lunge. She shoved the filing cabinet with all her strength, its metal feet screeching in protest against the floor. Leo fired again, the shot going wide, shattering a computer monitor. She didn't look back. Her fist, the one that had trembled for 20 years, slammed into the glass of the alarm box. The shatter was tiny, almost insignificant against the gunshots. But the sound that followed was not. A deafening, piercing bell erupted, clanging through the vast space, a shock wave of noise that seemed to vibrate in her bones. Leo flinched, his head snapping towards the source of the sound. For a fraction of a second, he was distracted. It was all she needed. She didn't run for the main door. She ran deeper into the warehouse, into the maze of shelves and storage, towards the back loading bay where Silas sometimes parked his truck. The alarm was a living thing now, screaming into the night. She heard Leo curse, his footsteps breaking into a run behind her. She weaved between shelves, stacked with cardboard boxes, her shoulder clipping one and sending a cascade of old files tumbling to the floor. A third shot rang out, and a box beside her head exploded in a shower of shredded paper. She reached the heavy rolling door of the loading bay. Her hands fumbled for the release latch, her fingers slick with sweat and a cut from the broken glass. It was stuck. She pulled with all her weight, a sob of frustration escaping her lips. He was there. She could hear his breathing. He was done talking. The latch gave way with a metallic groan. She shoved the door upward, the rusty track screaming in protest. It only opened a foot before it jammed. It was enough. She dropped to her belly and scrambled underneath, the rough concrete scraping her stomach. She tumbled out into the cool, damp air of the alley behind the warehouse. The alarm was muffled out here, but still audible. Sirens, distant but approaching, wailed in response. She pushed herself to her feet, her legs shaking, and ran. She did not look back. She ran past overflowing dumpsters, through puddles that reflected the sodium orange glow of the streetlights. She ran until her lungs burned and the sirens were close, until she found a recessed doorway and collapsed into its shadows, pulling her knees to her chest. She was free. But the victory was ashes in her mouth. Leo knew she knew. The story was broken, its pieces scattered and sharp. He would be gone by the time the police arrived, his careful life erased, his company already distancing itself from a rogue actor. He would vanish into the same shadows that had birthed him. And she was left with a terrible, incomplete truth. Deshawn was innocent. Her brother was a hero who had been punished as a monster. And the man who had done it was still out there, a ghost in the machine, the author of a story that had no end. The investigation was not over. It had only just begun, and now it was a race in the dark, a hunt where she was both the hunter and the prey. The ripples from that long-ago stone were still spreading, and she was caught in the center, forever drowning in the wake. She stayed in the doorway until the sirens faded and the alley was quiet again. The cold from the concrete seeped through her clothes, a grounding chill against the feverish heat of her panic. She had no plan. Her phone was a tracker in her pocket. Her car was parked blocks away, a beacon for him or the police he might control. Every familiar part of her life was now a potential trap. She had to move. Pushing herself up, she kept to the walls, a shadow flitting between pools of darkness. The city, once a place of anonymous safety, was now a grid of threats. She needed cash, a change of clothes, a way to disappear. But first, she needed a voice. One person who might believe her. She found a payphone outside a shuttered laundromat, its plastic dome smeared with grime. She fed coins into the slot, her fingers trembling as she dialed Silas' number from memory. It rang and rang. She was about to hang up when a breathless, sleepy voice answered. "Hello? Silas, it's Beth." Her own voice was a raw whisper. "Don't say my name. Just listen. Leo is the one. He killed my parents. He framed Deshawn. He just tried to kill me." There was a long silence on the other end, filled only with the static of the line and the distant hum of the city. She could picture him sitting up in bed, his mind, so adept at navigating the past, struggling to process the present. "Beth?" His voice was thin with shock. "Where are you? Are you safe?" "No time. I'm not safe." His Aethon energy. It was all about the mineral rights. He was blackmailing my father. Leo was there that night. He orchestrated the whole thing. Another silence, then a sharp intake of breath. "The land survey. He gave me that report. He pointed me toward it. He used us, Silas. He used me to make sure the story ended the way he wanted. I need you to get everything. The financial records, the land surveys, the notes from our first meetings. Everything that links him to Aethon and to my family. Can you do that?" "Yes. Yes, of course." His voice was firmer now, the historian taking over from the startled man. "I have backups. Where do I bring them?" "Nowhere. Don't bring them anywhere. He'll be watching you. Hide the files. Then get out of your apartment. Go to a hotel. Use a different name. I'll find you. Beth, you have to go to the police. And tell them what? That a respected philanthropist and the founder of the Compass Point Society is a murderer? With no proof? He'll have an alibi. He'll have a story. I'm the unstable survivor, remember? Grief-stricken, and now delusional. He was counting on that. She heard a car engine slow down on the street nearby, and she pressed herself deeper into the phone booth's shadows. She had to go. "Trust no one, Silas. I'll contact you when I can." She hung up before he could reply, the dial tone buzzing in her ear like an angry insect. The coins clattered back into the return slot. She left them there. She walked for an hour, her senses screaming at every passing car, every footstep behind her. She finally found a cheap cash-only motel on the edge of the city, the kind of place that asked no questions. The room was a carbon copy of the one in Jericho Falls. Same mildew, same despair. Sitting on the edge of the thin mattress, she finally allowed the full weight of it to crush her. Deshawn, her brother, who had loved comic books and had a laugh that could fill a room. He had lived 2 decades in a cage for her. The guilt was a physical weight, a stone in her gut that made it hard to breathe. Her entire life, her career, her obsession with truth, had been a monument to a lie he was suffering for. Leo had to be exposed. But the law moved too slowly, and he was too powerful, too connected. He had proven he would kill to protect his secret. Going through official channels was a death sentence for her, and a life sentence for Deshawn. There was only one path left, a dangerous and desperate one. She had to get to Deshawn. She had to look him in the eye and tell him she knew. She had to get him out. The system that had failed him would not save him. She was the only one who could even try. The little girl he saved in the root cellar had to return the favor. The story was not about solving a crime anymore. It was about a rescue. And it began at the state penitentiary, a fortress of concrete and wire, where the monster in her childhood nightmares was actually the prince she had to wake. The visiting room at the state penitentiary was a different kind of cold than the alley. It was a sterile, institutional chill that seeped into the soul. Beth sat on the hard plastic chair, her hands folded on the metal table to keep them from shaking. She had used a fake name, listed herself as a legal aid, and prayed it would be enough. The wait was an eternity, each second a hammer blow on her nerves. Then the door opened, and Deshawn was let in. He was thinner than the photos. His face a roadmap of hard years, but his eyes were the same. They were her eyes. He looked at her with a flat, weary disinterest, the look of a man who had been disappointed by the world too many times to expect anything else. He sat down slowly, the chains on his wrists and ankles clinking a soft, mournful song. "Mr. Hollows," she began, her voice barely a whisper. "My name is Beth." She watched for a reaction, any flicker of recognition. There was none, just the weary stillness. "I'm your sister." His head tilted a fraction of an inch. A guard shifted his weight by the door. Deshawn's gaze was empty, a well that had long ago run dry. "I don't have a sister," he said, his voice a low, rusty grate. "She died that night." The words were a physical blow. He had buried her to survive. He had locked the memory of her away in the same deep vault where he kept everything else. Her carefully rehearsed speech evaporated. There was no way to ease into this truth. "Leo Moss told you I was dead," she said, leaning forward, her words tumbling out in a desperate rush. "He lied. He was there, Deshawn. He worked for Aethon Energy. They wanted the mineral rights to the land. Dad was being blackmailed. There was a fight. You tried to stop them. Leo made you run. He told you he'd kill me if you didn't take the blame." She watched his face, searching for a crack in the stone. For a long moment, there was nothing. Then, a tiny muscle in his jaw began to twitch. His eyes, which had been focused on a point somewhere past her shoulder, slowly dragged themselves to meet hers. They were no longer empty. They were filling with a storm of confusion, of a past being violently ripped open. He said he saw you hiding in the root cellar," Deshawn whispered, the chains rattling as his hands clenched into fists on the table. "He said you were next if I didn't run, if I didn't say I did it." "I was in the root cellar," Beth said, tears finally spilling over, tracing hot paths down her cheeks. "You told me to hide. You saved me. And I forgot. My mind twisted it all around. But I remember now. I remember you." Deshawn stared at her, his breath coming in short, sharp gasps. The carefully constructed narrative of his life, the one he had been forced to live for 20 years, was crumbling before him. The monster he believed himself to be was dissolving, leaving behind a terrified, heroic boy. "Why now?" he finally asked, his voice thick with a pain so old it had become part of his bones. "Why after all this time?" "Because he tried to kill me last night," she said. "He was going to finish the story, make it look like I came here and we killed each other. He's cleaning up his mess, but I'm not going to let him. I'm going to get you out of here." A harsh, broken sound escaped Dion's lips. It might have been a laugh. "Out? There is no out. This is it. This is my life." "No, it's not," Beth said, her voice hardening with a resolve that felt both new and ancient. "Your life was stolen. I'm going to get it back. I don't know how yet, but I will. I have evidence. I have a friend digging for more. I needed you to know. I needed you to know that I know the truth. You're my brother. You're my brother." The guard coughed. "Time's up." Deshawn didn't move. He just looked at her. Really looked at her, as if seeing her for the first time. The ghost of the boy he had been flickered in his eyes. A faint, desperate light in the overwhelming darkness. "Bethy," he whispered, a name from a forgotten childhood. The sound of it shattered her. She reached across the table, ignoring the rules, and covered his chained hands with her own. "I'm here, Deshawn. I'm right here." As the guards led him away, he kept his eyes on her until the door closed, severing the connection. Beth sat alone in the chilling silence, the impression of the cold metal from his chains still on her palms. The rescue had begun not with a key, but with a name. And for the first time, the labyrinth of the past felt not like a trap, but like a map she was finally learning to read. The journey out would be longer and more dangerous than the journey in, but she was no longer walking it alone. The drive from the penitentiary was a blur of fractured thought and white-knuckled focus. She had seen him. She had reached him. The fragile connection was made. A single thread of truth stretched across miles of lies and concrete. But it was a thread that could be severed at any moment. Leo would know she had been here. The visitor log, a guard on his payroll, a flagged name. It was only a matter of time before he knew his final solution had failed. She parked the stolen car. A 10-year-old sedan bought with cash from a man who didn't ask questions. 3 blocks from the motel and approached on foot, circling the block twice, watching the windows, the parked cars, the shadows. Paranoia was no longer a symptom. It was a survival skill. The room was as she had left it, the stale air a blanket of neglect. She bolted the door and leaned against it, closing her eyes. The image of Deshawn's face, the shock and the dawning, agonizing hope, was seared onto the back of her eyelids. It was a hope that felt like a cruelty. What could she actually do? She was one woman against an empire built on a secret. Her burner phone buzzed, a violent shudder in the quiet room. She fumbled for it, her heart in her throat. It was Silas. "I'm safe," the text read. "Got a room at the Fairview Inn under the name Smith. I have everything. The financials are a spiderweb. Shell companies, offshore accounts. It all leads back to a holding company. That's a subsidiary of Aethon. And Beth? I found something else." Her thumbs were clumsy on the small keypad. What? The initial police report. The one Leo helped the family secure. The evidence log lists a man's leather wallet recovered from the scene. It was never entered into the official evidence chain for the trial. It just disappeared. Beth's breath caught. A wallet. Her father always carried a worn brown leather wallet. She could see him tapping it against his leg when he was thinking. The police at the time would have assumed it was his. But what if it wasn't? What if it was Leo's? A piece of the crime scene he couldn't retrieve, so he buried the report instead. "It's proof he was there," she typed, a wild, reckless hope flaring inside her. "It's a ghost," Silas replied. "A line in a missing report. It's not enough for the police. But it's a thread. There's more. The blackmail. Your father was being pressured to sell because Aethon had discovered a fault line on the property. A massive one. If it became public, the land value would have plummeted. They were going to mine it, trigger a controlled collapse, and walk away rich. Your father was going to expose them." Beth stared at the screen, the pieces of the 20-year-old puzzle clicking into a terrible final picture. It wasn't just about greed. It was about geological silence. Her family had been murdered to keep the ground from speaking. "We need to find that wallet," she typed. "If it still exists." "Where would it be?" Silas asked. Beth thought of the warehouse, the walls papered with the artifacts of other people's tragedies. Leo was a collector. He didn't just dispose of the past. He curated it. He kept trophies. Her photograph was there. Why not the one piece of physical evidence that could truly damn him? It was a risk, keeping it. But for a man who believed he had written the perfect story, it would be the ultimate prize. The key to the labyrinth, hanging on his own wall. "It's with him," she wrote, certainty settling in her bones like ice. "He has it, and I have to go back and get it." The plan was insanity. To walk back into the lion's den, to search the very place where he had tried to end her life. But the wallet was no longer just evidence. It was a relic. It was the one piece of the true story that had a physical form, and Leo's arrogance in keeping it was the only flaw in his armor. She waited until the deep night, the hours when the city was at its quietest and the human spirit was at its lowest ebb. The motel room's thin curtains glowed with the intermittent pulse of a neon sign next door, painting the shabby furniture in strokes of red and blue. She had no tools, no weapons, nothing but the knowledge of the warehouse layout and a desperation that felt like a kind of power. She left the phone with Silas's number tucked under the mattress. If she did not return, he would have to find a way to use the information he had. She drove the stolen car to an industrial sector 2 miles from the Compass Point warehouse and abandoned it, continuing on foot. The night air was cold and carried the smell of diesel and wet asphalt. The warehouse stood as she remembered it, a hulking silhouette against the lesser darkness of the sky. The police tape across the front door was a shredded ribbon, fluttering in the breeze. He had not bothered to repair the place. It was a crime scene he owned, a story he controlled. She circled to the back, to the loading bay door she had escaped through. It was still jammed open a foot, a dark, inviting mouth. She listened for a long time, hearing only the hum of a distant highway and the skittering of something small in the alley. Slipping underneath the door was easier this time, a practiced, desperate motion. The interior was a cavern of blackness, the air thick with the smell of dust and the faint coppery tang of her own dried blood from the night before. She used the light from her burner phone. A weak, bluish beam had pushed back the shadows just enough to keep her from tripping. The office was her target. The inner sanctum where he kept his most prized possessions. The door was splintered around the lock, a casualty of Leo's frantic search for her. She pushed it open, the wood groaning in protest. The beam of her phone swept across the room. It was in chaos. Drawers were pulled out, their contents spilled across the floor. Files and photographs were scattered like fallen leaves. He had torn the place apart looking for whatever she might have taken. Her eyes scanned the walls, looking for the safe, the hidden panel, the trophy case. But there was nothing so obvious. Then the light caught it. Tucked beside the overturned desk, half hidden under a drift of paper, was a small fireproof lockbox. It was unassuming, gray and dented. It was the kind of box a person used for things they needed to keep safe, but not on display. The kind of box for a secret too dangerous to flaunt. She knelt, her heart hammering against her ribs. The box was locked. She looked around for something, anything to pry it open. Her hands closed around a heavy metal letter opener lying amidst the debris. She wedged the tip into the slim gap between the lid and the base, and leaned her weight into it. The metal screamed, a high, sharp sound that seemed to echo through the vast, empty warehouse. With a final grating shudder, the lock gave way. She lifted the lid. Inside, laid neatly on a bed of more documents, was a worn brown leather wallet. Her breath hitched. She reached for it, her fingers trembling as they brushed against the cool, smooth leather. It was real. She flipped it open. The driver's license was faded but clear. A younger Leo Moss stared back at her, his eyes devoid of the polished charm he now wore, replaced by a cold, hungry ambition. And tucked behind the license was a photograph, a family portrait. Her family, her mother smiling, her father's arm around her, a young Desson making a face at the camera, and her, a tiny girl on her father's laptop. It was the photo he had shown her, the one he had used to bait his trap. He hadn't just kept evidence, he had kept a souvenir. A floorboard creaked behind her. The light from her phone flickered and died, plunging the room into absolute black. She hadn't heard a car, hadn't heard a door. He must have been waiting. He knew she would come back for the one thing that could break him. The voice that spoke from the darkness was calm, almost weary. It held none of the frantic energy from the night before. This was the real, the patient hunter. "I wondered which one would bring you back," he said. "The photo or the wallet? Sentimentality or proof? I should have known it would be both." She didn't move. The wallet was a burning brand in her hand. She could hear his breathing, a soft, even rhythm in the oppressive dark. He was between her and the only way out. "You can't win, Beth," he continued, his voice a low, reasonable murmur. "Even if you had that, who would believe you? A stolen wallet from a crime scene that no longer officially exists. It's a trinket, a ghost." "Deshawn will believe it," she said, her own voice surprisingly steady. "He knows the truth now. That's something you can never take back." Leo was silent for a moment. She could almost feel him processing this, recalculating. "A shame?" he said finally. "I had hoped to spare him the final disappointment. But some stories require a definitive ending." A beam of light suddenly cut through the darkness, not from the door, but from the side of the room. It illuminated a section of the wall she hadn't noticed before, a panel that stood slightly ajar. He hadn't come from the main warehouse floor. He had been in a hidden room, listening, waiting. The light blinded her, and she flinched, clutching the wallet tighter. "Put it down, Beth. Walk away. I'll make a call. Deshawn could be out on parole in 5 years. You can both have a life of sorts, a quiet one." It was the same offer, the same deal he had given her brother. A life in a cage, traded for silence. The compass of her moral certainty, which had guided her entire career, spun wildly. Could she trade justice for his life? The little girl in the root cellar screamed, "No, Bodai." "You're lying," she whispered. "Of course I am," he said, and the light moved closer. In that moment, a different sound pierced the silence. Not a siren, but the distinct heavy crunch of tires on gravel outside, followed by the slam of car doors. Multiple doors. Leo froze. The beam of his flashlight wavered, dropping from her face to the floor. Beth seized the distraction. She scrambled backward, away from the light, her hands scrabbling through the papers on the floor. Her fingers closed around the cold, heavy weight of the letter opener she had dropped. A voice, amplified and authoritative, boomed from the front of the warehouse. "Police! Leo Moss, we know you're in there. We need to speak with you." Leo's composure finally cracked. "You called them?" he hissed at Beth, the reasonable philanthropist gone, replaced by a cornered animal. She hadn't, but Silas had. He must have tracked the phone she left at the motel, known she would come here, and sent the cavalry with the only weapon he had. The truth, delivered to the right ears. Leo made his choice. He turned and vanished back into the hidden panel in the wall. She heard a muffled thud, the sound of a door closing, and then nothing. He was escaping through a route she couldn't see. Boots echoed in the main warehouse, beams of powerful flashlights cutting swathes through the dust-choked air. Beth stayed on the floor, the wallet pressed to her chest, the letter opener held tight in her other hand. She was found like that, minutes later, crouched in the wreckage of Leo's office, a woman surrounded by the scattered pages of a story that was, finally, being rewritten. An officer helped her to her feet. She didn't let go of the wallet. "He's gone," she said, her voice raw. "There's a hidden room." But as the police began their search, her attention was already elsewhere. Leo was in the wind, but he was wounded, his perfect narrative in tatters. The rescue was no longer a desperate, solitary mission. It had become a hunt, and for the first time, she was not the prey. The ride to the police station was a blur of procedural questions and the low crackle of the radio. An officer draped a coarse wool blanket over her shoulders, but the chill came from within. She held the wallet, letting the worn leather imprint itself on her palm, a tangible anchor in a world that had just shifted its axis. They sat her in a small, brightly lit room with a scarred table and offered her coffee she didn't drink. A detective with a tired face and careful eyes eventually took her statement. She told him everything, from the recovered memory in the motel shower to the confrontation in the warehouse. She handed over the wallet. He bagged it, his expression unreadable, but the careful way he handled it told her he understood its weight. "We have units at his home and his office," the detective said. "He's vanished, but we'll find him." It was a hollow comfort. Leo had spent 20 years building a fortress of influence and lies. A single brick, even one as damning as the wallet, might not be enough to bring the whole wall down. He had resources, escape routes, and a ruthless instinct for self-preservation. They released her just as a gray dawn was bleeding into the sky. A different officer, a younger woman with a kind smile, drove her back to the motel. "You should get some rest," she said. Beth just nodded, the words meaningless. The room was as she had left it, a tomb of her former fear. She retrieved the burner phone from under the mattress. It was dead. She plugged it in and waited, the silence pressing in on her. When it powered on, a single text from Silas appeared. "They're moving him." Her blood ran cold. She typed back, her fingers clumsy. "Who? Where?" "Witness protection." "Or that's the cover. They're transferring Deshawn from the penitentiary to a county holding facility for a case review. It's happening now. The order came from high up. Leo, he wasn't just running. He was still playing the game. A prison transfer was a vulnerable time. Accidents happened. Stories could be given their definitive ending. The rescue she had started was now a race. "I'm coming," she typed. "Send me the route." She grabbed her few belongings, her mind already calculating. The transfer would be by road, likely a 2-hour drive. She had to intercept it. She had to get to him before Leah's people did. She ran out of the motel room, the door slamming shut behind her on a life of quiet obedience. She was no longer a cartographer of safe spaces. She was a force of nature, charting a path through the storm. And she would not lose her brother again. The stolen sedan coughed to life, a reluctant participant in the new urgency. Silas's directions came through, a cold, precise list of highways and county roads. They would be taking the long way, avoiding the major interstate. A road for a quieter piece of business. She drove with a terrifying focus, pushing the old car faster than it was meant to go, the engine whining in protest. The landscape blurred past, a smear of dormant fields and sleeping towns. Every set of headlights in her rearview mirror was a threat. Every slow-moving vehicle was a potential trap. She calculated she was ahead of them. She had to be. She found the spot Silas had suggested, a long, lonely stretch of road bisected by a narrow one-lane bridge over a creek. She pulled the car off into a thicket of bare trees, killing the engine. The silence was immediate and profound. Minutes stretched into an eternity. The cold seeped into the car. She watched the road, her hands clenched on the steering wheel, her every sense screaming into the gray morning. Then, in the distance, a speck grew into the shape of a corrections department transport van. It was moving at a steady, unhurried pace. This was it. Her heart hammered against her ribs, a frantic drumbeat. She had no plan, only a desperate need to stop that van, to see his face, to tell him she was here and that the world was changing. As the van rumbled onto the bridge, she slammed her car door open and stepped out into the road, raising her hands. She stood directly in its path, a solitary figure in the vast, empty landscape. The van's brakes squealed, the sound tearing through the quiet. It skidded to a halt, its front bumper just feet from her. The driver's door flew open. A uniformed guard stepped out, his face a mask of anger and confusion. "What the hell do you think you're doing?" he shouted, his hand resting on the weapon at his hip. The passenger side door opened, and a second guard emerged, older, more cautious. His eyes scanned the tree line. Beth kept her hands raised. "My name is Bethany Croft. The prisoner in that van is my brother, Deshawn Croft. His life is in danger. The transfer order is a fraud." The driver scoffed. "Lady, get out of the road before you get arrested." The older guard studied her, his gaze lingering on her face, on the raw determination etched there. "We have our orders," he said, his voice level. "From who?" Beth pleaded, her voice breaking. From Leo Moss. The man who framed him? The man the police are looking for right now. Call it in. Please, just call your dispatch and ask if Leo Moss is wanted for questioning. A flicker of doubt crossed the older guard's face. He looked back at the van, then at his partner. The driver shook his head in disgust and started back toward his door. It was then that Beth saw a second vehicle, a dark SUV without markings, crest the hill behind them. It was moving fast, too fast for this quiet road. "Get down!" she screamed. The older guard reacted first, shoving his partner toward the side of the bridge and diving after him. The SUV didn't slow. It swerved around the parked van, its passenger windows sliding down. Beth dropped to the pavement as a burst of gunfire shattered the morning. The shots weren't aimed at her. They peppered the side of the transport van, focused on the rear doors. Leo wasn't planning an accident. He was planning an execution. The SUV sped past, its tires screeching as it disappeared down the road. For a moment, there was only the ringing in her ears and the smell of cordite. Then, a sound from inside the van. A muffled shout. Beth scrambled to her feet and ran to the back of the vehicle. The older guard was already there, his keys jangling in his shaking hands. He unlocked the door and yanked it open. Deshawn was inside, shackled to his seat, his body tensed. His eyes were wide, fixed on the bullet holes that had torn through the metal just inches from his head. He looked from the guard to Beth, who was now standing at the threshold, her face pale with terror and relief. The two guards were talking frantically into their radios, their voices overlapping. The world was erupting around them, but for a single suspended second, Beth and Deshawn just looked at each other. The thread between them, stretched so thin, was now a steel cable. "I told you I was coming," she said, her voice barely a whisper. He gave a slow, deliberate nod, the chains on his wrists clinking softly. The journey was far from over, but they were finally, truly, on the road together. Story 4. The first thing I ever felt of him was the pressure of his gaze. It was a physical weight on the back of my neck, a cold spot between my shoulder blades that had nothing to do with the recycled air whistling through the vents of the Amtrak car. I was on the 10:15 night train from Albany to New York City, the world outside a smear of black ink and the occasional lonely passing light. I remember the book in my lap was a heavy, dense thing about naval history, but the words had long since blurred into a gray sea. I was not reading. I was simply being watched. I turned my head slowly, a careful, deliberate motion, as if any sudden movement might startle the unseen thing into pouncing. The car was half empty. A woman slept with her mouth open a few rows ahead. A businessman tapped silently on his laptop, the blue glow of the screen etching the weary lines of his face. And then there he was. Across the aisle, one row up, a man was turned in his seat, looking directly at me. He did not glance away when our eyes met. He simply held the look, and then he smiled. It was not a friendly smile. It was a smile of recognition, as if he had been searching this rattling metal tube through the darkness for me, and me alone. His name, he would soon tell me, was Elmer. He stood up and slid into the empty seat beside me with a fluid, practiced ease. He smelled of cheap cigarettes and something else, something metallic and dry, like old coins. "You look like a man who carries a weight," he said. His voice was a low, conversational rasp, the kind that bypasses your ears and vibrates directly in your bones. I said nothing. My heart was a frantic bird, beating against the cage of my ribs. This was not how the world worked. Strangers on trains did not do this. "You have the look," he continued, his eyes, the color of a tarnished silver spoon, scanning my face. "It's in the set of your shoulders, the way you hold your hands tight, like you're afraid something will fly away. You're married." "No, It wasn't a question. I instinctively glanced at the pale band of skin on my left ring finger. I had taken the ring off an hour into the journey, a small, rebellious act that now felt foolish and exposed. "It's all right," Elmer murmured, his tone confidential, intimate. "We all have our weights. Mine is my father, a great hulking monument of a man. Fred, he built a life out of rules and regulations, and he expects me to live in the shadow of it. He is a stone around my neck, and he is sinking me." I found my voice, a dry, rusted thing. "I'm sorry to hear that." "Are you?" He tilted his head. "Your weight. Is it your wife? Desiree, is it?" The sound of her name on his lips, this stranger's lips, sent a jolt of pure animal fear through me. How could he know that? How? "Don't look so surprised," he chuckled softly. "You were in the Albany Times-Union last month, the Chamber of Commerce charity drive. Brent Holloway, local financial advisor, with his lovely wife Desiree. You looked posed, like a museum exhibit. Man trapped in gilded cage. It was all right there in your eyes for anyone who knows how to look." He had done his research. The thought was chilling. I was just a man, an ordinary man, with an ordinary suffocating life. Desiree was a problem of a specific, intricate nature. She was not cruel, not overtly. She was a slow, constant drain. Critic of my every breath. A sculptor who had been trying to carve me into a statue of a different man for 10 years. Our love had curdled into a quiet, desperate resentment. A cold war fought over dinner tables. And in the silent spaces of our expensive, empty home, I dreamed sometimes of freedom, of a life where I could breathe without first calculating the cost of the air. But they were only dreams. Elmer leaned closer, his breath a ghost of coffee and tobacco. "I have a proposition, Brent. A way for both of us to be free. A simple trade. An arrangement." I should have gotten up. I should have walked away. Found the conductor. Anything. But I was paralyzed, hypnotized by the sheer, insane gravity of the moment. "What kind of arrangement?" The words left my mouth before I could stop them. "I eliminate your weight. You eliminate mine." The train shot through a tunnel, and the world outside the window vanished, replaced by the streaking, blurred reflection of our own faces. Two ghosts trapped in a metal box. The sound of the wheels became a roar, a deafening applause for the madness being proposed. "It's perfect," Elmer whispered, his voice cutting through the noise. "No motive. We are perfect strangers. I'd have no reason to want your wife dead. You have no reason to want my father dead. The police, the authorities, they look for connections. We have none. It's a clean, surgical You're insane," I breathed. But the protest was weak, automatic. A part of me, a part I kept locked in a deep, dark cellar of my soul, was listening. It was leaning forward, intrigued. Am I? Or am I the only one willing to be sane about the realities of our prison? Think about it, Brent. A new life. No more criticism. No more walking on eggshells in your own home. You could meet someone. A woman like Janet, perhaps. Kind, supportive. A woman who looks at you like you're the answer, not the problem. Janet. He said the name with a knowing finality. Janet worked at the art gallery downstairs from my office. We had shared coffee twice. We had talked about books, about dreams. It was nothing, and it was everything. How could he know? The depth of his knowledge was a bottomless pit, and I was falling into it. The train emerged from the tunnel, and the world rushed back. He placed a small, folded piece of paper on my knee. My number. Think about it. But don't think too long. Opportunities like this, they have a short half-life. He stood up and walked back to his seat without a backward glance. I did not move for a long time. The piece of paper on my knee felt like it weighed 100 pounds. I finally, with trembling fingers, picked it up and put it in my wallet. I told myself I was just humoring a madman. I told myself I would throw it away later. I was a liar. The next week was a haze. Desiree's comments about my tie, about the way I chewed my food, about the faint sigh I emitted when I sat down, all landed on me with a new, amplified weight. Every moment was viewed through the lens of Elmer's proposition. It was a poison, and it was working its way through my system. I found myself staring at the sharp, heavy knife block in our kitchen. I found myself looking up the address Elmer had given me for his father, Fred, a house in a quiet, leafy suburb of Poughkeepsie. I called him. His voice on the phone was calm, expectant. "I knew you'd call." "I haven't agreed to anything," I said, the receiver slick in my hand. "Of course not," he soothed. "We're just talking. Tell me about your day. How was Desiree?" And I did. I found myself telling this stranger, this monster, the minutiae of my misery. He was the perfect confessor. He never judged, only listened. And in his silence I felt a twisted form of absolution. He was weaving a web around me, strand by invisible strand. The plan was his, every detail. Fred was a creature of habit. Every Tuesday night he went to the local VFW hall for a poker game. He returned home, always alone. At precisely 11:30 p.m., he parked his old boxy sedan in the driveway. He never used the garage. The side door to the kitchen was often unlocked. "He's forgetful," Elmer said, his voice devoid of any emotion. "It will be quick. He's an old man. It will look like a robbery, a random, tragic thing." He gave me a knife, a specific, common-looking kitchen knife with a black handle. "Use this. Then take his wallet, his watch, make it convincing." He insisted on the knife. It was part of the ritual, the symbiosis of our pact. The following Tuesday, I drove to Poughkeepsie. The night was cold and clear. The stars were sharp, icy points in the black velvet sky. I parked my car 3 blocks away and walked. My body felt like it belonged to someone else. I was a spectator in my own horror movie. The house was exactly as he had described it, a neat, 2-story colonial with a manicured lawn. I stood in the shadows of a large oak tree, watching. The cold seeped through my jacket. I could smell the damp earth, the faint, sweet decay of fallen leaves. At 11:34 p.m., the sedan pulled into the driveway. Fred got out. He was a large man, broad-shouldered, just as Elmer had said. He moved with a slow, deliberate heaviness. He walked up the path to the side door. My heart was hammering so hard, I thought it would crack my ribs. The knife in my pocket felt like a block of ice against my thigh. He fumbled with his keys, then pushed the door open. It was unlocked. He disappeared inside. I stood there, frozen. I could not move. The weight of the act, the final, irrevocable step, pinned me to the spot. I thought of Desiree's face. I thought of Janet's smile. I thought of Elmer's tarnished silver eyes. And then I turned and walked away. I walked back to my car, my hands shaking so violently I could barely get the key in the lock. I had not done it. I had stepped to the very brink of the abyss and looked down, and I had retreated. I drove home in a blind panic. What would Elmer do? Would he go to the police? Would he tell Desiree? He was a man who did not like his plans to be disrupted. When I got home, the house was dark and silent. Desiree was asleep. I crept into the living room and poured a whiskey, my hand still trembling. The phone rang, shrill and terrifying in the quiet. I knew who it was. I picked it up. "I couldn't do it," I whispered. There was a long silence on the other end. Then Elmer's voice. calm, almost amused. I know. How? Because I was there, Brent. I was watching from across the street. I wanted to see. I needed to see what you were made of. And you failed. But that's all right. Failure is just data. It tells me I have to adjust the parameters. Then... Nani? What does that mean? It means the pact is still on. You owe me a death. And I am a collector of debts. He hung up. I sat in the dark, the whiskey untouched, the cold of the night now living inside me. 2 days later, Desiree was killed in a hit-and-run while jogging. The police said it was a tragic accident. The driver had fled the scene. There were no witnesses, no leads. I was the grieving husband. I played the part perfectly. The shock was real. The tears were real. But beneath the grief was a cold, spreading terror. Elmer had done it. He had taken my failure and turned it into his success. He had eliminated my weight. And now, I was in his debt forever. The authorities came, of course. Detectives with tired eyes and polite, probing questions. They asked about our marriage, about my whereabouts, about anyone who might have wanted to harm her. I answered everything truthfully, except for the one central, monstrous truth. I felt their eyes on me, sensed their professional suspicion, but I was clean. I hadn't an alibi. I was in my office, miles away. In the weeks that followed, a strange calm descended. The constant, low-grade anxiety of my marriage was gone. The house was silent, but it was a different kind of silence. It was my silence. I started seeing Janet. It was gentle and kind, and everything I had dreamed of. But Elmer was the ghost at the feast. He would call, never for long. Just a reminder. I'm watching, Brent. I'm so happy for you and Janet. He knew details. What we had for dinner. The movie we saw. He was a shadow I could not shake. The debt hung over me. He never explicitly demanded payment, but the expectation was a constant, suffocating pressure. I started to unravel. I became paranoid. I saw his face in every crowd. I checked my car for tracking devices. I stopped sleeping. The guilt over Desiree, a guilt I could never confess to anyone, began to rot me from the inside out. I had wished for this. I had sat in a train and listened to the plan. I was just as guilty as the hand that had held the steering wheel. One night, he called. His voice was different, urgent. It's time, Brent. The authorities are sniffing around my father, asking questions. They think it's suspicious. His son having a new girlfriend so soon after his wife's death. They might dig deeper. They might find you. You need to finish what you started. Tonight. You need to finish what you start. I protested, my voice a ragged thing. I can't. The police. It's them or you, Brent. It's me or you. Do it, or I will send the police a very interesting package. I have the knife, Brent. The one I gave you. Your fingerprints are all over it. I have records of our phone calls. It will look like you hired me to kill your wife, and then I blackmailed you into killing my father. You will never breathe free air again. You will never breathe. He had planned for this. From the very beginning, he had planned for my failure. The pact was never about mutual benefit. It was about ownership. So I went back to the same house in Poughkeepsie, the same cold night, the same walk from 3 blocks away. This time, there was no hesitation. The fear of prison, the loss of Janet, the monstrous genius of Elmer's trap. It had all fused into a cold, determined resolve. I was no longer a man. I was an instrument. Fred came home at 11:30. He went inside. I waited 5 minutes. Then I walked to the side door. It was unlocked. I stepped into the warm, dim kitchen. It smelled of meatloaf and coffee. I could hear the television from the living room. He was in his armchair, watching a war documentary. He didn't hear me approach. The knife was in my hand. It felt familiar now, an extension of my own damned soul. I moved quickly before thought could intervene. It was not quick. It was not clean. It was a brutal, ugly, intimate thing. The sounds he made, the smell of it. These are things that live in the soil of my soul now forever. I took his wallet. I took his watch. I left the way I came, a ghost in the suburban night. I never heard from Elmer again. The police investigated Fred's death and ruled it a botched burglary. They connected it to a string of other break-ins in the county. The case grew cold. My life, on the surface, continued. I was with Janet. We were happy, in a way. But I was a haunted house. The authorities never came for me for either crime. They had no reason to. Elmer had vanished from the face of the earth. Sometimes I wonder if he ever existed at all, or if he was just a fever dream. A phantom of my own desperate psyche given form. But then I remember the weight of his gaze on that train. I remember the smell of his cigarettes. I remember the feel of the knife in my hand. Janet and I moved to a small town on the coast. We have a house with a view of the ocean. The days are slow and quiet. She thinks my quietness is grief for my first wife. She is kind and patient. She doesn't know that I am a graveyard. I sit on the porch most evenings and watch the sea. The waves roll in and out, a constant, hypnotic rhythm. They erase the footprints on the sand, smoothing everything over, leaving no trace. The details of that time, the sharp edges of the fear and the guilt, they are beginning to blur, like a photograph left in the sun. The face of Elmer, the sound of Fred's last breath, the look in Desiree's eyes in that newspaper photo. They are fading, softening, becoming stories I once heard about another man in another life. The truth is not a sharp, bright line anymore. It is a tide, pulling back, taking the facts with it, leaving behind only the smooth, unbroken, and uncertain sand, and the quiet, endless sound of the waves, whispering nothing, nothing at all. The quiet is the worst part. It's not the silence of an empty house, but the silence inside my own head, where the memories used to scream. They've been filed away, distant and muffled like a radio playing in another room. I can almost believe it was a story I read, a dark and troubling novel I put down one day and never picked back up. Janet is weeding the garden. She wears a wide-brimmed straw hat, and her knees are dirty. She looks up and sees me watching her from the porch, and she smiles, a simple, sun-warmed thing. I lift my hand in a wave, and the gesture feels automatic, performed by a man who lives here, in this body, in this life. I am a good actor. I have had a lot of practice. The mail comes. Bills, a postcard from an old friend of Janet's, and a small, flat cardboard box. My name is on the label, but there is no return address. The postmark is smudged, unreadable. I take it inside to the kitchen table and slice the tape with a paring knife. Janet's knife. It is sharp and efficient. Inside, nestled in white tissue paper, is a black-handled knife. It is not the knife. That one is at the bottom of a river 100 miles from here, thrown from a bridge in a moment of frantic, futile symbolism. This is a different one, but the same make, the same model. A common kitchen knife. A replica. There is no note. There doesn't need to be. The message is in the weight of it in my hand, in the dull gleam of the blade. It is a hello, a reminder, a receipt for a debt he considers permanently outstanding. My heart does not hammer. My hands do not shake. The cold terror I lived on for so long does not return. Instead, a profound and weary acceptance settles over me. He was never going to vanish. I was a fool to hope for that. I was his masterpiece, his greatest creation, and an artist always signs his work. I hide the knife in a toolbox in the garage, buried under a tangle of old wrenches and paint cans. I go back to the porch. Janet is still in the garden, humming now. The ocean is still there, a vast gray expanse under a soft sky. That night, as we are getting ready for bed, Janet says, "You've been quiet today, my love." Is everything all right? I look at her, at the genuine concern in her eyes, and I know I can never tell her. The truth would not set me free. It would only build a prison for her, too. So I lie. It is the kindest thing I can do. "Just tired," I say, and I kiss her forehead. "It's nothing." And it is nothing. It's the nothing that Elmer has given me. The nothing that he has ensured will always be there. A hollow space at my center where a conscience used to be. He didn't just force me to kill a man. He killed the man I was, and the ghost of that man is all that is left to walk this earth with Janet, and to watch the sea, and to wait for the next quiet message from the void. The waves keep whispering, but now I understand the words. They are saying his name. The days began to fold into one another again, a seamless, gray blanket of routine. I went through the motions of my life with Janet, the perfect husband, the grateful widower, the man who had found peace by the sea. But the knife in the toolbox was a splinter in my mind, a constant, low-grade infection. I found myself opening the garage door just to look at the toolbox, to confirm it was still there, that I hadn't imagined it. It was my own personal Pandora's box, and I could not bring myself to throw it away. To destroy it would be to admit its power, to make the message real. I started taking long walks alone on the beach, farther than I ever had before, past the coves where the tourists never ventured. The isolation was a relief. One afternoon, I found a dead seagull, its body broken and half buried in the wet sand. I stood and stared at it for a long time, fascinated by the casual cruelty of nature, the utter lack of ceremony in its end. It was just a thing that had happened. I thought of Fred, of Desiree, just things that had happened. When I returned, Janet was waiting on the porch, her face pale. "A detective was here," she said, her voice tight with a confused worry. "From Poughkeepsie." The world did not tilt. The ground did not open up. I simply stood there, the salt air drying on my skin. What did he want? He said they were reviewing some cold cases. He asked if I knew a man named Elmer. I told him no, of course not. He said it was probably nothing, just following up on an old tenuous lead. She searched my face. "Brent, who is Elmer?" "He was a man on the train," I said, the lie smooth and practiced. "We talked once, a long time ago. He was odd. I have no idea why they would connect him to me." I put my arm around her, feeling the tension in her shoulders. "It's nothing, darling. Just police work. They have to chase everything down." She believed me. She always believes me. But the seed of doubt was planted in her garden now, and I knew it would grow in the quiet spaces when I wasn't around. That night I dreamed of the train again, but this time it was empty. I walked through carriage after carriage, all of them silent and still. I was looking for Elmer, but I was also running from him. When I reached the last car, I saw a figure sitting alone, looking out the window. It was me. I sat down opposite myself, and we watched the landscape fly by, two ghosts in a metal box, saying nothing. I woke up with a start, the dream clinging to me. The phone was ringing. The landline, a relic we kept for emergencies. No one ever called it. I walked into the hall and picked it up. There was only the sound of breathing, and then the lion went dead. I knew it was him. He wasn't reminding me of the dead anymore. He was reminding me of the connection. The police asking questions meant he was feeling the pressure. It meant he was still out there, a spider in the center of a web I couldn't see, and he was checking to see if his favorite fly was still securely caught. The next box arrived a month later. This one was heavier. It was delivered to my post office box, the one I used for business correspondence, the one Janet never checked. Inside was a brick, a common red clay brick. Wrapped around it was a photograph, a black and white shot of a house. My house. Our house with the porch and the view of the sea. The photo was recent. Janet's flower boxes were in the frame, the one she had put up just last week. The brick was a promise. The photo was a statement of fact. He was not a ghost. He was a man, and he was here. I did not hide the brick. I took it down to the shore that evening, as the sun was bleeding into the horizon. I stood at the water's edge and threw it as far as I could into the waves. It disappeared with a dull plop, a tiny disturbance swallowed by the immense, indifferent ocean. It was a futile gesture, but it was mine. I am still here on the porch. Janet is inside baking bread. The smell of yeast and warmth fills the air. It is a good smell, a real smell. I close my eyes and try to hold on to it. But all I can see is the photograph. The perfect, terrifying clarity of my own home seen through his eyes. He is not fading. He is coming into focus. And I know with a certainty that is as deep and as cold as the sea, that this is not the end of his story. It is only the end of a chapter. My quietness is no longer grief or even guilt. It is the silence of waiting. I am waiting for the next box. I am waiting for the next phone call. I am waiting for the knock on the door. The waves keep whispering, and I have finally learned to listen. They are not saying his name anymore. They are saying mine. The knock came 3 days later. It was a polite, firm rap on the front door, not the side one. A salesman's knock. Janet was at the store. I was alone. I set down my coffee and walked to the door, my movements slow and deliberate, as if I were walking to my own execution. I opened it. A man stood there, but it wasn't Elmer. He was younger, with a pleasant, forgettable face and a cheap suit. He held a leather-bound folder. "Mr. Brent?" he asked, his voice cheerful. I nodded, my throat too tight for speech. "Wonderful. I have a delivery for you, a gift from a mutual friend." He handed me the folder. "He said you'd appreciate the sentiment. Have a nice day." He turned and walked back to a plain, unmarked sedan parked on the street. He did not look back. I stood in the doorway, the folder in my hands. It was heavy. I carried it to the kitchen table, the same table where I had opened the box with the knife. I untied the leather strap and opened it. Inside was a single, glossy photograph. It was a picture of Janet. She was leaving the grocery store, her arms full of bags, her face tilted up to the sun. The photo was taken from a car across the parking lot. The date and time were printed in white numerals in the bottom corner. Yesterday at 10:17 a.m. Beneath the photograph was a deed. A property deed. It was for a small, isolated cabin in the woods of northern Maine. The owner listed was Brent. My name, my signature was forged at the bottom. I understood immediately. The cabin was not a gift. It was a destination. It was the next stage. It was where he would send me, or where he would come for me. It was a box made of pine logs and isolation. The fear finally returned, not as a cold spike, but as a deep, seismic dread that shifted the foundation of everything I had built here. This was no longer a reminder. This was an eviction notice. He was not just reminding me of the past. He was architecting my future. I heard Janet's car pull into the driveway. Her cheerful voice called out as the front door opened. "Honey, I'm home. You'll never believe the sale they had on strawberries." I closed the folder, my hands steady now, my mind terrifyingly clear. I slid it under a stack of newspapers just as she bustled into the kitchen, her cheeks flushed, holding a carton of bright red berries. She was life and warmth and everything that was good. And I knew, with a certainty that was both terrible and calming, that I could not let him touch her. I had run from Fred. I had let Desiree be taken. I had hidden in this quiet life by the sea. But there was no more quiet to be had. The only way out was to go to the place he had chosen for me, the cabin in the woods. I would go to his box, and I would wait. This time, I would not be the instrument. I would be the trap. I smiled at Janet and took the strawberries from her, my hands not shaking at all. I helped her put the groceries away. My mind was a clean white room. All the clutter of fear and guilt had been swept out. There was only the plan, simple and direct. I would tell her I had to go away for a few days. A sudden business trip, an old client with an emergency. She would believe me. I would drive to Maine. I would wait. That evening I was tender with her. I held her hand while we watched television. I listened to her talk about her garden, about the book she was reading. I memorized the sound of her laughter, the way a strand of hair fell across her cheek. I was storing it up, a reserve of light for the darkness I knew was coming. I left at dawn. I kissed her sleeping forehead, a ghost of a touch. I did not take the deed or the photograph. I left them hidden, a terrible secret buried in the heart of our home. I only took a small bag and the cold resolve that had become my new spine. The drive was long. The world outside the car window changed from the gentle coast to dense, endless forest. The sky shrank to a narrow strip of gray between the tall pines. The cabin was exactly as the deed had described, a small, dark shape at the end of a muddy, overgrown track. It was more of a shed than a cabin, with a single window and a heavy padlock on the door that was predictably unlocked. Inside, it was one room, a dusty cot, a wooden table, a cold pot-bellied stove. The air was thick with the smell of damp wood and decay. There were no personal effects, no signs that anyone had ever lived here. It was a stage, waiting for its players. I sat on the cot and waited. The silence of the woods was different from the silence of the sea. It was a pressing, living silence, full of tiny, unseen movements. Hours passed. The light through the single window faded from day to dusk. He came just as the last of the light was bleeding from the sky. I didn't hear a car. He must have parked down the road and walked. The door opened without a sound, and he stood there, framed in the doorway. Elmer Dottier. He looked older, thinner. His eyes were the same, dark and absorbing all the light in the room. He smiled. It was a tired smile, the smile of a man who has finished a long and difficult task. "Brent," he said. His voice was just as I remember, a low, calm vibration. "You got my messages." I said nothing. I just looked at him from where I sat on the cot. He stepped inside, closing the door behind him. The room seemed to shrink. "This is it," he said, spreading his hands. "The final act. I knew you would understand. You were always the smart one." "Understanding isn't the same as agreeing," I said. My voice was quiet, but it did not shake. "Oh, but you will," he said. He reached into his coat pocket and I tensed. But he only pulled out a cigarette. He lit it, the flare of the match illuminating the hollows of his cheeks. "You see, the police are getting closer. They found a witness who saw a man near my father's house that night. The description was vague, but it's a thread, and threads can be pulled. So you need me to disappear for good," I said. "A suicide in a remote cabin. The guilty conscience of a double murderer finally becoming too much." He nodded, exhaling a plume of smoke. "You see, you always understood. It's clean, it's final. And it protects Janet, my final gift to you." He said her name. He said it so casually, as if he had a right to shape the sounds. And in that moment, the clean, white room in my mind was suddenly furnished with a single, sharp object, a fire poker leaning against the cold stove, not 3 feet from me. He was still talking, outlining the scene, the note I would leave. He was savoring it, the culmination of his design. He took a step closer, his eyes fixed on mine, confident in his control. He had made one mistake. He had forgotten that a cornered animal, once it stops running, has nothing left to do but fight. He had created me, but he no longer controlled what I had become in this quiet, rotting cabin. I was not Brent the husband or Brent the murderer. I was just a man with a fire poker in his hand, and for the first time since I got on that train, I knew exactly what I had to do. I did not look at the poker. I kept my eyes on him, on the satisfied curve of his mouth as he detailed my end. He needed to believe I was still his creature, still the man who would follow his script to the final, bitter line. I let my shoulders slump, a picture of defeated acceptance. "You're right," I whispered, letting the words hang in the smoky air. "It's the only way to keep her safe." His smile widened a fraction. He took another step, now well within my reach. He was close enough that I could smell the stale tobacco on his clothes. "I knew you would see reason. You were my best student, Brent, my finest work." I let my gaze drop to the floor as if in shame. My right hand, hanging loosely at my side, flexed. The muscles in my legs coiled. I calculated the distance, the single fluid motion it would require. I need a moment," I said, my voice cracking with a feigned sob. To get my thoughts together for the note." He nodded, a magnanimous king granting a final request. He took a long final drag from his cigarette and dropped it to the floor, grinding it under his heel. That was when I moved. It was not a lunge. It was an uncoiling. My hand found the cold, rough iron of the poker. I did not swing it like a club. I brought it up in a short, brutal arc, the tip aiming for the soft hollow just below his ribcage. There was no rage in the movement, only a terrible, efficient purpose. The sound was a wet, sickening thud. His eyes, which a second before had been full of smug victory, widened in pure, uncomprehending shock. He let out a soft, airless gasp, more surprise than pain. He looked down at the iron rod buried in his gut, then back up at me. I did not pull it out. I held it there, my face inches from his. I watched the light in his eyes flicker, not with fear, but with a kind of dawning, professional respect. He coughed, and a spray of blood dotted my shirt. "I taught you too well," he choked out. Then his legs gave way. I held onto the poker as he fell, his weight pulling it from my grasp. He crumpled to the dusty floorboards, a tangle of limbs and leaking life. I stood over him, breathing heavily, waiting. I watched the last intelligence fade from his gaze, until there was nothing left but the empty stare of a discarded thing. The silence rushed back in, deeper and more profound than before. It was over. The architect of my hell was dead on the floor of his own chosen set. There was no triumph, no relief, only a vast, hollow emptiness. I had done the one thing I thought I could never do. I had broken the script. I knew what came next. There would be no note, no neatly packaged suicide. I would have to disappear, truly disappear. I could not go back to Janet. To return to her would be to drag this blood and this darkness back into her light. Elmer was right about one thing. This was the final act, but the curtain was falling on both of us. I stepped over his body and walked out of the cabin into the cold night. The woods were waiting. I started to walk, not toward the road, but into the deep, endless dark between the trees. I did not look back. The man who had lived by the sea was gone. All that was left was the silence, and the man who belonged to it. The trees closed around me like a shroud. I walked without a path, my shoes sinking into the damp mulch of the forest floor. Branches clawed at my clothes and face, but I felt nothing. The physical world was a distant, muffled thing. Inside, the white room was gone, replaced by a single repeating image. The look in his eyes in that final second, the acknowledgement that his creation had finally turned on him. I walked for hours, until the sky began to lighten from black to a deep, bruised gray. The cold seeped into my bones, a familiar feeling now. I found a stream, its water ice cold and clear. I knelt and scrubbed my hands raw, watching the pink-tinged water swirl away over the stones. I tried to wash his blood from my shirt, but it only spread, a brownish Rorschach blot over my heart. I had no plan. Survival was the only directive. I was a ghost now, and ghosts do not need futures. I moved deeper, following the stream, letting its sound be my only guide. When exhaustion finally overwhelmed me, I crawled into a natural den formed by the roots of a fallen spruce. The earth smelled of rot and life. I curled into the hollow, shivering, and listened to the sounds of the waking forest. A squirrel chattered. A bird called. Life, indifferent and relentless, went on. I must have slept, because I dreamed. Not of trains or of Elmer, but of Janet. She was in our kitchen, but she couldn't see me. I was a pane of glass between her and the world. She was calling my name, her voice growing more and more frantic, her hands pressed against the invisible barrier that was me. I woke with a jolt, the dream clinging to me more vividly than the memory of the killing. The sun was high, dappling the forest floor. My stomach cramped with hunger. I drank from the stream again, the water doing little to fill the void. I knew I couldn't stay here. I would weaken, and then I would die. And a part of me, a large part, welcomed that. It was a clean end. But the image of Janet, her hands against the glass, wouldn't leave me. He was gone. The threat was over. But the consequences were a web I was still tangled in. If I died out here, she would never know. She would spend her life waiting, wondering, her love curdling into a different kind of grief. I had taken a life to protect hers, but to vanish would be to inflict a different, more prolonged death on her. I stood up, my body stiff and protesting. I had to make a choice, to be a ghost or to be a man. The ghost was easier. The man had to face what he had done. I turned, not back toward the cabin, but in what I hoped was the general direction of the road. I walked for another day, my hunger a sharp, defining pain. I saw no one. The world was immense and empty. On the second day, I stumbled out onto a narrow, paved road. I stood at its edge, a ragged, bloody figure, and watched a pickup truck approach. I didn't hail it. I just stood there, waiting for it to decide my fate. The truck slowed and stopped. An old man with a weathered face rolled down the window. "You all right, son? You look like you've been through a war." I looked at him, my mind a blank. I had no story left to tell. "I need to go to the police," I said, my voice a dry rasp. His eyes narrowed, taking in my disheveled state, the stain on my shirt. He nodded slowly. "Get in," he said. "I'll take you to town." As the truck carried me away from the woods, I looked out the window. The trees became a blur, then gave way to fields. I was leaving the silence behind. I was heading toward the noise, the questions, the consequences. I was going to tell them everything. About Fred. About Desiree. About, it would be the end of my life with Janet. The end of the man I had pretended to be. But it was the only way to set her free. It's the only thing left that I could give her. The truth. The police station in the little Maine town was a small brick building that smelled of stale coffee and floor wax. The old man didn't come in with me. He just gave me a long, unreadable look as I got out of his truck. I walked through the door and up to the high counter. A young officer with a close-shaven head looked up from his computer, his expression shifting from boredom to sharp attention as he took me in. "I need to confess to a murder," I said. My voice was still rough, but the words were clear. His hand moved slowly to the radio on his shoulder. "Okay," he said, his tone carefully neutral. "Why don't you have a seat right there, sir?" He pointed to a wooden bench against the wall. I sat. I could feel his eyes on me, and the eyes of another, older officer who had emerged from a back room. They were cautious, treating me like a lit fuse. They put me in a small, windowless room with a table and 2 chairs. They offered me water, which I drank. They did not offer me food, and I did not ask. The older officer, whose name tag read Higgins, sat across from me. He had a calm, tired face. "Start from the beginning," he said, placing a small recorder on the table between us. So I did. I started with the train, with Fred's last gurgling breath. I told him about Desiree, about the phone calls, about the boxes. I told him about the photograph of Janet and the deed to the cabin. I spoke for a long time, my narrative flat and unadorned. I was a historian recounting a terrible war. When I got to the part about the fire poker, I described it with the same detached clarity. I did not cry. I did not tremble. I was empty of everything except the facts. When I finished, Higgins leaned back in his chair. He looked at me for a long, silent minute. "That's quite a story, Mr. Brent." "It's not a story," I said. "It's what happened." He nodded slowly. "We'll need to verify this. The cabin, the body. I understand. They put me in a cell. It was cold and clean. I lay on the thin cot and stared at the ceiling. The institutional silence of the jail was different from the silences of the sea and the woods. It was a managed silence, a waiting silence. I heard the muffled sounds of radios and phones, of a system grinding into motion. They would find Delmark. They would find the deed. They would find the hidden folder in my kitchen. They would tear my life apart, board by board, until they found the rot I had always known was there. Hours later, Higgins returned. His expression was graver. "We found the cabin," he said. "It was as you described." "And him?" I asked. He nodded. "Him too. He studied me." "Your wife is here, Mr. Brent. She flew up as soon as we contacted her. She'd like to see you." A jolt, the first real feeling since I'd picked up the poker, went through me. "No," I said, the word coming out too fast, too sharp. "I can't. It's your right to have a visitor. I don't want her to see me like this." It was only partly true. The greater truth was that I was afraid to see the light in her eyes go out when she looked at me, when she understood the man she had been living with. The blood that had been on his hands long before, it was on his shirt. Higgins sighed. "She's insisting." I looked away, toward the solid gray wall. "Tell her I'm sorry. Tell her to go home." He left. I curled on my cot, facing the wall. I imagined her in the waiting room, her face pale with confusion and fear, her hands clasped tightly in her lap. I had chosen this pain for her over the pain of not knowing. It was the last, worst choice I would ever make for her. I heard a muffled sound from the other room, a woman's voice, raised in anguish. It was her. I put my hands over my ears, but it was too late. The sound was inside me now. Another ghost to join the others. It was the sound of the glass breaking. He never came back to tell me if she left. The processing continued. They took my fingerprints, my photograph. I was formally charged. The words were read to me, a list of crimes that sounded like they belonged to someone else. My court-appointed lawyer, a harried man with a briefcase spilling paper, used words like mitigating circumstances and self-defense. I didn't correct him. The legal definitions didn't matter. The only judge that mattered was the one I carried inside, and it had already reached a verdict. They transferred me to a county facility to await arraignment. The cell was larger, shared with a man who muttered in his sleep. The world had become a series of locked doors and scheduled hours. I ate the food they gave me. I spoke when spoken to. I was a shell, waiting for the last of the substance to dry up and blow away. A week passed. My lawyer visited, updating me on the mountain of evidence that was corroborating my story. Elmer's history, his father's murder, the financial links to Desiree. He seemed almost excited by the puzzle of it. I just listened. Then, one afternoon, a guard told me I had a visitor. I assumed it was my lawyer again. I was led to the same kind of small, sterile room. But it wasn't my lawyer waiting for me. It was Janet. She sat at the table, her hands folded in front of her. She was thinner, her eyes shadowed. She wore a simple black dress, as if she were already in mourning. For a long moment, we just looked at each other across the Formica divide. The air was thick with everything that was broken. I told them not to let you come, I said, my voice hollow. I know, she replied. Her voice was quiet, but steady. You don't get to make that decision for me anymore. I looked down at my hands, at the chipped gray table. I couldn't bear to see the love in her eyes, or worse, its absence. They told me everything, she said. About the first man on the train, about the woman, about Elmer. She paused. They showed me the photograph he had of me. A cold dread washed over me. Janet, I'm so sorry. I never wanted... Why? The word cut through the room, sharp and clean. It wasn't an accusation. It was a plea for understanding. Why didn't you come to me? Why did you carry this alone? I finally made myself look at her. The love was still there, but it was tangled in a grief so profound it seemed to change the color of her eyes. I was protecting you, I whispered, the words feeling pathetic and thin. From what? She asked, her voice breaking for the first time. From the truth? From you? You let me live with a stranger. You let me love a ghost. I am a ghost, I said. I have been since that first night. I killed a man, Janet. Not in self-defense. I was angry, and I killed him. And then I buried it. I built a life on top of that grave. Everything we had, it was real for you, but for me, it was built on a lie. I didn't deserve to drag you into that darkness. She was silent for a long time, studying my face as if searching for the man she knew in the ruins of the one before her. I loved you, she said softly. I loved the man who held my hand while we watched television. The man who listened to me talk about my garden. Was any of that real? It was the only thing that was real, I said. And for the first time, my voice cracked with a genuine, unscripted emotion. It was the only light I had. A single tear traced a path down her cheek. She didn't wipe it away. I believe you, she whispered. And I can't forgive you. Not for the killings, for the lie. For every day you looked at me and chose to keep me in the dark. I nodded. It was the judgment I had expected, the one I deserved. She stood up, her chair scraping softly against the floor. I'm going home. I'm going to try to live. You need to find a way to live with this too, whatever that means. She walked to the door and knocked for the guard. She didn't look back. The door closed behind her with a solid, final click. I sat there in the silence she left behind. It was over. The last thread was cut. There was no more light to store up. There was only the long, gray road of atonement ahead. I put my head in my hands, and for the first time since it all began, I wept. The weeping did not last long. It was a storm that passed through the empty plains of me, leaving nothing changed. I wiped my face on the rough sleeve of my jumpsuit and looked at the blank wall. Her words echoed, not as a condemnation, but as a final, clear set of instructions. You need to find a way to live with this, too. The guard came to take me back to my cell. The muttering man was gone, likely to a court appearance. I was alone. I sat on the edge of the cot and stared at my hands. These were the hands that had ended 2 lives. They had also built a bookshelf for Janet, had held her face in the morning light. Both truths existed in the same skin. The hollow feeling began to shift. It was not filling, but it was changing shape. The performance was over. There was no one left to fool, no role left to play. I was just a man in a cell, with a history of violence and a single pure thing that I had tarnished. The need to protect her had been the engine of my life for so long. Now, that purpose was gone. I had to find another. My lawyer came the next day, talking about plea bargains and reduced sentences. I listened. I asked questions. I engaged. He seemed surprised by my lucidity, my focus. I was no longer the shell-shocked man he had first met. I was a student again, learning the rules of a new and narrow world. I would plead guilty. There would be no trial, no circus. I would accept the weight of the law. It was a clean, factual consequence. The state's punishment was one thing. My own was another. I thought of Janet often. I imagined her in her garden pulling weeds, her hands in the soil. I hoped she was finding peace. I hoped the memory of the good years would, in time, outweigh the pain of the terrible end. I never tried to contact her. That was part of the atonement, to leave her in the light. They moved me to a permanent facility, a state prison. The routine was rigid. The sounds were harsh. The air was thick with the smell of disinfectant and male sweat. I kept to myself. I worked in the library sorting books. I read everything I could, not for escape, but for understanding. Philosophy, history, psychology. I was searching for a thread, a way to understand how a man becomes what I had become. One day, a new inmate was assigned to work with me. He was young, scared, his eyes darting around like a trapped bird's. He reminded me of myself on the train, all those years ago. He fumbled with a stack of books, and they tumbled to the floor. He flinched, expecting a reprimand or a blow. I knelt and began gathering them. I said, my voice quiet. They're just books. He looked at me, surprised by the lack of anger. He knelt and helped me. His hands were shaking. We worked in silence for a while. Then he spoke, his voice barely a whisper. They say you killed 2 men. I slid a book into its proper place on the shelf. The truth was no longer a weapon or a secret. It was just a fact. I did, I said. He was quiet for a moment. Why? I looked at him, at the fear and the confusion in his young face. I thought of Elmer, of the scripts we are given, and the ones we write for ourselves. I was not a teacher. I was not a guide. But I could be a warning. I could be a story. It's a long story, I said, and it doesn't end well. But I can tell it to you if you want. He nodded just once. So, I began. I started from the beginning. Not with the train, but with the silence that came before it. I told him about the man I was before the first kill, and the ghost I became after. I spoke into the dusty quiet of the prison library, and for the first time, the telling felt not like a confession, but like a beginning. The first step on the long road of living with it. Story 5. The key was on the floor, just under the lip of the warped baseboard, as if it had fallen from a careless pocket and skittered into shadow. It was a small brass Yale key, the kind that opens nothing of consequence, a mailbox or a diary. A fine gray dust coated its serrated teeth. It lay in the corner of the room that had once been Colton's study, a room that now held only the ghost of his scent, a mixture of pipe tobacco and the faint sweet decay of old paper. The two men from the agency had already been through the place, their large, efficient hands patting down shelves and rifling through drawers, but they had missed it. They were looking for grand things, for files and ledgers and encrypted drives, not for the small, forgotten detail that whispers the truth. Joe saw it. He always saw the small things. It was a curse, this noticing. He stood in the doorway, his own breathing loud in the silence, and his eyes, the pale, washed-out blue of a winter sky, tracked from the empty desk to the vacant chair to the dust-filmed window that looked out on a rain-soaked London street, and then down to the shadow in the corner. The key. He did not move to pick it up. Not yet. To disturb it was to break a spell, to sever the fragile thread it represented. He let it lie there, a silent, metallic secret in the gloom. Colton was dead. The official report, the one they had given Joe over a bad telephone line that crackled with static and unspoken implications, said it was a heart attack. A tragic, if mundane, end for an old informant living out his brittle retirement in a Pimlico bedsit. But Colton was 58. He had the nervous, bird-like vitality of a man who had spent his life listening at keyholes. And he had called Joe 2 nights before he died. His voice was a thin wire of sound, stretched taut with fear. Joe, it's me. He's back. The old wind is blowing from the east again. I have something. A key. It's all in the key. Then the line went dead. A soft click followed by the hum of disconnection. The old wind. Joe knew that wind. Its name was Brent. The senior officials had been reluctant, their voices smooth and polished as river stones. Joe, you're retired. Enjoy it. The world has moved on. But the world never moves on, not really. It just piles the past higher and deeper, like layers of sediment, until the pressure creates a fossil or a fault line. Colton's death was a fault line, cracking open the carefully paved-over ground of a decades-old conflict. They called Joe back because he was the only one who understood the geology of that particular ruin. He was the only one who had ever truly played the game against Brent and survived. He finally moved into the room, his footsteps hushed on the worn Persian rug. The air was cold and still, thick with the absence of life. He crouched, his knees complaining with a quiet pop, and picked up the key. It was cool in his palm, surprisingly heavy for its size. He turned it over. No markings, just a simple, unassuming key. He closed his fingers around it, the metal warming against his skin. This was the first fragment. His wife, Jaden, was 1,000 miles away, in a house by a different, sunnier sea. Her absence was a constant, low-grade hum in his life. A frequency of failure he had learned to tune out, but never to silence. She had left him not for another man, but for the quiet. She could no longer abide the noise of his world, the silent screams it produced in the dead of night, the way he would look at a stranger on the beach and see not a vacationer but a potential asset or a threat. Her departure was the one mystery he had never had the heart to solve. The investigation began not with a bang, but with a series of whispers. A field agent named Miller, young and earnest, with a face still soft around the edges, met him in a pub that smelled of stale beer and wet wool. He slid a manila envelope across the sticky table. "Post-mortem," Miller murmured, his eyes darting to the door. "They'll say it's conclusive, but look at the bruising, the pattern." Joe took the envelope. He did not open it there. He waited until he was back in his own rented room, a space as anonymous and transient as he was. The report was a forest of clinical jargon, but the photographs were clear. Colton on a steel table, his skin the color of old wax. And on his neck, just below the jawline, a faint, almost artistic pattern of bruising. Not the chaotic marks of a fall, Not the desperate grip of a cardiac event. It was a precise, deliberate pressure. Signature. Brent's signature. The Tatar's kiss, they had called it in the old days. A method of assassination that left minimal trace. A whisper of pressure on the carotid artery that could induce a silent, swift death, often misdiagnosed as natural causes. It was elegant, brutal, taut. Brent was nothing if not an artist. The key felt like a brand in Joe's pocket. He held it up to the weak light from the window. A key to what? Colton's flat had been thoroughly searched. His person had yielded nothing. Joe walked the streets of Pimlico, the rain a fine mist that beaded on his wool coat, and he thought. He retraced the steps of Colton's last days. The newsagent where he bought his paper. The library where he spent his afternoons. The post office. The post office. It was a small, cramped building, all fluorescent lights, and the smell of ink and desperation. Joe showed a photograph of Colton to the clerk, a woman with tired eyes and a name tag that read Sharon. She remembered him. Came in every Tuesday, like clockwork, for his box. Joe's heart was a slow, heavy drum. Box number? She consulted a ledger. 301. Joe produced the key. Would this be for that box? She glanced at it, then at him, a flicker of suspicion in her weary gaze. Might be. You got ID? You family? He had neither. He had only the quiet, insistent authority of his demeanor. He placed a 20-pound note on the counter, a silent, universal language. She looked at the money, then at the key, then back at Joe. She took the key. Wait here. She returned a moment later, her expression unreadable. She slid the key in a small, flat package back across the counter. The package was wrapped in plain brown paper, addressed to Colton with no return address. The postmark was local, from 2 days before his death. It was in the box, she said, her voice low. He never picked it up. Back in his room, Joe unwrapped the package. Inside was a single, unlabeled VHS tape. He had to buy a cheap, second-hand player from a charity shop to view it. The image that flickered to life on the small screen was grainy, washed out, but unmistakable. It was security footage, a black and white panorama of a grand hotel lobby. The time code in the corner was from 6 weeks ago. And there, clear as day, was a senior Western official, a man named Alistair Finch, a pillar of the establishment, shaking hands with a man whose face was known to only a handful of people in the world. Brent, dead. Brent looked older, his hair silver now, his face more lined, but the charisma was palpable even through the degraded video. He carried himself with the relaxed assurance of a man who owned the room without having to prove it. The handshake was brief. An envelope changed hands. Finch pocketed it. The entire exchange took less than 10 seconds. It was a ghost of a transaction, a whisper of treason. This was the key. Not the brass one, but the truth it unlocked. Colton had not just known Brent was back. He had known that Brent had turned one of their own. He had procured the proof. And he had died for it. The pieces began to click into place, each one a cold, hard fact. The obstruction from the senior officials. The way Finch had been so adamant that Colton's death was a non-issue. The sudden reassignment of the field agent Miller, who was found 3 days later in the Thames. His death ruled an accident after a night of heavy drinking. Another fragment, silenced. Joe was a ghost himself now, moving through the machinery of an institution that was trying to erase him. He knew he was being watched. A car that was always parked a little too far down the street. A static crackle on his phone line. He felt the old patterns reasserting themselves. The paranoia that was not paranoia at all, but a heightened state of awareness, a survival instinct. The confrontation, when it came, was not in a dramatic, rain-swept alley, but in the one place Brent had always coveted. The place that represented a life Joe had failed to hold on to. The conservatory of the hotel where Jadian was staying, on a brief visit to London to finalize the sale of their old shared assets. Joe had come to warn her, to tell her to leave the city. He found her sitting at a wicker table, surrounded by ferns and orchids, the glass ceiling showing a sky the color of lead. And sitting across from her, holding a delicate porcelain teacup, was Brent. He looked up as Joe entered, a slow, easy smile spreading across his face. It was a face of immense charm and profound cruelty. The two qualities so intertwined they became one. "Joseph," he said, his voice a low, cultured baritone. "I was just telling your lovely wife about the orchids. Such resilient things. They thrive on neglect." Jadian looked from Brent to Joe, her expression a complex map of old resentment and new fear. "Joe, what is this?" "This is the old wind, Jadian," Joe said, his voice quiet. He did not take his eyes off Brent. Brent set his cup down with a precise click. "Always so dramatic. The world is not a chessboard, Joseph. It is a garden. Some things are pruned. Some are allowed to bloom. You're Mr. Colton. He was a weed. He was pulling up the roots of something much larger than himself. You killed him. Tree. Oh, a gentle pruning. He was a fragile man. His heart was weak. The report was quite clear. Brent's eyes, dark and depthless, held Joe's. Just as your heart must be tired, Joseph. All this running. All this noticing. It exhausts the soul. Walk away. There is a flight to your little house by the sea this evening. Be on it." "He has proof, Brent," Joe said. "The tape. I have it." Brent's smile did not falter, but it became something colder, sharper. "Do you? And who will you show it to? Finch? The man who authorized the cleanup of your young friend Miller? The same men who called you back not to find the truth, but to identify the loose ends so it could be neatly snipped? You are the investigation, Joseph, and you are the loose end." The truth of it settled over Joe, a heavy, cold weight. He had been a fool. They had not called him back to solve a murder. They had called him back to be the final piece of the crime scene, the retired investigator who, overwhelmed by the re-emergence of his old demons, takes his own life in a fit of despair. It was the perfect, closed circle. He looked at Jadian. Her face was pale, her hands clenched in her lap. She was seeing his world finally, in all its ugly, intricate glory. She was seeing the man she had married, not the quiet retiree, but the man who lived in the shadows, the man whose life was a web of lies and counter-lies. And in her eyes he saw not fear for him, but a final, absolute confirmation of her decision to leave. Brent stood. He adjusted the cuff of his immaculate suit jacket. "It was good to see you again, Joseph. A final pleasure." He gave a slight, almost imperceptible nod to a man reading a newspaper by the door. A large man with a placid face and thick hands. Then he turned and walked away, disappearing between the lush green ferns. Joe was alone with his wife in the false paradise of the conservatory. The air was humid, thick with the scent of damp earth and blooming flowers. The sound of a piano, distant and tinny, filtered in from the main lobby. "Joe," Jadian whispered, "what have you done?" He had no answer for her. He had done his duty. He had followed the clues. He had found the truth. And the truth was a weapon that had been turned against him. He took the VHS tape from his inside pocket. It was useless. A relic. He placed it on the wicker table between them. He left her there, sitting amidst the orchids. He walked out of the hotel and into the London rain. He did not go to the airport. He walked for hours, until his clothes were soaked through, and the city lights blurred into smears of gold on the wet pavement. He found himself on a bridge overlooking the Thames. The water was a black, churning ribbon below, swallowing the light and the rain. The large man from the conservatory was there, waiting, He stood under a lamppost, his shadow long and distorted on the pavement. Joe did not run. He felt a strange, profound calm. He had spent his life piecing together fragments, trying to make a coherent picture out of the chaos. But some pictures, once completed, are too terrible to hold. He thought of the key, lying in the dust, a small, forgotten detail. He thought of Colton's frightened voice on the phone, the old wind. He took the brass key from his pocket. He held it in his palm for a moment, feeling its final, insignificant weight. Then he leaned over the railing and opened his hand. The key fell, a tiny, dark sliver against the vast, indifferent darkness of the river. It entered the water without a sound, leaving only a momentary ripple that was instantly erased by the current and the relentless rain. It was gone. A forgotten detail returned to the void. The man under the lamppost began to walk toward him, his footsteps measured and slow on the whetstone. Joe did not turn to face him. He kept his eyes on the water, on the place where the key had vanished, watching as the river, patient and eternal, slowly erased all traces of what had occurred. He did not feel the man's presence behind him so much as a shift in the air, a displacement of the rain's patter. The world had narrowed to the cold iron of the railing under his hands, and the dark water below. He waited. There was no point in anything else. A voice, surprisingly soft, spoke near his ear. "It's a cold night for a stroll, Mr. Evans." Joe didn't turn. "I needed the air." The man moved to stand beside him, mirroring his posture, leaning on the railing to look down at the river. He was even larger up close, his face a placid moon under the damp glow of the street lamp. "He thought you might do something like that. Throw it all away." "Did he?" "Hey, I understand sentiment. The dramatic gesture." The man shifted his weight. "He also understands that a man like you keeps copies." Joe said nothing. The copy of the tape was in a locker at King's Cross, the key to which was now at the bottom of the Thames. A useless piece of theater. Brent was right. Who would he give it to? It was a ghost, haunting only him. "Has a proposal," the man said. His hands, resting on the railing, were thick-fingered and capable. "A different kind of retirement. I've seen his retirement packages. They tend to be permanent. This one is active. A consultancy. Your particular talent for noticing things is still valued. By the right people." Joe finally turned his head to look at the man. His eyes were a flat, neutral brown. There was no threat in them, only a weary professionalism. This was not an executioner. This was a recruiter. "Finch?" Joe asked. "A temporary arrangement. A man of his stature requires certain management. You could provide a unique perspective." The offer was as elegant and brutal as the tater's kiss. They weren't going to kill him. They were going to hire him. They would absorb him, make him a part of the very machinery that had just ground up Colton and Miller. His silence, his compliance, would be purchased not with a bullet, but with a salary and the grim satisfaction of continued relevance. It was the ultimate pruning. He would become the gardener. "And if I refuse?" The man gave a slight, almost imperceptible shrug. "Then you catch your flight. You go back to your house by the sea. You live a long and quiet life." They both knew it was a lie. The quiet would be a pretense, a waiting game. He would be a man on a shelf, a constant, manageable risk. Or he would have an accident, a heart attack, a fall. The method was irrelevant. The outcome was certain. "I need to think," Joe said. "Of course." The man pushed a plain white business card into Joe's coat pocket. It was perfectly dry, as if it had been kept in a sealed container. "A number. Call it when you've decided. Don't take too long." With a final nod, the man turned and walked away, his figure receding into the veils of rain until he was just another shadow, then nothing at all. Joe stood on the bridge until the cold seeped into his bones. He walked back to his rented room, his mind a perfect, terrible blank. He took off his wet coat and hung it on the back of a chair. He saw the corner of the white card in the pocket. He did not take it out. He sat on the edge of the narrow bed and looked at his hands. They were the hands of an old man, the skin thin, the veins prominent. They were a liar's hands, a killer's hands, a husband's hands. They had held a key. They had held a tape. They had held his wife's face a long time ago. He thought of Jaden in the conservatory, surrounded by flowers that thrived on neglect. He had seen the final door close in her eyes. There was no going back from that. There was no house by the sea. That life, the one he had failed so completely, was already over. It had been over for years. He had just been too busy noticing other things to see it. The silence in the room was absolute. It was the silence Brent had offered him, the silence of the grave or the silence of complicity. Two different kinds of nothing. He stood up and went to the small desk. He took a sheet of the hotel stationery and a pen. He wrote a single sentence, the ink bleeding slightly into the cheap paper. He did not sign it. He folded it neatly and put it in his pocket. He left the room, leaving the wet coat and the white card behind. He walked to the post office, the same one Colton had used. He bought a single stamp and an envelope. He addressed it to Jaden at her hotel. He slid the note inside, sealed it, and dropped it into the red mouth of the mailbox. The act was final, a latch clicking shut. The note read, "I am sorry for the noise." He walked out into the city. The rain had softened to a drizzle. He found a phone booth, its glass fogged from within. He stepped inside, the space smelling of old metal and damp cloth. He took the card from his wallet, the one he had moved from his coat. He dialed the number. It was answered on the first ring. No voice, just the faint hiss of an open line. "It's Joe," he said, his voice steady, devoid of any emotion. "I'm in." The line went dead. He placed the receiver back in its cradle. He stood in the booth for a long time, watching the people outside hurry through the evening. Their lives a mystery to him now, a language he had once understood but had chosen to forget. He had joined the silence. He had become part of the old blowing wind. He was given a new flat in a bland modern building near Vauxhall. It was small, efficient, and utterly anonymous. The windows did not open. The furniture was new and without character. It was a cell with better amenities. His first assignment arrived in a sealed envelope, delivered by a courier who did not meet his eyes. It was a personnel file. He was to find the weaknesses, the pressure points, of a mid-level analyst in the Home Office. It was a test. He worked methodically, the old skills returning like a familiar muscle memory. He found the analyst's routines, his debts, his quiet, desperate affair with a junior secretary. Joe wrote his report in clear, concise prose. It was a blueprint for ruin. He submitted it and felt nothing. Weeks bled into months. He saw Brent only once, in the underground parking garage of the building. Brent was getting into a black sedan. He saw Joe and gave a slow, deliberate nod, an artist acknowledging a competent restorer of a damaged canvas. There was no triumph in it, only a cold, professional respect. Joe nodded back. Then the car door closed and it glided away, its tires silent on the polished concrete. His life became a series of profiles and assessments. He was a ghost in the machine, oiling the gears of an apparatus he had once fought. He learned that Finch had been promoted to a ceremonial role with no access to classified material, a gentle pruning. Miller's file was permanently closed. Colton's was archived. The world was neat and orderly. It was a garden, just as Brent had said. One Tuesday, A different envelope appeared. Inside was a ticket to a chamber music concert at Widmore Hall and a key. No instructions. He understood. This was not an assignment. It was a summons. He went that evening, taking a seat in the back row. The music was complex and beautiful, all intricate patterns and unresolved tensions. He did not see Brent until the intermission. He was standing near the bar, holding a glass of water. He looked like any other wealthy, cultured patron. "Do you enjoy Bach, Joseph?" Brent asked as Joe approached. "It's mathematics made audible. There is no room for error. No room for sentiment." "It's fine," Joe said. Brent smiled his sharp, cold smile. "You've done well. You've adapted. It is the highest form of intelligence." He sipped his water. "I have a new project for you, more nuanced than the others. It requires a delicate touch." He handed Joe a program for the concert. Folded inside was a photograph of a woman in her 40s, with intelligent eyes and a determined set to her jaw. "A journalist. She is digging in places that are best left undisturbed," Brent said softly, his voice barely a whisper under the murmur of the crowd. "She has a child, a boy. He has asthma. She is very protective. You will help her understand the risks of bad air." Joe looked at the photograph. He looked at the woman's face, at the fierce love and stubborn courage he knew would be her undoing. He thought of the Tatar's kiss, a whisper of pressure in the right place. He thought of the key, falling through the dark air toward the water. The lights flickered, signaling the end of intermission. The crowd began to move back toward the auditorium. Brent placed a hand on Joe's shoulder. The touch was light, almost paternal. "Think of it not as a suppression, Joseph. Think of it as a harmony. One must sometimes silence a single note for the greater piece to achieve its beauty." He turned and walked away, merging with the flow of people returning to their seats. Joe stood alone, holding the program. The music from the second half began, a single pure line from a cello that filled the hall. It was a note of profound and utter loneliness. He looked down at the woman's photograph. He saw Colton's face. He saw Miller's. He saw his own, reflected in the dark glass of an emergency exit sign. He had believed he was navigating the silence, that he had found a way to survive within it. But he realized now that he had not joined the silence. He had become the silence, and the silence had a job for him to do. He did not move until the usher gave him a questioning look. He then walked not back into the concert hall, but out into the street, the program still clutched in his hand. The night air was cool. He walked without a destination. The woman's face imprinted on his mind. He found himself on a bench in a small deserted square. The sounds of the city a distant hum. He took out his phone, a sleek, secure model they had given him. He could look her up. He could begin the profile. He could find the name of her son's school, the brand of his inhaler, the rhythm of their lives. It would be easy. The machinery was there, waiting for his command. His thumb hovered over the screen. He saw the key falling. He saw Jaden's face in the conservatory, the final, absolute confirmation. He saw the note he had mailed. "I'm sorry for the noise." He had been apologizing for the truth, for the disruption it caused. But the noise was the only thing that was real. The silence was the lie. He opened a new browser window. He did not search for the journalist. Instead, he typed a name he had not dared to search for since his return. Miller. He added a few more terms. The old dormant instincts guided his fingers. He found nothing, of course. It had been scrubbed clean. A perfect, sterile record. He then typed in another name. Colton. The public record was a brief, dry obituary. A private researcher, survived by a sister. He noted the sister's name, her location. A small, irrelevant detail. A forgotten thread. He sat for a long time, the phone growing heavy in his hand. The proposal was not a test of his cruelty, but of his obedience. It was the final snip, the pruning of his own conscience. To do this would be to cross a line from which there was no return, not even the cynical professional return he had been managing. It would make him Brant. He stood up from the bench. He walked to the edge of the square where a public waste bin stood bolted to the pavement. He dropped the concert program and the photograph into it. He did not look back. He walked to a different part of the city, a place of late-night cafes and student housing. He found a cramped internet cafe, the kind that took cash. He paid for 30 minutes at a terminal in the corner. He created a new, anonymous email account. He wrote a short, simple message. He did not use names. He described a pattern, a connection between a retired security consultant and a series of quiet tragedies. He mentioned a tape, now lost, and a key, now at the bottom of a river. He mentioned a journalist who was asking the right questions. He attached the sister's name, an address, a single fragile thread to pull. He sent it to the journalist. He cleared the history, paid his bill, and left. The night felt different. The air was no longer still. He had introduced a note of dissonance into Brent's perfect harmony. It was a small, desperate act. It would likely achieve nothing. They would find the email. They would silence the journalist more permanently. They would find him. But as he walked, a strange feeling began to stir in his chest, a sensation he had not felt since standing on the bridge. It was not hope. It was simpler than that. It was the feeling of a choice, finally made. He had chosen the noise. He had chosen to be a loose end. He did not go back to the flat in Vauxhall. He knew he had perhaps hours, maybe only minutes. He bought a cheap backpack, a change of clothes, a train ticket to a northern city he had never visited. He paid in cash. He was a ghost again. But a different kind now. Not a ghost in the machine, but a ghost haunting it. As his train pulled out of the station, sliding past the dark, sleeping shapes of the city, he looked at his reflection in the window. He saw an old man, tired and hunted. But his eyes, for the first time in a very long time, were his own. He was Joseph Evans, a man who noticed things. And he had just noticed a way to make one last, very inconvenient sound. The train moved through the night, a steady rhythm on the tracks that was both soothing and alien. He had no plan beyond the name of the city on his ticket. He slept fitfully, his head against the cool glass, and dreamed of churning black water. He awoke with a start as dawn was breaking, a gray light seeping into a landscape of industrial parks and scrubland. His body ached with a deep, familiar weariness. He was a man on the run. Again. He got off at the first major stop, not his final destination. It was a smaller city, a place of red brick and steep hills. He found a room in a boarding house that asked no questions, paying a week in advance with the dwindling cash from his wallet. The room was sparse, but the window opened to a view of a cobbled street and a sliver of sky. The ability to open it felt like a luxury. For 2 days he did nothing but walk the city. He learned its gradients, its shortcuts, the rhythm of its market, and the quiet of its library. He bought a cheap pay-as-you-go phone with the last of his cash. He was waiting. He knew the first move was not his to make. He had thrown a stone into a very deep, very quiet pond. He had to wait for the ripples to return. On the third day, he turned on the phone. He sent a single text message to the number he had memorized from the white card had left in his coat. It contained one word: gone. He removed the battery and the SIM card, crushing the latter under his heel on the way to the public library. He used a computer there to check the news, scanning for any mention of a journalist, a scandal, a body found in the Thames. There was nothing. The silence was holding, or it was deepening. He was in the reading room, looking at a week-old newspaper, when a man sat down in the chair opposite him. He was young, with a sharp, intelligent face and restless hands. He placed a book on the table between them. It was a guide to local bird life. "The curlew is a fascinating bird," the young man said, his voice low and conversational. "Its call is one of the loneliest sounds in the world." Joe did not look up from his paper. "I've always been more of a city pigeon man myself. Pigeons are survivors, adaptable, but they rarely change the landscape." The young man tapped a finger on the book's cover. "My name is Aris. The curlew sent me." Joe slowly folded his newspaper. He looked at Aris. He saw the keen eyes, the contained energy. He was not one of Brent's men. They were older, calmer, like glaciers. This was a different kind of creature. I didn't expect a response so soon. The email was evocative. It found its way to some of the right people. Some of the wrong people, too, probably. It was a risky thing to do. I've retired from playing it safe. Aris allowed himself a thin smile. "So we gathered. We've been looking for a way to get a thread into that particular tapestry for a long time. Your note provided one. A very frayed one, but a thread nonetheless. The sister. She's safe, for now. She doesn't know anything, but she's willing to listen. She wants to know what happened to her brother." Aris leaned forward. "We can't protect you forever. They will find you. They're very good at that. I know. But we can use you. Your knowledge is a map of the labyrinth. We don't need you to lead us out. We need you to show us where the Minotaur sleeps." Joe looked around the quiet library. The dust motes danced in the slants of light between the bookshelves. It was a different kind of silence here, not the dead silence of his Vauxhall flat, but a living, waiting silence, full of stories yet to be read. He had traded one machine for another, a sleek, brutal apparatus for a ragged, nascent resistance. The work would be the same, finding weaknesses, applying pressure. The difference was the goal. It was not harmony. It was a cacophony. It was noise. "What do you need?" Joe asked. Aris slid the bird guide across the table. "Memorize the first chapter, then burn it. We'll be in touch." He stood up and walked away, merging with the stacks of books and disappearing as if he had never been there. Joe picked up the book. It was heavier than it looked. He opened it. The first chapter was not about birds. It was a primer on dead drops, brush passes, and basic counter-surveillance. It was a beginner's guide to being a ghost. He left the library and walked up the hill to his room. He sat by the open window and read. The words were dry and technical, but beneath them, he could hear it. The faint, distant sound of the world he had left behind beginning to crack. He was not just a loose end anymore. He was a splinter, and he was going to work his way in. The next week was a lesson in stillness. He followed the instructions in the book with a pedantic precision, becoming a student of his own insignificance. He learned the bus routes, not to use them, but to know their timing. He noted the schedules of the street sweepers and the postmen. He became a fixed point in the city's daily rhythm, a man with no apparent purpose, and therefore, for the moment, of no interest. He was waiting for the signal. It came on a Tuesday, as a classified ad in the local paper for a used bicycle. The listed phone number contained the time. He went to the city's art gallery at the appointed hour and stood before a large, gloomy landscape. After a few minutes, a woman with a pushchair stopped beside him. "The light is quite wrong in this one, don't you think?" she said, not looking at him. "It's the rain," Joe replied, the correct response. She adjusted a blanket over her sleeping child. "There's a cafe on Faro Street, the one with the blue door. Be there tomorrow at 2. Order the apple cake." She then moved on, cooing to her baby. The cafe was small and warm, smelling of ground coffee and cinnamon. He took a corner table with his back to the wall and ordered the apple cake. It was too sweet. He was halfway through it when a man slipped into the seat opposite him. It was not Aris. This man was older, with a kind, tired face and the stooped shoulders of an academic. He wore a tweed jacket with leather patches on the elbows. "Thank you for coming," the man said. His voice was soft, cultured. "You can call me Walter." He stirred his tea, the spoon making no sound against the porcelain. "We have a problem, a small one, but small problems have a way of growing in the dark. There's a man, a local councilman. He is on the planning committee for a new infrastructure project, a data hub, ostensibly. He is also in a significant amount of debt to people who do not issue polite reminders." Joe took a sip of his water. "And you want me to lean on him?" Walter smiled, a sad, gentle expression. "No, we want you to save him. We believe he is about to be leaned on very hard by your former employers. They will offer to clear his debts in exchange for his vote, his silence, and his soul. We want to get to him first. We want to offer him a different way out. We want to offer him a different way out." "And how do I do that?" "You talk to him. You show him that we know. You offer him our help. We can protect his family. We can renegotiate his debts. We can give him a story to tell the men in suits when they come calling. We can make him a patriot again instead of a pawn." Joe put his fork down. "This is not what I expected." "Did you expect a bomb?" Walter asked, his tone still mild. "This is how it starts. One saved man, one protected vote. One small piece of the foundation that does not crumble. It is slow, patient work. It is gardening of a sort." He paused, letting the echo of Brent's own metaphor hang in the air between them. "But we are planting wildflowers, Joseph, not topiary." Walter slid a folded napkin across the table. "His name, his schedule, his favorite pub. He has a dog, a spaniel. Talk about the dog." Joe took the napkin. The simplicity of it was unnerving. There was no threat, no coercion, just a conversation. It felt more dangerous than any assignment from Brent. "He'll be at the Crown tonight after 8, Walter said, standing up. He left a few coins on the table for his tea. "Be kind. He's a frightened man. And Joseph, welcome to the noise." That evening, Joe found the councilman sitting alone in a booth at the Crown, a half-finished pint in front of him, his eyes fixed on some middle distance of worry. His spaniel lay dutifully at his feet. Joe bought 2 pints and walked over. "Mr. Davies," he said, placing one of the pints on the table. "Mind if I join you? I was told you're the man to talk to about spaniels." The man looked up, startled, then wary. But the mention of his dog softened his expression by a fraction. Joe sat and began to talk. He did not mention debts or data hubs or men in suits. He talked about dogs and the city and the weight of small decisions. He talked as one tired man to another. And as he spoke, he watched the fear in the councilman's eyes slowly mix with something else, something fragile and long dormant. It was not relief, not yet. It was the faint, tentative possibility of hope. It was the first note of a new and different song. The councilman's name was Alistair. By the end of the second pint, his guard was down, not because of the alcohol, but because of the quiet understanding in Joe's eyes. Joe never made the offer outright. He spoke in generalities about friends who could help with difficult situations, about second chances, and the importance of protecting what you love. He mentioned that sometimes the most obvious path was a trap, and that other, quieter paths existed for those who knew to look for them. He gave Alistair a number to call, a simple sequence of digits that felt like a lifeline. Then he finished his drink, patted the spaniel one last time, and left. He walked back to his room through the damp night, the encounter replaying in his mind. It felt nothing like the work he had done for Brent. There had been no leverage, no implicit threat, only the offering of a choice. It felt clean. He wondered if this was what redemption felt like, or if he was just fooling himself. swapping one master for another in a more palatable uniform. 3 days later, a postcard of the city's cathedral arrived at his boarding house. It was unsigned. On the back, in neat handwriting, were the words, "The wildflowers are blooming." Alistair had called. He had taken the path. A small, quiet victory. It changed nothing in the grand scheme, but something in Joe's chest, a knot he had carried for years, loosened just a little. His next contact was more direct. Harris met him on a park bench overlooking a muddy river. "Alistair's secure," he said without preamble. "He provided us with a preliminary proposal for the data hub. It's worse than we thought. The land acquisition is being fast-tracked using a wartime provision. Your former friends are getting impatient. What do you need me to do?" Joe asked. "We need to slow them down, create a distraction, something that forces them to look inward, to check their own perimeter." Harris handed Joe a small sealed envelope. "This is a list, names of mid-level facilitators in their network. Accountants, logistics coordinators, a psychiatrist who does their evaluations. They are the glue. We need to make them feel exposed." Joe took the envelope. It was thin, barely there. "You want me to scare them? We want you to make them visible." A carefully worded letter, a misplaced document, a whisper in the right ear. "Make them think an internal audit is coming, that someone is talking. That someone is talking. They'll start turning on each other. It will create chaos, and chaos is a shield." Joe slipped the envelope into his pocket. The weight of it was familiar. This was closer to his old work, the architecture of paranoia. But the purpose was inverted. He was not building a prison. He was picking the locks from the inside. He spent the next fortnight as a ghostwriter of fear. He composed anonymous letters detailing trivial but private details of a facilitator's life. The name of his mistress, the exact amount of an undeclared bonus. He left a personnel file from a shredded document in the photocopier at a business center one of them used. He made a single, untraceable phone call to a private line, breathing softly for a moment before hanging up. Small, precise acts. Needles, not daggers. He saw the results in the news a week later. A minor but prominent story about the sudden resignation of a government accountant for personal reasons. Another piece about a delay in the planning permission for the Northern Data Initiative. The ripples were spreading. He was in a supermarket, buying a loaf of bread and a tin of soup when he felt it. A shift in the air. A presence where there should be none. It was a feeling as primal as the scent of rain, a cold tingle at the base of his spine. He didn't turn around. He didn't quicken his pace. He simply finished his transaction, took his bag, and walked out into the afternoon crowd. He knew the protocols. He had written some of them. They had found him. The silence had sent its hunters. He felt a strange calm settle over him. The waiting was over. Now, the real work began. He merged with the flow of pedestrians, his mind already mapping the escape routes, his body moving with the old, familiar rhythm of the prey that knew it was being hunted. He was a splinter, and the body was trying to push him out. He would not go quietly. He walked for 20 minutes, making no sudden turns, his reflection a ghost in the shop windows. He saw them twice. A man in a dark coat, too focused on not being noticed. A woman on a bench, talking into her phone but her eyes tracking the street. They were good, but he was better. He had designed this game. He ducked into a multi-story car park, the air thick with the smell of petrol and concrete. He took the stairs 2 at a time, not running, but moving with a purpose that suggested he belonged there. On the 3rd level, he found what he was looking for, a service closet. The lock was cheap, a twist of a wire from his pocket, and he was inside, surrounded by the smell of cleaning supplies and dust. He waited in the dark for an hour, listening to the sounds of the city echo through the structure. Car doors, engines, Footsteps that came and went. He thought of Alistair and his spaniel, of the wildflowers. He thought of the letters he had written, the seeds of fear he had planted. It had been enough to draw them out. That was something. When he was sure the immediate search had moved on, he slipped out. He abandoned his room, his few belongings, the view of the cobbled street. He became someone else. He bought a new coat from a charity shop. A different style, a different color. He shaved his head in the public toilets of a bus station. The man in the mirror was a stranger, gaunt and severe. He used a dead drop Eris had shown him, a loose brick in a wall near the university. He left a message, a single letter code indicating a breach. He did not wait for a reply. He was a liability to them now, a hot asset. The connection had to be severed for their safety and his. He took a bus to a different town, then a train to another. He was moving in a wide, aimless arc, a satellite losing its orbit. He knew they would not stop. Brent's harmony could not tolerate a single sustained dissonant note. He was that note. Days bled into one another. He slept in library chairs and on early morning trains. He ate when he could, his cash reserves dwindling to almost nothing. The world had become a series of backdrops, none of them real. He was a ghost haunting the periphery. One rainy evening, in a grim motorway service station, he saw his own face on a small television mounted behind the counter. The volume was down, but the ticker at the bottom of the screen was clear. Former intelligence analyst wanted for questioning. The photograph was old, from his employee file. He looked young, confident, and utterly foreign to the man he saw reflected in the dark window of the cafe. He finished his coffee. The bitterness, a grounding sensation. They had gone public. That meant they were desperate, or they believed he was about to break their story wide open. It meant the journalist, the sister, someone was getting close. He left the service station and walked along the grass verge of the motorway, the spray from the passing trucks soaking his trousers. He had no destination. He was a loose end, fraying in the wind. But as the headlights illuminated the endless, streaming rain, he understood something. He was not just a splinter. He was the story itself. And as long as he kept moving, the story was not over. The noise would continue. He walked until the cold seeped through his shoes and the noise of the traffic became a dull, constant roar in his ears. He found a wooden bench at a closed-up roadside picnic area and sat, watching the red taillights stream away into the dark. The rain had softened to a fine mist. He was tired in a way that sleep could not fix, a deep erosion of the spirit. A car slowed on the slip road, its indicator blinking. It was an old, boxy sedan, a common and forgettable model. It pulled into the picnic area and stopped, its engine idling. The passenger window slid down. "Get in," a voice said from the driver's seat. Joe did not move. He could not see the driver's face clearly in the gloom. "The curlew's call is a lonely sound," the voice said, "but it's meant to be heard over a great distance." It was the correct phrase, a contingency he had not expected to be used. He stood, his muscles protesting, and opened the passenger door. The interior of the car was warm and smelled of stale coffee and warm electronics. The driver was a woman, her hair pulled back in a practical ponytail, her face sharp and alert in the glow of the dashboard. "I'm Lena," she said, pulling the car back onto the road with a smooth, confident motion. "We intercepted their communication spike when your picture hit the airwaves. We thought we'd lost you." "You should have," Joe said, leaning his head against the cool glass of the window. "I was a ghost. Nobody's a ghost to them forever. You know that. They've thrown a lot of resources into finding you. This is no longer a quiet retrieval. It's a public example." She glanced at him. "You've become important. I haven't done anything. You've existed. You've talked to a councilman. You've rattled cages. Your continued existence is a narrative they cannot control. That makes you a weapon." She drove in silence for a few minutes, merging onto a darker A road that cut through farmland. We're going to ground, a safe house, but it's temporary. The network is compromised. They're rolling us up, one cell at a time. The sister, the journalist, are they safe? For now, but they're being hunted too. Your story is a thread, and they're pulling on it. Lena's hands were tight on the wheel. We have a choice to make. We can try to hide you deeper, give you a new name and a life in some corner of the world they might not look, or we can use the attention. Use it how? We have the data hub plans. We have Alistair's testimony. We have your first-hand account of the machine. It's not enough for a court, but it's enough for the court of public opinion. We can give you a voice. We can let you speak. Joe closed his eyes. The idea was terrifying. To step out of the shadows and into the blinding light was a death sentence of a different kind. It was the opposite of everything he had been trained to do. They will destroy you, Lena continued, her voice matter-of-fact. They will call you a traitor, a liar, an unstable fantasist. They will dissect your life and find every flaw. It will be brutal. But it would be loud, Joe finished for her. Yes, she said softly. It would be the noisiest thing you have ever done. He thought of the library, the dust motes in the silent light. He thought of the quiet, patient work of saving one man. That was a gentle rain. This would be a thunderclap. It would likely be the last thing he ever did. Take me to the safe house, he said. I need to think. Lena nodded, her face unreadable. She drove on through the night, the headlights cutting a solitary path through the darkness. Joe watched the sleeping world go by, a landscape of silent houses and shuttered shops, all of them oblivious to the silent war being waged in their name. He had spent his life operating in the spaces between things, in the gaps and silences. Now, he was being asked to stand in the middle of the road and shout. He wasn't sure he had the voice for it, but he knew, with a cold and certain clarity, that the time for gardening was over. The wildflowers were about to be trampled. The storm was coming, and he was standing directly in its path. Story 6. The pulse started in my jaw, a tiny, frantic ticking just below the ear, a second heart beating a warning against the bone. I tried to swallow it down with the dregs of my coffee, cold and bitter as a bad memory. It was no use. That tremor was a message from the deep country of my own body, a telegram sent from some primitive outpost that knew danger long before the civilized mind caught up. It said the city was holding its breath. It said something was about to break. I first saw her in the rain, a smudge of pale color against the relentless gray of a downtown evening. Her name was Alicia. She was huddled under the narrow awning of a closed-up pawnshop, her thin arms wrapped around herself, not so much for warmth as to keep the pieces from falling apart. The rain fell in silver needles, stitching the night to the pavement. She looked like a lost letter, something beautiful and important that had been dropped and forgotten. I was just passing through, a ghost in my own town, heading back to my office with a bottle of cheap bourbon as my only appointment. But something in the way she stood, a profound and absolute stillness amidst the city's chaos, made me stop. Her eyes, when they found mine, were the color of a winter sky just before the snow falls. They held no hope, only a quiet, exhausted assessment. You look like you could use a dry place, I said. My voice sounded like gravel under a tire. She just nodded, a small, tight movement. I led her to the diner across the street, a place called the Eclipse, where the coffee was strong enough to strip paint, and the light was a sickly yellow that made everyone look like they were dying of the same disease. She sat in the booth opposite me, her hands trembling around the chipped mug I pushed toward her. She didn't give a name, not then. She just talked in a low, melodic voice that seemed to come from somewhere else entirely. She told me about a man A man with soft hands and a hard heart, who had promised her a life. He had a way of talking that made lies sound like scripture. He'd given her pretty things, a small apartment with a view of a brick wall, a sense of safety that turned out to be as flimsy as tissue paper. Now he wanted her to do things, to be someone for other men, important men. She showed me a faint yellowing bruise on her upper arm, the shape of a thumb and 4 fingers. A signature. His name is Brian, she whispered. The name a secret she was afraid to let out into the air. He's not what he seems. He has friends. They have a boat. The Serenity. It doesn't ever leave the harbor. I knew the type. Brian Dot. A name for a man who wore a suit like a costume. I knew the game too. The Serenity would be a floating palace of misery, a place where powerful men went to feel even more powerful. I was a private investigator, not a social worker. My job was to find cheating husbands and track down skipped debts, not save lost girls from their own bad choices. But the pulse in my jaw was still there, a steady, insistent drumbeat. And her eyes, those winter sky eyes, held a fragility that felt like a physical weight in the room. I gave her a card, the cheap kind you get printed in bulk. If you're in real trouble, I said, the words feeling useless even as I said them. My office is on 7th. The door's always unlocked. She took the card, her fingers brushing mine. Her skin was cold. She didn't smile, but something shifted in her gaze. A tiny, almost imperceptible thaw. Thank you, Mr. Dillon, I said. Just Dillon. 2 days later, the city exhaled, and what came out was her name, splashed across the morning paper in black and white. Alicia Jones, 22, found dead in harbor. The article was short, a filler piece between the sports and the weather. A probable drowning, a tragedy. The world moved on. I did not. I stood in my office, the newspaper crumpled in my fist, and the pulse in my jaw became a full-body tremor, a seismic shift of pure, undiluted rage. They had written her off, a nobody, a sad story for people to tut over with their breakfast. But I had seen the fear in her eyes. I had felt the cold of her hand. They had erased her, but I remembered. I remembered the name Brian. I remembered the Serenity. The investigation began not with a bang, but with a slow, deliberate descent. The official channels were a brick wall of shrugged shoulders and closed files. I went to the morgue. The attendant, a man with the pallor of someone who lived under fluorescent lights, was reluctant. A $50 bill made him a little more talkative. Yeah, the harbor girl, he said, lighting a cigarette. The smoke curled in the cold, antiseptic air. Pretty thing, wasn't no drowning. He led me to a steel drawer and pulled it open. The code that rolled out was ancient and absolute. Alicia lay on the slab, her skin the color of marble. Her winter sky eyes were closed forever. But it was her neck that held my gaze. There, amidst the pallor, were 2 dark, brutal bruises, placed with a terrible, deliberate precision. See that? The attendant said, pointing with a cigarette. Thumbs. Someone stood over her and pressed down until the life went out of her. That takes time. That takes conviction. The rage inside me cooled, hardened into something sharp and focused. A diamond-tipped drill bit. This was not a random act of violence. This was an execution. I started in the shadows where she had lived. I talked to the other women who worked the rain-slicked streets, their faces hard and their eyes old. They were a closed society, wary of outsiders, but the mention of Aaliyah's name and the flash of more cash loosened a few tongues. They spoke of a woman named Doris. Elegant, dangerous. She was the one who managed the girls for the high-end clients, the ones who went to the parties on the boat. Doris was the gatekeeper. Finding her was like tracking a scent on the wind. She existed in the liminal spaces of the city, in the back rooms of jazz clubs that smelled of cigar smoke and regret, in the lobbies of Art Deco hotels that had seen better days. When I finally cornered her, it was in a quiet bar called the Velvet Thread. She was sitting alone in a booth, a glass of red wine like a blood stain on the white tablecloth. She was beautiful in a way that was almost architectural, all sharp angles and perfect lines. Her hair was the color of polished mahogany, and her eyes were the green of deep, still water. "You're Dylan," she said, her voice a low, smoky thing. She didn't look surprised. "I heard you were asking around about the girl." "Alicia," I said, sliding into the booth opposite her. Her name was Alicia. A faint, condescending smile touched her lips. Names are a luxury in our line of work. She was a sweet thing. Fragile. This city breaks the fragile ones. She was murdered. Thumbs pressed into her throat until she stopped breathing. You know who did it. Doris took a slow sip of her wine, her eyes never leaving mine. They were calculating, weighing my value, my threat. Knowing and proving are two different countries, Mr. Dillon. And the man you're looking for, he is the Border Patrol. His name is Brian Vancourt. He owns the Serenity. He also owns a significant portion of this city's police department and political machinery. He is a collector. Art, antiquities, people. Alicia was a piece in his collection that developed a flaw. She talked to you. That made her And you? I asked. What are you to him? I am the curator, she said simply. I find the pieces. I ensure they are presented correctly. I was fond of Alicia. What happened was regrettable, but necessary. From Brian's point of view, I felt the cold of the morgue seeping back into my bones. Why are you telling me this? She leaned forward, and I caught the scent of her perfume. Something expensive and floral, with a dark, spicy undertone. Because Brian is a man who believes he is untouchable. And men like that, they make mistakes. Perhaps you are the mistake he is about to make. She gave me an address, a warehouse on the industrial waterfront. That's where the shipments come in, the special shipments for the boat. If you want to understand what Brian does, that's where you start. But be careful, Mr. Dillon. The water there is very, very deep. The warehouse was a cathedral of decay, a vast, echoing space of rust and shadows. The air was thick with the smells of salt, oil, and the sweet, rotten scent of the harbor at low tide. Moonlight filtered through grime-caked windows high above, painting silver stripes on the damp concrete floor. I moved through the canyon of silent machinery and stacked crates, my footsteps swallowed by the immense quiet. The only sound was the drip, drip, drip of water from a leaking pipe, a metronome counting out the seconds in the dark. Then, a new sound, the scuff of a shoe on concrete. I froze, pressing myself against the cold, corrugated metal of a shipping container. Two men emerged from the shadows, their forms bulky in the poor light. They were talking in low, guttural tones. New batch on Thursday. The Russian likes them young. Brian wants everything perfect. The last one was a problem. The girl, Alicia, a grunt. She got ideas, thought she could walk away. Victor handled it, quick and quiet, just like he likes. Victor Dot. The name landed in my gut like a fist. I shifted my weight, and my elbow knocked against a loose metal pipe, leaning against the container. It clattered to the floor, the sound exploding in the silence like a gunshot. The two men spun around. Who's there? There was no running. The rage I had been carrying, cold and hard, suddenly flashed into a white-hot flame. I stepped out of the shadows. The first man, all muscle and stupid brutality, lunged at me. I sidestepped and drove my fist into his kidney. He grunted and folded. The second man was smarter, faster. He came in low, a knife appearing in his hand, the blade catching a sliver of moonlight. The world narrowed to the glint of steel and the sound of our ragged breathing. He slashed, and I felt a line of fire open up on my forearm. I grabbed his wrist, twisted until the bones snapped with a sound like a dry twig. He screamed, and the knife clattered to the floor. I hit him once, twice, a third time, my knuckles cracking against his jaw. He went down and did not get up. I stood over them, my chest heaving, the coppery taste of blood in my mouth. The pulse was gone from my jaw. It was everywhere now, a drumbeat in my blood. This was no longer an investigation. This was a war. The violence escalated, a fire I fed with every step. I tracked Victor to a bare-knuckled boxing gym that stank of sweat and blood. He was a mountain of a man, with a flat, dead face and eyes like chips of ice. He saw me coming and smiled, a cruel, empty gesture. The fight was a brutal, primal thing. We destroyed the gym, smashing mirrors and splintering wood. He was stronger, but I had the rage, and I had nothing left to lose. I fought with a ferocity that surprised even me, using everything. A broken bottle, a length of chain. As a weapon, I left him broken and bleeding amidst the wreckage, a whispered confession on his lips. Brian, the penthouse, the Orion Tower. The Orion Tower was the city's newest, tallest monument to money and power, a needle of glass and steel piercing the sky. Getting past the security was like penetrating a fortress. I used the chaos of a delivery truck, the carelessness of a janitor moving through the bowels of the building like a virus. The penthouse elevator opened directly into his world. It was a space of breathtaking, sterile beauty. White floors, white furniture, floor-to-ceiling windows looking out over the glittering city. It was a place devoid of life, a museum. Ryan Van Cor stood at the window, his back to me, a silhouette against the urban galaxy. He was tall, impeccably dressed in a tailored suit. He turned slowly, as if he had been expecting me. His face was handsome, composed, but his eyes were the deadest things I had ever seen. Mr. Dillon, he said, his voice calm, almost bored. I've been following your progress. You are a very destructive man. You've cost me a great deal of money and some small amount of inconvenience. Alicia, I said, the word a curse. He waved a dismissive hand. A minor asset, unstable. Sentiment is a currency that devalues quickly. She spoke to you. That made her a liability. Victor was merely balancing the books. You kill a woman because she talked to me. I eliminate variables, Mr. Dillon. You were a variable. She was a variable. Now, you are both becoming constants. A messy business. He picked up a heavy crystal decanter from a nearby table. Can I offer you a drink? It seems a shame to waste such a fine scotch. That's when I saw her. Doris. She emerged from a doorway to the side, holding a small, sleek pistol. It was not pointed at Brian. It was pointed at me. I'm sorry, Dillon, she said, and her voice had lost its smoky allure. It was flat, transactional. But the pieces on the board have to be cleared. Brian smiled, a thin, bloodless line. You see, you thought you were hunting me, but you were always the one being led. Doris has been so helpful, feeding you just enough information to bring you here to this moment. A disgraced, violent private investigator breaks into the home of a respected businessman. She will be a hero for Stump. The betrayal was a cold knife sliding between my ribs. I looked at Doris, at her beautiful, empty face. She was just another piece in his collection, the most valuable one of all. I had nothing left. No plan, no hope, just the rage. I charged Brian. It wasn't a thought. It was an instinct. The gun went off. A sharp, deafening crack in the sterile room. I felt the bullet tear through my side. A hot, searing pain. But my momentum carried me forward. I slammed into Brian and we crashed through the floor-to-ceiling window. The world exploded into sound and wind and shattering glass. For a breathtaking second, we were suspended in the air, high above the city, two figures entwined in a fatal embrace. I saw the lights of the city below, a sprawling, indifferent constellation. I saw the dark ribbon of the harbor, and for a moment, I thought I saw the silhouette of a boat called the Serenity. Then we fell. The impact was a universe of nothing. I woke to the sound of rain. A gentle, steady rain washing over everything. I was lying in a mangled flower bed at the base of the Orion Tower, surrounded by the glittering dust of broken glass. My body was a single, screaming nerve of agony. Brian Vancour lay a few feet away, his body twisted into an impossible shape, his dead eyes staring up at the sky he had once owned. Sirens wailed in the distance, growing closer. Figures emerged from the building, silhouettes in the rain. I saw Doris, the gun still in her hand, talking to a man in a suit, a police detective. She was gesturing, explaining. The hero. The story was already being written around me. I managed to drag myself into the shadows, into the narrow alleyways that stank of wet brick and garbage. The city absorbed me, as it always did. The official story was simple. Criminal mastermind Brian Vancourt, his empire crumbling, had taken his own life, leaping from his penthouse after a confrontation with a former associate. The associate, a private investigator named Dillon, was missing, presumed dead. The case was closed. Weeks later, when I could walk again, I went down to the harbor. The rain was falling, just like it had been the night I met Alicia. The Serenity was gone, towed away for evidence or scrapped. Another ghost ship. I stood on the wet boards of the pier, the wood groaning softly under my feet. The water was a dark, churning slate, reflecting the bruised purple of the twilight sky. There were no answers here, no justice, just the endless, patient lap of the water against the pilings. The city had already moved on, forgetting Brian, forgetting Alicia, forgetting me. The rain would continue to fall, washing the streets clean, erasing the footprints, diluting the blood until even the memory of the stain was gone. A slow, natural ending. The environment, the great, indifferent city, had overtaken the scene, leaving only the faintest of traces, a whisper of violence swallowed by the wind and the water, a mystery not solved, but simply erased. And the only thing left was the echo of the rain, and the cold, and the silence. I turned up my collar against the damp, the ache in my side, a permanent reminder of the fall. The case was closed for everyone but me. In my pocket, my fingers brushed against the cheap, warped card I had given her. I hadn't thrown it away. It was the only headstone Alicia Jones would ever get. A figure detached itself from the mist, near a stack of fishing crates. She walked toward me with that same architectural grace, her heels clicking softly on the wet wood. Doris, she stopped a few feet away, her hands buried in the pockets of a sleek trench coat. The rain beaded on the fabric like tiny pearls. I heard you were still breathing, she said. Her voice was back to its smoky normalcy, the transactional flatness gone as if it had never been. You heard right, I said. I didn't look at her. I kept my eyes on the water, on the spot where the Serenity had been moored. The police were very understanding, she continued. A tragic end for a powerful man. A clean narrative. The city prefers it that way. I bet they do. The pain in my side flared with every breath. You got everything you wanted. You're the curator of your own gallery now. Brian's interests have been redistributed. Someone had to maintain order, prevent a war. She took a step closer. It wasn't personal, Dylan. It was survival. I liked Alicia, but sentiment is a luxury. I finally turned to face her. The green of her eyes was almost black in the twilight. "Why are you here, Doris?" "To make sure the loose end is truly tied off." She offered a faint, almost sad smile. "To offer you a job. The city keeps turning. There are always new players, new problems. A man of your particular talents, with your newfound anonymity, could be very useful. You understand how the world really works now." The offer hung in the air between us, as slick and dark as the oil-slicked water. It was a way back in, a purpose, a paycheck. It was everything I had lost, handed to me by the woman who had orchestrated its loss. She was offering me a role in the same machine that had chewed up Alicia and spat her out. I looked past her, at the city skyline beginning to glitter in the evening rain. It was a beautiful, monstrous thing. I thought of Alicia's trembling hands, of the cold finality of the morgue drawer, of the dead weight of Brian Vancourt on the way down. "There's no job," I said, my voice low. "There's just the next girl, and the one after that. And as long as there are men like Brian and women like you, there will always be a next girl." Her smile didn't falter, but it hardened at the edges. A noble sentiment, but sentiments don't pay the rent. You'll find that out soon enough. She turned and walked away, her form dissolving back into the mist and the rain until she was just another shadow. I was alone again with the sound of the water and the city's indifferent hum. This was closed, but the world that had created it was still spinning. My hand closed around the card in my pocket, the cheap paper soft and pulpy from the damp. I didn't take it out. I just stood there, a ghost, at the water's edge, waiting for the rain to wash me away too. The rain began to fall harder, stinging my face with its cold, clean needles. I walked away from the pier, each step a fresh jolt of pain from my healing ribs. The city closed around me, a familiar embrace of steam rising from manhole covers, and the distant wail of a siren heading somewhere else. Her offer was a poison pill, a gilded cage. To take it would be to become a part of the rot, to admit that Alicia's death was just a cost of doing business in a town that had no room for fragile things. I found myself outside my old office building, looking up at the dark, rain-streaked window. My name was still on the directory downstairs, a ghost haunting its own life. The landlord had probably already boxed up what little was left and changed the locks. There was nothing for me there. Instead, I walked. I walked until the sharp edge of the pain blurred into a dull, pervasive ache. I ended up in a part of the city the tourists never saw, a neighborhood of boarded-up stores and bail bondsmen, where the streetlights were broken and the night held its breath. A flickering neon sign advertised a room for rent by the week. The man behind the desk had eyes like dried mud and didn't ask for a name, just cash. The room was a cube with a bed, a chair, and a window that looked out onto a brick wall. The air smelled of mildew and old cigarettes. I lay on the thin mattress, listening to the drip from the sink in the corner and the couple arguing through the wall. This was the city's bedrock, the layer beneath the glitter and the power. This was where people came to be forgotten. I closed my eyes and saw Alicia's face, not as it was in the morgue, but as it had been in the diner, full of a fear that was sharper and more real than any courage. Her story wasn't over. Brian Vancourt was a branch, not the root. The serenity was gone, but the demand for what it offered hadn't vanished. It would just find a new boat, a new collector. Doris would see to that. She was right about one thing. The city kept turning, but she was wrong about me. I wasn't a loose end. I was a splinter, and a splinter, left in deep, can fester. It can bring down a giant. I fell asleep with the rain drumming on the roof, and for the first time since I'd seen Alicia's body on that slab, the noise in my head was quiet. It had been replaced by a single, clear, and chillingly patient thought. Wait, the days bled into weeks, marked only by the slow knitting of bone and the steady drain of my savings. I lived on cheap coffee and cheaper whiskey. My world shrunk to the four walls of that rented room. I read the papers, not the headlines, but the small, forgotten items in the back pages. A girl found floating in the industrial canal. Another reported missing from a bus station. Small tragedies, easily overlooked. I cut them out and pinned them to the wall, a mosaic of the city's hunger. I was waiting for a pattern for a name, for a thread I could pull. It came on a Tuesday. The rain had finally stopped, leaving the city steaming under a pale sun. I was in a library, using a public terminal, tracing the shell companies that had once filtered money to Brian Vancourt. Most were dissolved. Their assets vanished into the system. But one, a holding company named Orpheus Investments, was surprisingly active. It was buying up property. Not penthouses or commercial towers, but derelict warehouses along the waterfront, the same stretch where Brian's warehouse had been. The curator was expanding her gallery. That night, I went back to the industrial waterfront. The air was clearer now, the rotten sweetness of the tide replaced by the crisp smell of coming autumn. The warehouse Brian had used was cordoned off with police tape, a hollowed-out shell. But 2 lots down, a new fence had been erected around another, larger warehouse. A fresh, corporate sign was bolted to the chain link. Orpheus Storage Solutions. A single light burned in a second-floor office. I didn't go in. I wasn't the same man who had charged in here months ago, fueled by nothing but rage. That man had died in the fall from the Orion Tower. The man I was now was quieter, colder. I found a vantage point across the street, in the shadow of a rusted crane, and I watched. I watched the shifts change. I saw the trucks come and go, not at night, but in the bland light of afternoon, their logos bland and unremarkable. I saw men in security uniforms who moved with a discipline that didn't match their low-rent jobs. And I saw her, just once. A long black car pulled up to the gate. The window slid down, and Doris handed a clipboard to one of the guards. She was looking at the warehouse, not as a building, but as a possession. A new piece for the collection. She didn't glance my way. She had no reason to. As far as she was concerned, I was part of the Erased past. I lowered my binoculars. The cold metal felt solid in my hands. The waiting was over. The game was the same, but the players had new names. And I was no longer a private investigator. I was a ghost with a grudge, a splinter working its way deeper into the flesh of the machine. I turned up my collar and melted back into the city's endless, teeming shadows. My work was just beginning. The first step was to become someone else. The face in my bathroom mirror was unfamiliar, hardened by pain and haunted by a failure I could never outrun. I let my beard grow, a rough, unkempt shadow. I found a second-hand coat, a different shape and color from my old trench coat. The changes were small, but in a city that saw without looking, they were a suit of armor. I started with the drivers. The men who piloted the unmarked trucks for Orpheus Storage Solutions were not thugs. They were professionals, clocking in and out, stopping for coffee and gas. I learned their routines. 1. A man with a pronounced limp and a fondness for cherry danishes always took his break at the same greasy spoon off the main boulevard. His name was Leo. I sat at the counter 2 stools away, 3 days in a row, before I finally spoke. "Rough shift?" I asked, nodding toward his uniform. He grunted, not looking up from his coffee. "You have no idea. New management, more paperwork than actual driving." "Sounds familiar," I said, my voice a low, conversational rumble. "I used to haul freight. The bosses in the office, they never get it." That got a flicker of interest. He glanced at me. "Tell me about it. Now it's all about the special handling." Got to be extra careful with the new inventory." He shook his head, biting into his Danish. "Fragile, they say. Like I'm moving fine china, not whatever junk they got in those crates." Fragile. The word hung in the air between us, heavy with implication. I bought his next coffee. It was a small price to pay for a thread. Leo wasn't a bad man, just a man with a job, oblivious to the true nature of his cargo. He was a gear in the machine, and gears can be made to squeak. A week later, I followed a different truck on its route. It didn't go to a shipping terminal or a distribution center. It wound its way into the old meatpacking district, to a nondescript brick building with reinforced doors. The truck was unloaded by men who moved with a quiet, efficient speed. I watched from a rooftop, my camera lens capturing the transfer. The crates were long and narrow, not the shape of electronics or machinery, the shape of something else entirely. That night, in my rented room, the photographs spread out on the floor. The pattern became terrifyingly clear. Orpheus wasn't just storing stolen art or laundered money. The scale was different. The secrecy was absolute. This was about people. A new supply chain for Doris's new empire. The warehouse by the water was a holding pen. This place in the meatpacking district was something else. A gallery, perhaps. Or an auction house. I thought of Alicia, of the fear in her eyes when she spoke of being collected. This was bigger than Brian Vancourt had ever been. He was a thug with a taste for the finer things. Doris was an architect. She was building a system. I had the where. I had the how. But I needed the who. The names on the guest list for this particular exhibition. I needed to get inside. The opportunity came from Leo. Over another coffee, he complained about a new security directive. Facial recognition scanners at the loading dock, he muttered. Like we're a military base. Had to get my picture taken and everything. For the system, they said. The system. Doris was building a digital fortress to match her physical one. I couldn't walk in, but maybe a ghost could. The plan was simple, and therefore fragile. I waited for a rainy night, when the sound would mask my movements and the guards would be huddled indoors. I used the rusted fire escape of the adjacent building, crossing the narrow gap to the roof of the Orpheus facility. The security was good, but it was designed to keep people out from the ground, not the sky. I found a ventilation shaft, its cover secured with bolts rusted by time and neglect. It was the building's one unpatched weakness. Inside, the air was thick with the smell of dust and cold concrete. I moved through the ductwork, a slow, painful crawl in the absolute dark. Below me, I could hear the murmur of voices and the soft, ambient music that was meant to soothe, to disguise the true nature of this place. I found a grill overlooking a large, open space. The room below was a chilling parody of a museum. The walls were white, the lighting soft and indirect. The crates were gone. In their place were people, young men and women, dressed in simple, elegant clothes, stood on small, rotating platforms. They were utterly still, their faces blank, their eyes vacant. They'd been polished and presented, stripped of everything that made them individuals. They were living art, waiting for appraisal. A small group of men and women moved through the room, sipping champagne from crystal flutes. They were wealthy, powerful, their faces a collection of bland privilege and sharp avarice. They would stop before a person, examine them with a cold, detached curiosity, and sometimes make a note on a digital tablet carried by an attendant. Then I saw her. Doris stood near the back, a conductor observing her orchestra. She was speaking with a tall, silver-haired man in an impeccably tailored suit. He nodded, his eyes scanning the room with the practiced ease of a connoisseur. I raised my camera, the silent click capturing his face, her face, the entire monstrous tableau. As I shifted my weight, A bolt in the old ductwork gave way with a sharp metallic groan. The sound was small, but in the hushed room, it was like a gunshot. Every head jerked upward. Dozens of eyes, blank and living, looked toward the ceiling. The silver-haired man frowned. Doris's gaze snapped to the vent, her green eyes narrowing, not in confusion but in immediate, chilling recognition. She had built her new world to be perfect, to be sealed. She had forgotten about the ghosts, and now the ghost had seen everything. The silence in the duct was absolute, broken only by the frantic thudding of my own heart. Doris's eyes remained locked on the grill for a long, terrifying second. She didn't point. She didn't shout. She simply leaned over and whispered something to the silver-haired man, who immediately turned and began shepherding the other guests toward a discreet exit. The attendants moved with practiced efficiency, guiding the vacant-eyed people off their platforms and out of the room. The gallery was being evacuated, the exhibition closed. I had to move. Now, I scrambled backward through the duct, the metal groaning in protest. The pain in my ribs was a white-hot fire, but the adrenaline screaming through my veins was a stronger force. I reached the shaft opening and hauled myself out onto the rain-slicked roof, the cold air a shock after the stifling darkness. A searchlight beam swept across the rooftop, missing me by inches. They were already mobilizing. I could hear shouted commands from below, the sound of heavy boots on gravel. They would have the building surrounded in minutes. The fire escape was a death trap. My only way was across the rooftops. I ran, my breath ragged in my throat, jumping the narrow gaps between buildings. The city sprawled beneath me, a grid of light and shadow, utterly indifferent to the life and death struggle playing out on its skin. A shot rang out, the bullet pinging off a vent pipe near my head. They weren't trying to capture me. Doris had given a new order. The loose end was to be severed permanently. I reached the last building in the row. Below was a dark, stinking alley, a 10-foot drop to a pile of soggy cardboard boxes. It was that, or nothing. I swung my legs over the edge and let go, landing hard and rolling through the filth. The impact sent a jolt of agony through my side, and for a moment, I saw stars. I forced myself to my feet, stumbling into the maze of back streets. I didn't stop running until I was a mile away, collapsed in the doorway of a closed butcher shop. The smell of blood and sawdust thick in the air. I was safe for the moment, but I was a marked man. The camera in my pocket felt like a lead weight. I had the evidence. I had the truth. But who could I take it to? The police had already closed the book on Brian Vancourt. Doris had friends in high places, and the man with the silver hair was undoubtedly one of them. I pulled out the camera and reviewed the photos. The faces of the powerful, the hollowed-out eyes of the collected Doris' cold, triumphant gaze. This wasn't just a story for the back pages. This was a cancer at the city's core. Releasing it would cause an earthquake. It would also be my death warrant. I thought of Leo, the truck driver with the limp and the Danish. A good man doing a job. I thought of the countless others like him, cogs in a machine they didn't understand. And I thought of the next girl, the one already being groomed for a platform in that white room. I couldn't fight this from the shadows anymore. A ghost could haunt, but it couldn't tear down walls. I needed a wrecking ball. I needed to give the story to someone with the reach, the resources, and the sheer, stubborn integrity to see it through, no matter the cost. There was only one person I could think of, an investigative reporter named Anya Sharma. She had a reputation for being relentless, for hating bullies, and for having a firewall between her and the city's power brokers. She had tried to interview me about the Vancourt case after the news broke. I had slammed the door in her face. Now, I had to open it. I found a payphone, its plastic shell cracked and graffitied. I fed it coins and dialed the number for the Metropolitan Herald, asking for her extension. It was late, but I prayed she was the kind who worked late. The voice that answered was sharp, alert. Sharma. I took a breath, my voice a low rasp. It's Dylan, the private investigator. We need to talk. I have a story for you. It's about a gallery and the people who are the exhibits. There was a pause on the other end of the line, a silence filled with the hum of the open connection and the distant sound of the city. Then Anya Sharma spoke, her voice crisp and decisive. Tell me where you are. I'm coming to you. I gave her the cross streets, the ones that didn't show up on most maps. Then I hung up and found a new shadow to wait in, watching the payphone from 50 yards away. It was an old habit, a necessary paranoia. If she brought company, I'd be gone before they even got close. 20 minutes later, a beat-up sedan pulled up, its paint job a faded shade of blue. Only one person got out. Anya Sharma was smaller than I'd expected, her frame swallowed by a practical, dark-colored jacket. She stood by the phone, not looking around frantically, but simply waiting, her hands shoved in her pockets. She was calm, professional. After a full 5 minutes, she got back in her car but didn't drive away. She was giving me time to make my move. I approached from the passenger side, opening the door and sliding in before she could react. The interior smelled of old coffee and ink. She didn't jump, just turned her head slowly, her dark eyes taking me in. The ragged beard, the haunted look, the coat stained with alley filth. You're a hard man to find, Dylan, she said, her voice neutral. Most people think you're dead. Most people are supposed to, I replied, placing the digital camera on the console between us. It's all there. I am Indios. She didn't reach for it immediately. Tell me. So I did. I told her about Orpheus Investments, the warehouses, the trucks, the building in the meatpacking district. I described the white room, the platforms, the people treated like statues. I told her about Doris and the silver-haired man and the way the entire operation was sealed tighter than a tomb. I talked until my voice was raw, and when I was finished, the only sound was the idle sputter of the car's engine. Anya picked up the camera, scrolling through the photos with a practiced thumb. Her face was a mask of concentration, but I saw the minute tightening of her jaw, the slight flare of her nostrils. She was good, but she wasn't that good. The horror was getting through. This is... She trailed off, shaking her head. This is beyond anything I've seen. This is industrial. It's the natural progression, I said, my voice flat. Brian Van Cor was a street-level predator. Doris is a venture capitalist. She saw an untapped market and scaled up. Anya finally looked at me. The silver-haired man is Charles Winthrop, old money. Sits on the boards of half the charities in this city. His family is practically civic royalty. She let out a short, breathless laugh. My editor will never run this. He'll burn the files and fire me for even looking at it. Then it's a good thing you're not going to your editor first, I said. You're going to your source, the one you protect more fiercely than your own byline. She held my gaze, a silent war happening behind her eyes. She was weighing her career, her safety, the sheer impossibility of the task. I saw the moment she decided. A faint, grim light of resolve. I know a federal agent, she said quietly. Not local, not Stades. He's with the Human Trafficking Task Force. He's been chasing whispers of something like this for years. He's clean, or as clean as they come. Can you get him the files? I asked. I can get him the files, she confirmed, tucking the camera into her own bag. But he'll want to talk to you. You're the only eyewitness. I looked out the window at the decaying street, the city that had taken everything from me, and was still hungry for more. I was a ghost, but I was also a witness. A splinter could fester, but a witness could testify. Tell him I'm ready, I said. But we do this my way. No safe houses. No protocols. We use me as bait. They want me dead. That's a vulnerability. We need to exploit it. Anya started the car. Where to? Drive, I said. Just drive. And let me tell you how we're going to burn it all down. The car moved through the night, a slow cruise through the veins of the city. I laid out for her, the plan forming as I spoke, each word a piece of a weapon I was building in the dark. They know I have the evidence. They know I'm a liability. Their entire operation is based on control and secrecy. I represent a crack in both. They'll be hunting, not just hiding. We need to make the hunt happen on our terms. Anya listened, her hand steady on the wheel. You're talking about drawing them into the open. It's a huge risk. It's the only move, I said. We pick a place. Somewhere public enough that they can't just send a squad and guns blazing, but isolated enough to control the fallout. I'll be there, a visible target. Your federal agent and his team will be the net. We'll need more than photos, she said, her voice pragmatic. We need a record, a confession. I nodded, looking at my reflection in the window. A ghost superimposed over the passing lights. Then I'll get you one. Doris will want to see it for herself. She's a collector. She'll want to personally verify that the last piece of her old life has been deaccession. We drove in silence for a while, the plan settling between us, a cold, hard thing. Anya finally spoke again. There's an old ferry terminal, Pier 17. It's scheduled for demolition next month. It's mostly deserted, but there's a public walkway. It fits your criteria. And so, it'll do, I said. Now, we need to make sure they know where to find me. A leak. But it has to be from a source they trust implicitly. Anya's lips tightened. Leo, the driver. He's the only thread they have that leads back to me. They'll lean on him. Hard. We have to get to him first. We found Leo's apartment building. A squat brick structure in a neighborhood that had seen better days. His truck was parked out front. The lights were on in his third-floor window. Anya double-parked, and I got out. Wait here, I said. If this goes wrong, you need to be clear. I took the stairs, 2 at a time, the pain in my side a dull, persistent throb. I didn't bother knocking. I turned the knob and stepped inside. Leo was sitting at his small kitchen table, a bottle of whiskey and a single glass in front of him. He didn't look surprised to see me. He just looked tired and deeply afraid. They were here, he said, his voice hollow. 2 of them, an hour ago, asked me about the man at the diner, the one who asked too many questions. He finally looked at me, his eyes pleading. I didn't tell them anything, I swear. But they knew. They knew I'd talk to you. They'll be back, I said, my voice low and urgent. And next time they won't just ask questions. You have a family, Leo. A daughter. His face crumpled. What do you want from me? I want you to give me to them. I laid out the second, smaller part of the plan. When they came back, he was to break. He was to tell them he was scared, that he remembered something. He was to say he saw me, just once, near the old ferry terminal, that I'd asked him about access points. It was a believable betrayal, born of fear for his family. It was a thread they would follow. He agreed, the relief of having a path forward, however dangerous, washing over him. I left him there with his whiskey and his fear, hoping it was enough. 2 days later, the trap was set. Anya's contact, Agent Miller, had a team in place around Pier 17, hidden in the skeletal remains of warehouses and on the water. I stood in the open, near the end of the pier, the wind whipping off the river, cutting through my coat. I felt exposed, a single figure against the vast, dark water. I was the bait, and the city felt like a giant waiting predator. They came quietly, not with roaring engines, but with the whisper of expensive tires on damp concrete. 2 black SUVs. The doors opened and men in dark tactical gear spilled out, fanning into positions of cover. They were professionals, their movements economical and precise. This wasn't a gang. It was a private army. Then she emerged from the second vehicle. Doris. She was wearing a long, dark coat, her red hair a stark banner in the gloom. She walked toward me, calm and assured, as if approaching a disappointing employee. The silver-haired man, Charles Winthrop, stayed by the car, a look of distaste on his patrician face. This was beneath him, but Doris needed to see it through. She stopped about 10 feet from me. The wind carried her perfume, something expensive and floral, a stark contrast to the smells of rust and brine. "Hello, Michael," she said. Her voice was just as I remembered, a smooth, controlled instrument. "I have to admit, I'm impressed. You're more persistent than I gave you credit for." "I'm full of surprises," I said. She smiled, a thin, bloodless line. "No, you're not. You're predictable. The wounded man seeking redemption. It's a tired story. You were a complication I should have dealt with a long time ago. But I suppose it's fitting. I get to tidy up the last loose end myself." "This isn't a loose end, Doris. It's a noose, and you just walked right into it." Her smile didn't falter. "Did I? Do you really think your reporter friend and her government man are still in control here?" She gestured vaguely toward the darkness. "My people have been jamming their signals since we arrived. Their comms are dead. They can't hear you. They can't help you." A cold knot tightened in my stomach. She was right. The plan had been based on the assumption that we were the hunters. She had inverted it. We were the exhibits, and she was here to close the gallery for good. "This ends tonight, Michael," she said, taking a step closer. "One way or another, but I can be merciful. Give me the files, all the copies, and I'll make it quick. You can just disappear. The way you were meant to." I looked past her, at the men aiming their weapons at me, at Winthrop's smug face. I thought of Anaya and Agent Miller, blind and deaf in the dark. I had one move left, the truth. I reached slowly into my coat pocket. The men tensed, fingers on triggers. I pulled out a small, cheap, digital voice recorder, the one I'd bought after leaving Anya's car. I held it up, my thumb pressing the button. "It's all here, Doris," I said, my voice loud and clear over the wind. "Your confession, your voice. It's being broadcast on a short-range loop. It's not going to your jammers. It's going to a receiver in a car 3 blocks away. Anya has it. It's already done." Doris's composure cracked. For the first time, I saw raw, unfiltered fury in her eyes. The carefully constructed mask of the cool businesswoman shattered, revealing the vicious survivor beneath. "You pathetic." That was all the confirmation I needed. The confession was on the record. A shot rang out, but not from her men. It came from the roof of a nearby warehouse. One of the tactical operatives crumpled. Agent Miller's team wasn't out of the game. They'd anticipated the jammer had a backup plan, old-school line-of-sight signals. The pier erupted into chaos. Muzzle flashes lit up the night. I dropped to the ground, scrambling behind a rusted machinery housing. I saw Doris being grabbed by one of her men and shoved back toward the SUV. Winthrop was already inside, the vehicle peeling away with a shriek of tires. I didn't see where the bullet came from. It hit me high in the shoulder, spinning me around. The pain was immediate and immense, a searing heat that stole my breath. I fell back against the cold metal, the world narrowing to the sound of gunfire and the dark, swirling water below. The last thing I saw was a figure running toward me through the smoke and shadows, and I didn't know if it was friend or foe. The world swam back into focus on a wave of nausea and a throbbing, white-hot fire in my shoulder. I was lying on a cold, hard surface that vibrated beneath me. The sound of an engine, a steady growl in my ears. A face loomed over me, sharp and concerned. "Anya, don't try to move. she said, her voice low and tight. "You caught a round. It went through, but you've lost a lot of blood." I tried to speak, but only a dry croak came out. "The recorder." I managed to lift my good hand, making a feeble grasping motion. "I have it," she said, understanding immediately. "The audio is clean. We have her. We have Winthrop." Miller's team captured 3 of their shooters. The rest scattered. It's a start. The vehicle, a nondescript panel van, took a sharp turn, and I gritted my teeth against a fresh lance of pain. Where? I finally managed. Somewhere. "They won't think to look," a man's voice said. I turned my head slightly and saw a man in a dark jacket. His hair cropped short, his eyes constantly scanning the interior of the moving van. "Agent Miller. An old motel. We'll patch you up, then we talk." They got me inside a ground floor room that smelled of mildew and disinfectant. A woman with a calm, efficient manner cut away my coat and shirt and cleaned the wound. The bullet had torn through muscle, missing the bone and artery by a miracle. It felt like it had hit an artery anyway. She packed and bandaged it with professional skill, then gave me a shot of something that dulled the edge of the pain to a bearable ache. Miller waited until she was done. He pulled a chair up next to the bed where I lay propped against the headboard. Anya stood by the window, peering through the blinds. "The audio is enough for warrants," Miller said without preamble. "We're moving on the Orpheus offices and the meatpacking district building now. But Winthrop and your friend Doris have gone to ground. They have resources, places to hide." "They'll run," I rasped. "They have a network. Other cities, other countries." "Maybe," Miller conceded. "But you've blown a hole in their operation here. We've frozen a dozen shell company accounts linked to Orpheus. The story Anya is writing will be on the front page by morning. This is no longer a ghost story. It's a scandal." He looked at me, his gaze direct and unflinching. "I need to know everything, Dylan. From the beginning. Not just about this, but about Brian Vancourt. I think they were connected long before he died. I think he was their first real supplier, and when he got sloppy, they cut him loose. Permanently. They cut him loose." I closed my eyes. I had spent so long running from Brian's ghost, from the guilt of not seeing what he was. Now, I was being asked to invite him back in, to dissect our friendship and his corruption for a federal agent. It was the last thing I wanted to do. But I thought of the White Room. I thought of the people on the platforms, their humanity stripped away, turned into objects. I thought of Leo and the next girl. I opened my eyes and looked at Miller. "Get a recorder," I said. "This is going to take a while." As I started to talk, Anya left the room, already on her phone, her voice a steady, determined murmur as she dictated the first lines of the story that would break the city open. My part was almost over. The ghost had done his job. Now it was time for the wrecking ball to swing. Story 7. The chill was the first thing, always. It was a specific kind of cold, a deep-bone dampness that clung to the left side of the bed, a vacancy that had a temperature and a weight. Her eyes opened to the pale gray light of another morning, and her mind was, as ever, a blank slate, freshly wiped clean. She shivered, pulling the duvet tighter, her body instinctively curling away from the profound cold on the other side of the king-sized mattress. It felt less like an absence and more like a presence, the ghost of warmth recently departed. A man entered the room, his footsteps soft on the plush carpet. He carried a tray, steam curling from a white ceramic mug, a single poached egg on toast, a small glass of orange juice. He was handsome in a way that felt curated, like a photograph from a magazine. Dark hair, neatly styled, a jawline that was strong without being severe. "Good morning, my love," he said, his voice a gentle baritone. He placed the tray on her lap. "You're Fern. I'm Cash. I'm your husband." "Fern," The name settled on her like a borrowed coat. She looked at him, at his kind eyes, and tried to feel something, anything, a flicker of recognition, a spark of affection. There was nothing, just a polite, hollow gratitude. It happens every time you sleep, Cash explained, his tone patient, rehearsed. Transient global amnesia, the doctors call it. A car accident a year ago. Your brain resets. But we're working on it. Dr. Bryan says there can be breakthroughs. He gestured to a leather-bound journal on the nightstand. I write everything down for you. The important things. All right. She nodded, sipping the coffee. It was black, just how she apparently liked it. The bitterness was a shock, a stark, real sensation in a world of cotton wool uncertainty. Her gaze drifted back to the cold side of the bed. You don't sleep here? She asked, her voice rough with disuse. Cash's smile was a fragile thing. I toss and turn too much. I didn't want to disturb you. I used the guest room down the hall. He leaned over and kissed her forehead. His lips were warm. The contrast with the cold pillow was jarring. Take your time. I'll be downstairs. After he left, Fern explored the room. It was tasteful, expensive, but impersonal. The clothes in the walk-in closet were all in her size, elegant and muted. The photographs on the walls showed her and Cash smiling in front of monuments, on beaches, at parties. They looked happy. They looked like a perfect couple. She touched the glass over a picture of them hiking, his arm around her waist. She felt nothing. She opened the journal. Cash's handwriting was neat and precise. Fern, you loved the smell of rain on hot pavement. Your favorite composer is Arvo Pärt. You are allergic to shellfish. We met at a gallery opening on October 12th. We were married 2 years later on a beach in Mendocino. You are safe? You are loved. It was a biography of a stranger. She flipped to the back, where the pages were blank, and a slip of paper, thin and crumpled, fluttered to the floor. It was not Cash's handwriting. The script was rushed, angular, desperate. Don't trust the coffee. The bitterness is a lie. She stared at the note, her heart a frantic bird against her ribs. She looked at the half-empty mug on her tray. What did that mean? Who had written it? She tucked the paper deep into the pocket of her robe, a secret seed of doubt planted in the sterile soil of her new day. Dr. Bryan's office was a sanctuary of beige and soft lighting. He was a man with a calm, unhurried demeanor. His fingers steepled under his chin as he listened. And the journal helps? He asked. It's a script, Fern said. I feel like I'm acting a part. That's common. The brain seeks a narrative, a structure. Cash is providing that for you. It's a form of cognitive anchoring. It's a form of cognitive anchoring. Bryan leaned forward slightly. Have you experienced any flashes? Any sensory memories? A smell? A sound? She thought of the cold spot in the bed, the taste of the coffee, the frantic handwriting on the note. No, she lied. Nothing. Patience, Fern. The mind protects itself. What it has chosen to forget, it often has a very good reason for forgetting. That afternoon, Cash took her for a drive. The world outside the car window was a moving postcard of a city she did not know. They stopped at a park, and he held her hand as they walked. His palm was dry and warm. He pointed out a magnolia tree, its waxy white blossoms like 100 little moons. We had our first picnic right there, he said. She tried to imagine it. A blanket on the grass, a basket of food, a younger version of herself laughing. The image wouldn't hold. It was a phantom, but she felt a pressure behind her eyes, a vague, throbbing ache that was not quite a memory, but the ghost of one. A man was watching them from a bench further along the path. He was tall, with a weary slump to his shoulders, and he was staring directly at Fern. When her eyes met his, he didn't look away. He looked sad, and something else. Angry. He stood up abruptly and walked off, disappearing behind a hedge. "Who was that?" Fern asked, her voice barely a whisper. Cash followed her gaze to the empty bench. "Who was who, darling?" "That man. He was staring at me." Cash squeezed her hand. "Probably just admiring my beautiful wife." But his grip had tightened a fraction too much, and for a second, his smile didn't quite reach his eyes. That night, after another meal she couldn't remember tasting, after more stories from the journal that felt like fairy tales, Fern lay in the cold left side of the bed. She waited until the house was silent. Then she slipped out. She went to Cash's study, a room she had been told was his private space, a place she rarely entered. The desk was immaculate. A sleek computer, a pen holder, a framed photo of the two of them. She opened the drawers. They were filled with ordinary things. Paper clips, stamps, files labeled taxes and insurance. It was all so normal, so sterile. Then, in the bottom drawer, tucked beneath a stack of letterhead, she found a key. It was small, tarnished silver, attached to a fob shaped like a tiny, ornate bird. It didn't fit any lock in the house. She tried the front door, the back, the windows, the desk drawers again. Nothing. She held the cold metal in her palm, the little bird feeling like a dormant secret. She hid it in the toe of a winter boot in the back of her closet, a place not even she would think to look. The days bled into one another, a cycle of waking to coldness, to Cash's gentle face and rehearsed stories, to Dr. Bryan's calm probing, to the silent, screaming emptiness in her head. But the secret notes kept appearing. One was tucked inside a book of poetry on her shelf. The magnolia tree is where he told you the first lie. Another was slipped under her bedroom door, the paper damp as if with dew. Your name isn't Fern. Each one was a crack in the perfect facade of her life, a splinter of ice in the warm narrative Cash so carefully constructed. She began to perform her own tests. She left a single strand of hair across the pages of the journal. In the morning, it was gone. She measured the level of water in the carafe by the bed with a tiny scratch from her thumbnail. It was lower. He was reading her entries, adding to them, curating her reality while she slept. The man from the park appeared again. This time, he was standing across the street from their house, his hands shoved deep into his pockets. When Fern came out to get the mail, he crossed over to her. His eyes were the color of a stormy sea, and they were full of a painful familiarity. "Lena," he said, his voice rough. "My God, Lena, it's really you." The name hit her like a physical blow. Lena darted. It felt wrong and right. All at once, a shoe that almost fit. "My name is Fern," she said, but the words had no conviction. He shook his head, a desperate, sad motion. "No, it's not. I'm Hudson. We were friends. You have to get away from him, Lena. He's not who you think he is. Cash is my husband." "He's a spider," Hudson hissed, glancing nervously towards the house. "He spins a web and you're caught in the center of it. The accident wasn't an accident." He shoved a crumpled photograph into her hand. "Remember this." Then he was gone, melting back into the suburban landscape. Fern looked down at the photo. It was her, younger, her hair longer, laughing with her head thrown back. She was leaning against Hudson, his arm around her. They looked intimate. They looked in love. On the back, in faded ink, was written Lena and H, cabin at the lake. That night, she confronted Cash. She didn't mention Hudson, but she showed him the note about her name. His reaction was a masterclass in controlled concern. He took her hands, his eyes brimming with a wounded sincerity. Fern, my love, these notes, they're a symptom, a manifestation of your condition. Your brain trying to create a different past because it can't accept the one it lost. Dr. Bryan warned me this might happen. It's called confabulation. You're writing them yourself in a fugue state, and you don't remember. It was a perfect, logical, terrifying explanation. It made sense. It was easier to believe than the alternative, that her entire life was a beautiful, gilded cage. She wanted to believe him. She almost did. But the key, she had forgotten the key. The next day, during her session with Dr. Bryan, she mentioned the name Lena. She watched his face closely. A flicker, almost imperceptible, a tightening around his mouth. It was there and gone in an instant. A common phenomenon, he said, his voice as smooth as ever. The mind will often latch onto random names, words from the subconscious. It doesn't mean anything. But it did. She knew it did. She could feel it in the cold dread that had taken root in her stomach. She left his office, and instead of going home, she took a bus downtown. She walked until she found a locksmith. She showed him the little bird key. The old man peered at it through thick glasses. "Ah," he said. "This is for a post office box. The old ones, down at the main branch on Grand." The main post office was a cavernous, echoing building that smelled of dust and bureaucracy. She found the wall of small, silver doors. Her hand trembled as she tried the key in box 714. It turned with a smooth, well-oiled click. Inside was a single, thick envelope. No name, no address. She took it to a secluded corner and tore it open. A driver's license fell out. The photo was of her, but the name was Lena Marie Shaw. There were credit cards, a social security card, all in the name of Lena Shaw, and a letter. The handwriting was her own, the same frantic script from the notes. "If you are reading this, you are awake. My name is Lena Shaw. I was in love with a man named Hudson Croft. I was a photographer. I was happy. Then I met Kashi Anand. He was charming, wealthy, obsessive. When I tried to leave him, he threatened me. He said if he couldn't have me, no one would. The accident was him running our car off the road. He killed my best friend, Sarah, who was in the passenger seat. My survival was a mistake he has been trying to correct ever since, by erasing me and replacing me with you, Fern. He pays Dr. Bryan to keep me sedated, to reinforce the amnesia. The coffee, the medicine, it's all a lie. He has all my old photos, my life, locked in a storage unit. The receipt is in this envelope. Find it. Remember me." The world tilted. The echoing noises of the post office faded into a dull roar. Fern, Lena, leaned against the cold metal of the boxes, the papers clutched in her hand like a lifeline. It was all true. Every paranoid fear, every whispered doubt. Her life was a crime scene, and she was the sole survivor, imprisoned in the wreckage. She went to the storage facility on the edge of the city. It was a grim, utilitarian place. Rows of corrugated steel doors under a bleached white sky. Using the key from the receipt, she opened Unit 8B. The door rattled upwards, revealing a landscape of her erased life. Boxes of photographs, portfolios, negatives. A familiar wool coat hung on a hook. A suitcase. She spent hours there, sitting on the cold concrete, surrounded by the ghost of Lena Shaw. She saw photos she had taken, portraits of strangers, landscapes of places she half remembered. She found pictures of Hudson, his stormy eyes smiling at the camera, at her. She found a picture of a smiling, freckled woman with bright red hair. Sarah. Her heart ached for a memory that wouldn't come. A grief for a friend she couldn't recall. And then she found the final box. It was marked personal in Cash's handwriting. Inside were not her things, but his. Files on her. Surveillance photos from before the accident. A copy of her old lease. And at the bottom, a file on Sarah. And another on Hudson. There were notes in Cash's precise hand. Hudson Croft. Potential disruption. Requires monitoring. Sarah Jenkins. Primary confidante. Removal necessary. Removal necessary. She understood then, with a clarity that was colder than the left side of the bed, colder than the key in her hand. Cash hadn't just created an accident. He had orchestrated a murder and an attempted murder. He had surgically removed her life and grafted on a new one. And Dr. Bryan was the gardener, tending to the graft, ensuring it took. She didn't go home. She went to the police. She sat in a sterile interview room, the evidence of her 2 lives spread out on the table, and she told her story to a detective with tired eyes. He listened. He took notes. He looked at the documents. He seemed to believe her. They drove her back to the house. 4 police cars were already there, their lights painting the quiet street in pulsing shades of red and blue. Cash was standing on the pristine lawn, his hands cuffed behind his back. He looked not angry, but profoundly disappointed. He saw her getting out of the police car, and his eyes locked with hers. They were not the eyes of a loving husband. They were the eyes of a collector whose most prized possession had been damaged. Dr. Bryan was taken from his office an hour later. In the weeks that followed, Lena Shaw began to slowly re-emerge. She rented a small apartment. She started seeing a new therapist, one not paid for by Cash. Hudson found her. Their reunion was hesitant, a dance of 2 people who loved ghosts of each other. Sometimes when he held her, she felt a flicker, a deep, submerged warmth. But mostly, she felt the chill. The trial was a media spectacle. Kashi Anand, scion of a wealthy family, the perfect husband, revealed as a psychopath. Dr. Bryan, in exchange for a lighter sentence, provided testimony. He detailed the cocktail of drugs he had prescribed, the hypnotic suggestions, the careful daily reinforcement of the Fern identity. He explained how Cash would read the journal to her every night, a lullaby, and how the amnesia, while real, was chemically and psychologically deepened. A prison built inside her own mind. Cash never confessed. He sat through the proceedings with an air of detached bemusement, as if watching a play that failed to meet his standards. He was convicted on 2 counts of murder, for Sarah, and for the death of Lena Shaw, and a host of other charges. He was sentenced to life in a maximum security facility. Lena thought it was over. She tried to build a life. She bought a new camera. She went on quiet dates with Hudson. But the past was not a box that could be closed so easily. The habit of waking up empty was hard to break. The chill was always there. One afternoon, a package arrived at her new apartment. It was a book, a heavy old collection of poetry. There was no return address. Puzzled, she opened it. Tucked between the pages was a single, crisp, white note card. The handwriting was achingly familiar, Cash's perfect, precise script. It read, "A truly magnificent performance, my darling Fern. But every play must have its final act. You didn't think I'd let you take your final bow without me, did you? The warden here is a great admirer of my family's philanthropy. We have such fascinating conversations. He tells me you're living near the river now, in that lovely little brick building on Laurel Street. Apartment 3B. I can almost picture you there, waking up to that familiar chill. It was never the bed that was cold, you see. It was always me, watching you sleep. And a part of me is still there, right beside you." The note ended there. The words did not trail off on the page. They were perfectly formed, a complete and devastating thought. But in her mind, they whispered into a silence more profound than any she had ever known. She stood in the center of her sunlit apartment, the note card held in her suddenly numb fingers, and she felt the cold, not on the left side of the bed, but everywhere, seeping from the walls, from the floor, from the very air itself. She looked at the lock on her door, at the window looking out onto the quiet street, and she understood that the walls of her world had never been real. The cage had just gotten a little bigger. Case was not closed. It was hanging in the air between the written word and the unspoken truth, a perpetual, chilling whisper that would follow her into every waking moment and every dreamless sleep, forever. She did not scream. She did not cry. The fear was too vast, too absolute for such simple reactions. It was a cold, heavy stone settling in the hollow where her memories used to be. She walked to the door and checked the lock. She checked the window latches. The movements were robotic, a script written by a new and terrible understanding. She called the detective who had handled her case. His voice was weary, laced with a fresh frustration when she read him the note. He told her they would look into it, that mail to inmates was monitored, that this was a serious violation. He used words like investigation and protocol. They felt like paper shields against a steel blade. Hudson came over. He held her, his body warm and solid, but she could not stop shaking. It's just words, Lena. He's in a cage. He's powerless. But she heard the doubt in his voice, the slight tremor. He had seen what Cash was capable of. They decided she couldn't stay in the apartment. She packed a bag, her hands moving swiftly, folding clothes that still felt like they belonged to someone else. As she zipped the bag shut, her eyes fell on the old poetry book that had delivered the threat. It was a collection of T.S. Eliot. She picked it up, its weight familiar and disturbing. She had always loved Eliot. Cash knew that. Fern had loved Arvo Pärt, but Lena had loved the bleak, beautiful landscapes of Eliot's verse. She opened the book to the title page, and there, in the same precise hand, was an inscription. It was not new. The ink was faded, the book clearly secondhand. It read, "For Lena, who finds the beauty in the broken. All my love, H. Hudson." A sob caught in her throat, a mix of relief and a deeper, more profound horror. This was her book. From before, Hudson had given it to her. Cash must have found it among her things in the storage unit. He had kept it, and now he had used it, the very proof of her old life, as the vessel for his final threat. It was a desecration. It was a message that said he still owned every part of her, past and present. She showed it to Hudson. His face paled. "I gave you this for your birthday," he whispered. "The year before." He didn't finish. He didn't need to. They moved her to a hotel under a different name. The room was impersonal, a box of beige and muted gold. It felt no safer. The chill was inside her now, a permanent winter. She lay in the unfamiliar bed, Hudson asleep in a chair beside her, and she stared at the ceiling. She thought about the warden, the great admirer of the Anand family's philanthropy. She thought about the system, the bars and the guards, and how Cash had always treated the world as a system to be manipulated. He hadn't been trying to escape. He had been building a new wing of his prison, one that reached beyond the walls, all the way to her. A few days later, the detective called back. His tone was grim. The investigation into the note had hit a wall. The warden was uncooperative, citing inmate privacy. The package had been sent through a complex network of intermediaries, a ghost chain that led nowhere. There was no proof Cash had written it, though everyone knew he had. "He's playing with you," the detective said, his voice heavy with a professional shame. "He wants you to be afraid. Don't give him that power." But the power was already given. It had been given the moment he chose her, the moment he decided her life was his to erase and rewrite. She hung up the phone and knew what she had to do. She couldn't live in hotels, looking over her shoulder, waiting for the next message. She couldn't let the ghost of Fern, the phantom that Cash had created, dictate the life of Lena. She went to see him. The prison was a monument of gray concrete and coiled wire. The visiting room was loud, echoing with the sad, frantic conversations of other people. When they brought Cash in, he looked the same. Calm? Composed? His orange jumpsuit looking like a fashion choice he was merely tolerating. He smiled when he saw her. A small, intimate smile, as if they were sharing a private joke. "Fern," he said, his voice smooth as silk through the scratched plexiglass. "You look tired." "No, my name is Lena," she said, her own voice steady, though her hands were clenched in her lap. Semantics. He waved a dismissive hand. "Did you enjoy the poetry?" "I thought you would. It seemed more." "You? Why?" The word was simple, stripped of everything but the need to know. "Because you are my masterpiece," he said, leaning forward slightly, his eyes burning with a terrifying intensity. "A project of a lifetime. You think a verdict from a judge ends that? You think a few walls change anything? I built you. Every memory you have, every preference, every fear. I know the architecture of your mind better than you ever will. The cold spot in the bed was my idea. A little psychological anchor to keep you off balance. It worked, didn't it?" She felt dizzy. It was all design. Every detail. The trial, this. He gestured around the room. "It's just a new chapter. A more challenging one, I'll admit. But the story is still ours." "There is no our," she said. "There will always be an our," he replied, his voice dropping to a whisper she had to strain to hear. "You are the one thing in this world I ever truly wanted, and I do not let go of what is mine. The warden is a friend. The guards are acquaintances. Life in prison is such a vague term. It has so many possibilities." He leaned back, his gaze sweeping over her, possessive and cold. "Go live your life, Lena. Try to be happy. Take pictures. Love your Hudson. But never, for one single second, forget that I am watching. And I am waiting." The guard came and took him away. He didn't look back. She walked out of the prison into the blinding sunlight. Hudson was waiting by the car, his face etched with anxiety. He started to speak, to ask her what happened, but she just shook her head and got in the car. They drove in silence for a long time. The world outside was sharp and clear, every leaf on every tree defined. She watched it all pass, and she felt a strange, quiet calm settle over her. The fear was still there. The chill was still in her bones. But it had a shape now. It had a name and a face and a location. It was no longer a ghost. It was a man in a cage. A dangerous, powerful man. But a man, nonetheless. She would never be free of him. She knew that now. He would always be there, in the periphery, in the cold spot that would follow her to every bed, in the doubt that would shade every moment of happiness. But she was Lena Shaw. She had survived the car crash, the drugs, the lies, the trial. She had pulled her own self from the wreckage of the woman he had tried to create. She looked at Hudson, at the strong line of his profile, at the love and worry there. She reached over and placed her hand on his. He glanced at her, surprised, and then his fingers closed around hers. "Take me home," she said. And for the first time, she didn't mean a building or an address. She meant the life she was going to build, brick by brick, in the long, cold shadow of the past. It would not be a life without fear, but it would be her life. And that, she realized, was a victory he could never take away. The apartment on Laurel Street was no longer home. It was a crime scene waiting to happen, a stage he had already set. They emptied it in 2 days, their movements efficient and silent. They rented a new place across town, a top-floor apartment in a building with a doorman and security cameras. Hudson moved in with her, his presence a constant warm bulwark against the chill. She started taking pictures again. At first, it was just exercises. The way light fell on a cracked pavement, the slow decay of a leaf. She was relearning her own eye, searching for the woman who had taken the portraits in the storage unit. Sometimes she saw her. Sometimes she saw a stranger. Months passed. The detective called once to say there had been no further communication from Cash, but that the investigation into the corrupt warden had been quietly shelved due to lack of evidence. The news was expected, yet it still landed like a physical blow. The system was not her protector. It was just another variable in Cash's equation. One evening, she was developing photos in the makeshift darkroom she'd set up in the bathroom. The chemical smell was a ghost from her past, but a welcome one. She lifted a print from the developer tray with tongs and held it up to the red safe light. It was a portrait of Hudson, his face half in shadow, his eyes holding a sadness she knew her own reflected. It was good. It was honest. As she pinned it to the drying line, a sliver of white fluttered from behind the enlarger and landed on the wet floor. Her breath hitched. It was a corner of paper, torn and damp. She picked it up. It was a fragment of a photograph, just a sliver of background. But it was a background she recognized instantly. It was the view from her old studio, the one she'd had before the accident. The one Cash had made her give up. She hadn't taken this photo. She hadn't put it there. Oh, a cold, precise terror. Cash's signature emotion threaded through her veins. She searched the entire darkroom, her hands trembling. She found nothing else, but the message was clear. He wasn't just watching from a distance. He had, in some way, been in her space. He had touched her things. He had left a calling card in the one place that was supposed to be sacred, the place where she was rebuilding Lena Shaw. She didn't tell Hudson. She couldn't bear to see the helpless anger in his eyes again. This was her burden. This was the war she had to fight alone. She started checking everything. She ran her fingers along the seams of her camera bag. She examined the lids of the chemical bottles. She became an archaeologist of her own life, searching for the tiny, invisible footprints of the man who refused to let her go. She found the second message a week later. It was tucked inside a roll of undeveloped film, a tiny cylinder of paper no larger than a matchstick. She almost missed it. Unrolled, it contained a single typewritten line. No handwriting this time. He was evolving. It read, "The composition is improving, but the subject matter is so dreary. You used to have such a taste for the dramatic." She stared at the words, her heart a cold, still thing in her chest. He was commenting on her work. He was her critic, her phantom editor. He wasn't just threatening her existence. He was critiquing her rebirth. The violation was so intimate, so profound, it left no room for panic, only for a deep, resolute calm. She burned the note in the kitchen sink and watched the ashes swirl down the drain. She knew then that this would never end. There would be no final act, no bow. There was only the long, cold war of attrition. She would live her life. She would take her pictures. She would love her Hudson. And she would remain, forever, vigilant. She was both the warden and the inmate in the prison he had built for her, and the sentence was life. But it was her life. And as long as she kept living it, she was winning. She began to leave things for him. Not obvious things, but subtle, deliberate choices in her photography. She took a series of images of dead flowers, their petals brittle and brown, arranged with a stark, cruel beauty. She knew he would see them. She knew he would have someone report on her gallery show. A small local affair that she entered under a pseudonym he would easily decipher. One of the dead flower pictures sold. She used the money to buy a new lock for her door, a heavy industrial thing. Hudson noticed the shift in her work. "These are dark, Lee," he said one night, holding a print of a shattered mirror, her own reflection fragmented in each piece. "I'm just exploring," she said, and it was the truth. She was exploring the boundaries of their shared prison. If he was her critic, she would give him a performance he would never forget. The third message came not on paper, but in a sound. She was alone in the apartment, listening to a recording of a symphony, when the music suddenly cut out. In the half-second of silence before the next movement began, a whisper threaded through the speakers, a single word layered with static. "Fernd." She ripped the cord from the wall. Her hands did not shake. She examined the stereo, then the power outlet. She found nothing. It didn't matter. The method was the message. He was telling her he could bypass physical barriers, that his reach was limited only by his imagination. Till in the apartment intensified, but she refused to turn up the heat. She would get used to the cold. She started a new project. She began photographing walls. Not interesting walls, but plain, institutional walls. Cinder block, concrete, featureless drywall. She printed them large in stark black and white, and hung them in her studio. Hudson hated them. "They feel like, I don't know, a prison," he said, unnerved. "Yes," she replied. She was mapping the dimensions of her cage. She was making it visible. She was daring him to comment. His response was not what she expected. A letter arrived, forwarded from her old gallery. The paper was rich, the envelope thick. Inside was a single sheet, and on it, a single sentence in that familiar, precise script. "I have always admired your focus." It was not a threat. It was a compliment. It was, in its own twisted way, an acknowledgement. And in that moment, Lena understood the true nature of their bond. It was a sick, symbiotic relationship. He needed her to be his audience, his proof of genius. And she, in her defiance, in her refusal to break, was giving him the greatest performance of all. She was proving that his masterpiece was truly magnificent, so it could withstand even his own attempts to destroy it. She was trapped, but so was he. His life sentence was not just being in a cell. It was being forever bound to her, watching her live a life he could never fully control. A life that was, in part, his creation. She framed a note. She hung it on the wall amidst the photographs of barren walls. It was the centerpiece of her collection. She would not hide from him. She would display him. She would make his obsession a part of her art. That night, she slept deeply for the first time in years. The cold was still there, a permanent presence on the left side of the bed. But now, it felt like a fact, not a threat. It was the temperature of her life. She had accepted it. And in that acceptance, she found a sliver of something that was not quite peace, but was its own kind of power. The game was not over. It would never be over. But she finally knew all the rules. The next morning, she made coffee in the quiet, sunlit kitchen. Hudson watched her from the doorway, his concern a tangible force in the room. "You're different," he said finally. "I am," she agreed, and handed him a mug. She did not elaborate. How could she explain that she had found a form of equilibrium on a tightrope stretched over an abyss? She went back to the prison. This time, she did not request a visit. She stood outside the main gate, a small figure against the vast gray wall. And she took out her camera. She focused on the razor wire coiled along the top, the way the sun glinted off its edges like tiny, malicious stars. She took a dozen pictures, the shutter click a steady metronomic beat against the silence. A guard shouted at her from a tower, gesturing for her to leave. She lowered the camera, met his gaze for a long moment, and then slowly raised it again and took one more shot. Of him, his face a blur of outrage behind the reinforced glass. She had the film developed that afternoon. The photo of the guard was grainy, obscured by distance and glare, but the intention was clear. It was a message, not of fear, but of presence. I see you too. Weeks turned into a month. The season began to change, the air losing its warmth. There were no more notes, no whispers in the stereo. The silence was more unnerving than the communication had been. It felt like the calm before a storm, or the pause of a critic preparing his most devastating review. Then, a padded envelope arrived at the gallery, addressed to her pseudonym. Inside, nestled in bubble wrap, was a small, exquisite seashell. Its interior a swirl of mother-of-pearl. There was no note. She held it in her palm, its cool, hard surface a mystery. It was beautiful. It was entirely out of place. It felt like a token, a perverse gift. Hudson, when she showed him, was baffled. What does it mean? Lena turned the shell over and over in her hand. It was not a threat. It was an offering, a shared memory from a vacation they had taken years ago to a beach she could no longer remember. He was reminding her that he held the keys to the past, that he could dangle a beautiful broken piece of it in front of her whenever he chose. He was showing her that his power was not just to threaten, but to reminisce. She placed the shell on the shelf beside the framed note. It sat there, a beautiful alien object amidst the photographs of grim walls. Her collection was growing. Her life was becoming a curated museum of their war. She picked up her camera. She had a new subject. She went to the window and began to photograph the shell, the light catching its iridescent curves. She would document this, too. She would add it to the exhibit. She would take his perverse gift, and she would make it hers. The click of the shutter was the only sound in the room, a small, defiant act of creation in the face of the immense and chilling silence. The resulting photograph was stunning. The shell looked both ancient and alien, a relic from a world that no longer existed. She printed it in high contrast, the blacks deep and velvety, the whites of the mother-of-pearl blazing like a cold fire. She hung it on the wall. The beautiful object now looked like evidence, an exhibit in a trial that would never be convened. Hudson stopped commenting on her work. He just watched her, his love a quiet, worried constant. He started bringing home small, silly things. A novelty mug with a bad pun. A packet of exotic seeds for the empty window box. A vintage postcard of a place I'd never been. He was building a new world for her. Brick by humble brick, right beside the museum of her old one. She loved him for it, even as she knew it was a defense he could never fully man. The silence stretched for 2 more months. She started to think, in her most reckless moments, that she had won, that her defiance had finally bored him, that he had found a new project, a new life to rewrite. Then, on a Tuesday, the phone rang. It was the prison. The voice on the other end was bureaucratic, devoid of emotion. Inmate 78,421, Elias Cash, had been found unresponsive in his cell. He was pronounced dead at the scene. The preliminary cause was a heart attack. No foul play was suspected. She listened, her grip on the receiver so tight the plastic creaked. She asked no questions. She simply hung up. She walked to her studio wall and looked at the shell, the note, the photos of the prison walls. She felt nothing. It was as if the entire world had been suddenly, irrevocably muted. The architect of her fear was gone. The warden of her mind was dead. The cold spot on the left side of the bed was just a cold spot. When Hudson came home, she told him. He held her, his body trembling with a relief she could not feel. "It's over, Lee," he whispered into her hair. "It's finally over." She let him hold her, but she did not relax into the embrace. Over? How could it be over when the walls of the prison were now internal? When the critic's voice was a permanent echo in her thoughts. Cash was gone, but the world he had built for her remained. It was her world now. She was its sole curator and its only inhabitant. The next day, She took down the photographs of the walls. She took down the note and the picture of the shell. She packed them all carefully in a box and sealed it with tape. She did not throw it away. She carried it down to the building's storage locker and placed it on a high, dark shelf. That evening, she picked up her camera and went for a walk. She did not look for drama or decay. She photographed a child laughing, the steam rising from a manhole cover, the way the setting sun turned a puddle into a pool of gold. They were simple, uncurated moments. They were not for an audience of one. They were for her. She knew then that the victory was not in his death. The victory was in the act of taking the picture, in the choice to find beauty in a world he had tried to stain with his presence. The war was not over because the enemy had fallen. It was over because she had decided to stop fighting on his terms. She would live. She would create. The ghost was gone, but the woman, Lena Shaw, remained. And she was finally, completely, her own. The prints from that evening's walk were still damp, hanging in the bathroom-turned-darkroom, when she heard a soft knock at the apartment door. Hudson was working late, and the sound was unexpected, a foreign noise in their carefully controlled environment. She moved to the door, not looking through the peephole, her hand pausing on the deadbolt. A part of her, a part that would always exist, wondered if it was another message, a final trick from beyond the grave. She opened the door to find a young woman, her face pale and streaked with tears she was trying to wipe away with a trembling hand. She was holding a small, worn backpack. "Lena Shaw?" the woman asked, her voice cracking. "Yes," Lena said, her own voice steady, a rock in the face of this stranger's storm. The woman swallowed hard. "My name is Chloe Miller." She took a shaky breath. "He was my father." The words did not land like a blow. They settled, cold and heavy. A new fact in the landscape of her life. Lena did not ask who he was. She simply stepped back, opening the door wider in a silent invitation. The girl hesitated, then walked inside, her eyes darting around the clean, bright apartment as if searching for clues. "He left a letter," Chloe said, not sitting down. "For you. He said I was to deliver it by hand after he was gone." She unzipped the backpack and pulled out a simple, sealed white envelope. Her name was written on the front in that achingly familiar script. I didn't want to. I hated him, but he said it was important." Lena took the envelope. It felt light, insubstantial. The final word. "Why you?" Lena asked, not looking at the letter but at the girl, at the living, breathing legacy of the man who had haunted her. Chloe's composure broke. A sob escaped her. "He said you were the only one who would understand. He said you were his masterpiece." The word was a vile, beautiful poison. He left instructions for everything. He was always so prepared. Lena looked at the envelope in her hand. She could burn it. She could shred it unread and finally be free. But that would be a lie. The curiosity was a cold, hard knot in her stomach. He had known it would be. He had known her. "Thank you, Chloe," Lena said, her voice soft. "Would you like a glass of water?" The girl shook her head, wiping her face again. "No, I had to do it." She turned to leave, then stopped. "He was a monster, but he was my father. I don't know what that makes me." Lena looked at the lost, angry young woman in her doorway. Another life shaped by Elias Cash. "It makes you his daughter," she said. "And now you get to decide what that means." After Chloe left, Lena stood in the center of the room for a long time, the envelope held loosely in her fingers. She did not open it immediately. She walked to the window and looked out at the city, at the countless lives unfolding in the twilight. She then went to the kitchen, struck a match, and held the flame to the corner of the envelope. She watched the fire consume his name, her name, the paper curling into black ash. She dropped it into the sink and let it burn down to nothing. There were no more words. There was no final critique. There was only the silence she chose for herself. She picked up her camera from the table, its weight a comfort in her hands. She turned and focused on the empty chair where Hudson would sit when he came home. She adjusted the aperture, composing the shot in her mind, waiting for the light to change. The light was just right. A soft gold from the setting sun falling across the worn fabric of the chair. She took the picture. It was not a dramatic image. It was not for a critic. It was a promise to herself, a record of a quiet moment of waiting. When Hudson came home an hour later, she was printing it. He came into the dark room, the chemical smell, a familiar perfume between them, and looked at the print in the developer tray. It was just a chair in a patch of light, but he smiled, a real, unburdened smile. "I like that one," he said. She nodded. "Me too." They ordered food and ate on the floor. The new print propped up against the wall. He told her about his day, a mundane story, about a misplaced shipment and a difficult client. She listened, truly listened, without the constant low hum of dread in the background. The silence in the apartment was no longer a waiting silence. It was just quiet. A few days later, she received a postcard in the mail. It was from Chloe Miller. There was no return address, just a picture of a mountain range somewhere unknown. The message was brief. "I'm traveling, trying to figure it out. Thank you for not shutting the door." Lena pinned the postcard to the small corkboard in the kitchen, beside a grocery list and a takeout menu. It was not a piece of evidence. It was just a postcard from a girl finding her way. She started a new project, one without a theme or a hidden message. She simply photographed things that made her pause. A forgotten glove on a park bench, the intricate pattern of cracks in a paving stone, Hudson's hand resting on the morning newspaper. Her work became quieter, more observational. It was a diary of a life being lived, not a performance for an unseen audience. The cold spot on the left side of the bed gradually faded, warmed by the simple, persistent fact of her own presence. She no longer checked the seams of her bag or the lids of her bottles. The vigilance had become a habit she had to consciously unlearn, like a soldier home from a war, flinching at the sound of a car backfiring. One afternoon, she was cleaning out a closet and found an old box of her pre-prison work. She sat on the floor and sifted through the prints. The dramatic shadows, the intense, confrontational portraits. She saw the talent, the raw energy. But she also saw the person she used to be, a woman constantly seeking a reaction, crafting an image for the world. She put the prints back in the box. She did not need them anymore. That night, she dreamed of a vast, empty gallery. The walls were white and endless. Her new photographs hung there, the simple, quiet images of her new life. And she was alone, walking through the silence, not as a warden or an inmate, but simply as a woman looking at her own work. There was no one else there to see it. And for the first time, that was enough. She woke with a sense of clarity that was as solid as the floor beneath her feet. The dream had not been an epiphany, but a confirmation. Her art was no longer a conversation, a defiance, or a shield. It was a record, and it was hers alone. A week later, a small independent gallery expressed interest in her new work. The curator, a soft-spoken woman named Anya, was particularly drawn to the photograph of the empty chair. "It feels like a held breath," she said. "There's a peace in it, but also a potential. It's waiting for life to happen." Lena agreed to the show. She spent the next month selecting prints, not based on a grand narrative, but on a feeling of quiet rightness. Hudson helped her mat and frame them, his presence a comfortable, steadying thing. There were no walls in the collection, no notes, no shells, just moments. The night of the opening was crisp and clear. She wore a simple black dress and stood near the entrance, watching people file in. They moved slowly, pausing before each image, their faces thoughtful. There was no shock, no discomfort, just a kind of shared contemplation. Anya brought her a glass of wine. "They're connecting with it," she whispered. "It's very still, but it's alive." Halfway through the evening, a man approached her. He was older, with kind eyes and a weathered face. "Ms. Shaw," he said. "I'm David Miller, Chloe's uncle." Lena felt a small internal shift, but no alarm. "It's nice to meet you," she said. "I wanted to thank you," he said, his voice low, "for your kindness to my niece. She's staying with me for a while. She showed me the postcard you sent her." Lena had not sent a postcard. She simply nodded. "She's doing better," David continued. "She's starting to talk about going back to school. She said you told her she gets to decide what it all means." He looked around the gallery at the quiet images on the walls. It's not what I expected. It's peaceful." "It is what it is," Lena said. He smiled, a sad, understanding smile. "Yes, I suppose it is." He shook her hand and moved away into the crowd. Later, she and Hudson walked home, the city lights shimmering around them. He took her hand. "You were amazing," he said. "It was a perfect show." She squeezed his hand in return. It was not about being amazing or perfect. It was about being present. She looked up at the sky, at the few stars brave enough to shine through the city's glow. Elias Cash had tried to make her his masterpiece, a complex narrative of control and defiance. But she had reduced his grand design to a single burned letter and a box in a storage locker. Her life was not a masterpiece. It was a series of moments, some quiet, some loud, all of them hers. The story was not over. It was just beginning again, on her own terms, one simple, uncurated day at a time.